The story begins with a high school student. The boy named Kyle Lee, known by his nickname LK, wonders if there are about 100 days left until the SAT. He thinks that every day is a pain and wishes that something big happens to end it all. He feels suffocated and wonders if there is anything fun, and that is exactly how it all starts. Suddenly, a magic circle appears before him, and he trembles as he falls into it. After a while, he opens his eyes and finds himself sitting in the magic circle on the floor. Some strange onlookers stand before him and gossip with each other in a different language. LK wonders what language that is, realizing that he has no idea what they are saying. One of them uses a language transformation magic and asks if he can hear him. LK is surprised and says that he can hear him. The magic caster asks if he knows who he is. LK replies that he does not know and questions whether the caster knows him. He replies that it is his first time seeing him. LK, internally frustrated at them, thinks about why they even asked them. The magic caster tells his blonde fellow if he can still say that the red dragons are just all stupid muscleheads. The blonde replies that it is like a troll who accidentally caught a goblin bragging that it was all his. He then begins to disappear, saying that he is leaving. LK is surprised that he disappears, while the other onlookers also disappear, waving at them and saying something to the magic caster that he did a good job. LK stands up and asks if he has seen that, saying that people have disappeared. The magic caster casually replies that it happens all the time. LK says that he sees it for the first time. Then the caster asks him who he is. LK replies that that is the question he wants to ask, who he is. The magic caster introduces himself as Rayard of the Great Red Dragons. LK is surprised and asks if it is really the dragon he is thinking of. Rayard asks what dragon he is thinking of and flexes a long tail, saying that he can see, and asks if he is not going to introduce himself. LK reveals his identity, states his age, and tells about his education. Rayard tells him not to be scared, saying that he is not a scary dragon. LK asks where the place is. Rayard replies that they are in his lair, located in Dragon Mountain on a continent named Arsenia. LK says that he has never heard of that place before. Rayard tells him that this is a different world from where he came from, saying that he summoned him with the summoning magic. LK seems confused, and Rayard then says that he is a red dragon, and that he did this to prove that red dragons are extremely intelligent. He explains that the magic he used is a dimension travel magic, one that did not exist and will never exist again. He mocks his blonde fellow, saying that Gold Dragon Kyrieses is telling everyone that they are stupid. LK says that the reason he is there is to prove that red dragons are not stupid. Rayard answers that it is exactly to prove red dragons are not stupid. LK, sobbing, congratulates him and asks when he is going to return him to his world. Rayard replies that he only thought about bringing him there and never even thought of returning him. LK, frustrated, grabs his collar and demands what he means, shouting for him to send him back now. Then the blonde dragon, Kyrieses, appears and tells Rayard that the Lord is calling him. Rayard asks why that old geezer is suddenly calling him. Kyrieses answers that he should probably be able to guess. Rayard begins to leave, saying that he does not want to go, and tells Kyrieses not to just come into his lair without knocking. He then tells LK to just wait a moment. LK thinks that he can finally go back home. After a while, they come back, and Rayard angrily tells LK that he got scolded because of him. LK shouts back that it was all his fault to begin with. Rayard says that, anyway, the Lord told him he should take responsibility and send him back to his world. Otherwise, they are going to tell everyone that he is a stupid dragon. While sobbing, he says that he cannot afford to have everyone know that he is stupid. LK sits hopelessly on the floor, crying, saying that he cannot go back home, and that he wants to go home. He shouts at Rayard, asking why he cannot send him back, and says that if he can call him there, he should be able to send him back just as well. Rayard replies that it is hard to explain, but that he will make it super simple. He explains that dimension travel magic is to move themselves to a place, to move another to a place, or to summon a target to a place. He says that there are a total of 3 types, and in one word, they are all under the same category, but they are actually separate magics. He adds that, as LK can see, he summoned him there in a super cool fashion, but sending him back using a dimension is like creating a whole new magic from scratch. LK asks what it is then, and how long it takes. Rayard estimates that with a few tries, maybe about 50 years. Kirises adds that with Rayard's head, it will take about 100 years. Rayard tells him not to worry, saying that 50 years pass by really quickly. LK grabs his collar again, shouting that that is just him, and that he will be old or dead by then. Kirises then says that there is one more way, explaining that LK has two ways to go back to his own world. First, to have that idiot create dimension travel magic from scratch, and second, to have himself create the dimension gate to return to his world. Rayard happily says that that is right, and that is the way. Rayard explains that he would send LK back right away if it were possible, but creating such magic alone is impossible. By the time he finished, LK would already be dead and wrinkled, so only plan B remains. Pointing at him, he declares that LK will have to become a wizard, learn magic, and open the dimension gate himself. LK stares in confusion and asks what he means. Rayard floats a crystal piece before him, and in an instant, it disappears into LK's body. Startled, LK demands to know if there are any side effects. Rayard admits that he doesn't think so. It's simply his first time trying this on a human. LK fumes inside, silently cursing him. Rayard goes on, saying it was possible only because he performed it. Ordinary human wizards would never attempt such a thing. With the mana he just injected, the language translation spell will now last for another 200 years. LK, taken aback, mutters that if magic allows this, it's actually kind of nice. Moving aside, he clenches his fist with determination and promises himself he will do his best to learn it. At that moment, a silver dragon appears. She greets Rayard after a long while, then turns to LK with a smile, introducing herself as Sapphire of the Silver Dragons, and she will be his teacher from now on. LK shakes her hand, offers his name, and returns the greeting. Sapphire remarks that a human from another dimension is fascinating and warns him that her training will be rough, and asks if he can handle it. LK answers eagerly that he will do whatever it takes to return home quickly. Sapphire reminded him not to give up halfway since he promised to try his best. Rayard interrupts, telling LK to reconsider. To use the dimension gate, dimension transfer magic, he will need to reach the 9th tier. Rayard argues that he simply created the spell from scratch himself. LK weighs the thought but quickly decides he would rather place his trust in Sapphire and open the gate on his own. Rayard pats him on the shoulder, saying that he went through the trouble of calling someone to teach him, but warns him not to die in the process. Sapphire then leads LK to her lair. Along the way, she explains that during her time outside, she observed magic from many different races and researched them deeply. From that, she developed the most efficient methods depending on the practitioner's race and even created a full educational guideline for beginners. If he follows her instructions exactly, she assures, he will become a wizard in the shortest time possible. Curious, LK asks what the shortest time means. Sapphire answers that by human standards, mastering the 3rd tier within 10 years is already considered genius, while mastering the 5th tier in the same period marks one as a prodigy of the century. But with her methods, he can reach the 5th tier in only 100 days. LK gasps in disbelief, calling it amazing. Sapphire affirms with confidence that her method never fails and urges him to begin at once. She traps LK inside a magic circle for the injection of mana and explains that if a reservoir of mana is built gradually through training, the pain is dulled, but by then it would already be too late. Her method, she says, relies on direct mana injection. Ignoring individual creativity or specialties, she believes that forcefully channeling pure mana is the most efficient way to unlock the full potential of humans. She insists that her focus is on producing the greatest results by cutting away unnecessary traditions. LK screams in agony, begging her to stop and get him out. Sapphire shouts back, ordering him to endure it with patience and willpower, demanding if he truly doesn't want to return to his own world. Then her tone softens, and she reminds him gently of the promise he made, that he wouldn't give up halfway. She assures him that 100 days will pass quickly. Sapphire gives LK a single capsule as a meal, explaining that it contains all the necessary nutrients. Exhausted from the relentless training, she allows him to rest a little so that he can continue. His mornings begin with injections of special mana. During lessons, she teaches him that magic is built upon 3 fundamentals: mana, cast, and medium. The act of casting, she explains, is divided into 3 categories: spell, action, and material. Spell represents willpower, action represents development, and material represents manifestation. She tells him that one must gain mana through spells, develop magic through action, and finally manifest it through material. LK tries to follow her teachings, but thinks to himself that he struggles with magic because he has always been terrible at math. Over time, however, he finally manages to draw magic circles. Sapphire acknowledges his progress, congratulating him for reaching Tier 1, though she remarks that he is still advancing more slowly than she would like. As part of his training, goblins attack him. While he is beaten, Sapphire stands behind and reminds him that a wizard can never predict what will happen, so strengthening his physical body is equally important. After working on his physique, he eventually manages to fight back against the monsters. He also succeeds in casting his magic spells flawlessly. Watching him, Sapphire congratulates him once again, declaring that he has finally completed her training and can now proudly call himself a wizard wherever he goes. Sapphire casts a spell and forms a magic staff. She explains that her injection training method can only take LK as far as the 5th tier, and that from this point onward, his growth will depend entirely on himself. Handing him the staff, she tells him it is his graduation present. Within the magic stone are mana amplification and magic sword enchantments. If he injects mana and speaks the command, he can manifest magic instantly. She also reveals a hidden blade within its body, forged from dragon bone, and says it is her gift for the 100 days of training he endured. LK, astonished, wonders if something so rare could truly be his and thanks her, realizing he has finally succeeded. Sapphire then tells him that she will now return him to Rayard's lair. Surprised, he asks if it will happen right away and nervously asks if they will meet again. She smiles, shakes his hand, and assures him that they will, reminding him that he is her disciple after all. With that, she teleports him away, wishing him good luck. When Rayard sees LK, he remarks that he is not dead yet. LK, frustrated, accuses him of knowing what would happen but still sending him away. Rayard reminds him that he was the one who said he liked Sapphire and wanted to go, then asks why he looks so upset. LK protests that he went through unbearable pain and has only reached Tier 5, with Tier 9 feeling impossibly distant. Rayard replies that he already spoke with Sapphire about this, and while difficult, it is not impossible. He begins to explain about the dragon heart that dragons possess 2 hearts. The first circulates blood, while the second circulates mana and is called the dragon heart. He then asks if LK knows of a dragon named Arcrian. LK retorts, demanding what makes him think he would know him. Rayard continues, saying Arcrian was an ancient dragon who died thousands of years ago, remembered as the Crazy Dragon. Normally, when a dragon dies, its dragon heart dissipates back into nature, but Arcrian split his dragon heart into 4 pieces before his death. He sent them across the corners of Arsenia, and those shards became known as the continent's tier. LK asks why he is telling him all this. Rayard explains that if he gathers all 4 shards, he will be able to reach Tier 9. LK, intrigued, asks if that is really true and presses to know where the shards are. Rayard admits he does not know, only that they are somewhere across the continent. LK, trying to control his anger, demands how he is supposed to find them and questions why Rayard cannot just break off part of his own dragon heart. Rayard scoffs, asking if LK thinks he is some kind of saint. Rayard forms another crystal with magic and places it inside LK's body. LK recoils and demands to know what it is. Rayard explains that it is a dragon heart tracking system, capable of detecting dragon hearts, and orders him to use it to find the shards. When LK asks where he is supposed to go, Rayard replies that it is obvious, he must search for the shards. With that, he sends him out of the lair. As LK is teleported outside, he grows frustrated, kicks a stone, and shouts that Rayard works him like a slave, adding that if Rayard were not a dragon, he would have killed him. Rayard suddenly appears and retorts that he had not given him permission to say such things, accusing him of talking behind his back. LK quickly changes his tone, denying it and insisting he would never do such a thing. Rayard then hands him a ring, explaining that it is proof of the noble emblem of Marquis Delphine. 150 years ago, Rayard disguised himself as a human and served as a knight in the Elune Kingdom. After many victories, he earned the title of Marquis, and with the ring, LK will be acknowledged as a member of the Delphine family. LK, surprised, asks if the Marquis is still alive. Rayard admits he does not know, as it has been a long time since he was there, but advises LK to go anyway. He adds that he left behind a powerful sword there, called Black Stream, which has a dragon heart embedded in its hilt. LK demands to know why he would leave such a weapon there. Rayard, while beginning to teleport him, replies that it was simply because he did not need it. He tells LK to do his best and mentions that he has arranged for someone to help him. LK protests at the shallow explanation, but before he can say more, the teleportation finishes. He finds himself in a forest and shouts in frustration, wondering where he is. LK wanders through the forest, sobbing and complaining that he has no money or map, wondering what he is supposed to do there. Suddenly, he hears voices behind him and starts searching for the source, curious about the sound. He comes across a red dragon girl fighting goblins. Watching her, he thinks she is too young to go against ogres and considers it dangerous. He pulls out his staff with the intention of helping her by killing the ogres, but he soon realizes she does not need his help. The girl slaughters the ogres effortlessly, ignoring their pleas for mercy as they try to flee. Leaping toward one of them, she scolds it, demanding where it thinks it is going. LK is stunned by her overwhelming strength. After finishing the fight, the girl remarks that it was a good stress relief. She then notices him and asks who he is and whether he is with the ogres. LK flinches and retorts if it looks like he is with them. She follows up by asking why he is there. Then, as if realizing something, she shifts her tone and politely asks why he is so late, explaining that she has been waiting for him. LK, startled, asks if she has been waiting for him and whether she knows him. The girl replies that she does, saying her father told her about him. LK studies her appearance and, noticing her flaming hair and ruby-like eyes, wonders if she is the daughter of Rayard. LK wonders if Rayard actually has a daughter. The girl happily steps forward, saying they should go find the dragon heart already. She then turns and introduces herself, explaining that she is a half-elf named Lucid, but he can just call her Lucy. Afterward, LK introduces himself, and the two exchange greetings with a handshake. Lucy asks where they need to go in order to reach human territory. Eventually, they arrive there and wander through the local market. Observing the surroundings, Lucy comments that reading books about humans was actually worth it. She explains to him that this is a condemned region. As they walk, a human pulling a cart moves close and shouts at them to get out of the way. Covering their noses, LK asks her what that is. Lucy explains that this region specializes in hunting monsters from Dragon Mountain and exporting their butchered parts. Selling monster parts, she adds, is the main business here. Though it looks a bit gross, she compares it to a tuna cutting shell. Suddenly, she feels hungry and begins rushing, insisting they should go eat something. LK tries to stop her, asking whether her father gave her money for travel or necessities. She hands him some coins, and while he is collecting the coins, asks if she left all her jewelry at home and only brought a few coins. Lucy replies that it would take a few months to go back home from here. LK, holding back his frustration and sobbing inwardly, pretends to be fine and suggests they find an inn first. At the inn, once the food is served, Lucy begins eating eagerly while LK still thinks to himself that things would have been easier if they had brought jewelry. Nearby, he overhears locals at another table discussing that Drow mercenaries are leaving the city after receiving their payout, wondering whether they managed to negotiate with the Lord or not. Soon, a man approaches their table with a girl beside him and politely asks if he can sit with them, as no seats are open. LK agrees, and they sit down. The man introduces himself as Macon, a mercenary, and points to his companion, Elysian, who is a priest. LK also introduces himself and Lucy. Macon then assumes LK is not a mercenary, to which LK replies that he is just an adventurer. Some people in the inn begin to cheer, shouting that they should go and beat up the Lord. LK quietly asks Macon if something happened. Macon explains that LK must have just arrived in the city, then tells him that 5 months ago, a monster from Dragon Mountain attacked under the Condemned region's jurisdiction. Baron Condemned, the lord of the region, had called on mercenaries to fight against the monster. Thanks to many mercenary lives being lost, the village had been able to enjoy peace again. LK asks if that is not a good thing, but Macon replies that the aftermath is the real problem. He explains that although the contract had a low payout, the mercenaries were supposed to receive the commission from the monsters they killed. Instead, the Lord took it all and gave no reparations to the families of the mercenaries who died. LK mutters that the Lord took all the incentives, then suddenly notices Lucy eating most of his food. Just then, knights burst into the inn and ordered everyone to be silent. A noble enters, introducing himself as Reynold Condemned, the son of Baron Drin Condemned, the lord of the region. He announces that he has come to deliver his father's message. Macon demands to know the meaning of this, and Reynold declares that to all mercenaries who have problems with the payout, they will now be offered twice the original amount. However, he adds that the offer lasts only until tomorrow. When someone in the crowd asks about compensation for the deceased, Reynold coldly responds that no money can be given to fools who have already lost their lives. He says that whoever has a problem with his father's words, he will make sure they rot inside the dungeon. As he asks if everyone understands, Elysian interrupts and shouts that it is preposterous, saying many of their comrades have fallen due to the reckless strategy of the knights. She adds that the mercenaries simply followed orders and that everyone present is a witness, telling him not to try to cover the truth with lies. She insists that the reparation of the deceased is the memento of the fallen comrades, asking if many have not lost the lives they cherished. The locals also begin protesting, demanding that reparations be paid and that the spoils be distributed fairly. LK quietly tells Lucy that things are going out of control. Reynold then replies to Elysian that they will pay reparations for the deceased mercenaries. When she asks if he really means it, he grabs her arm and says that it will only happen if she is willing to go along with him, and that if he is satisfied, maybe he can do more of this and that. She, frustrated, slaps his face and says he dares to speak such filthy words to one who serves God. Reynold shouts that she dares to hit a noble, and then asks his forces what they are doing, ordering them to arrest the woman. As the forces move toward her, LK stands before her. Reynold asks him who he is. LK thinks that this man is the real deal, and with enough provocation, he is able to change the flow of the situation more favorably to himself. He thinks that Reynold would not purposely exacerbate the situation. Reynold then shouts to his knights to hurry and arrest the woman. As LK is about to react, Lucy suddenly kicks Reynold's face and starts beating him. LK, frustrated at her, thinks about why she is beating him up. Macon says that they cannot stay still after listening to such nonsense either, as he and his companions also begin to face the knights. Seeing the situation, LK thinks about why they are sucked into a problem so early in the beginning, and he just wants to go home quietly. As Lucy is beating Reynold, his knights target her from behind, saying that she is caught. But then LK uses lightning bolt magic and attacks the knights. Everyone shifts their attention toward LK, saying that he is a wizard and wondering why a wizard is in a place like this. LK tells them not to worry about him and to carry on with whatever they are doing. The knights say to go after him first, adding that since he just used magic, he will not be able to use another one for a while. LK then casts a fireball with magic and throws it at the knights. He asks why they think he will not be able to use magic repeatedly. They wonder how it is possible to use magic without any delay. After he defeats all the knights, Lucy says that she is satisfied now. Macon tells LK that it is amazing and thanks him for helping out Elysian. Everyone starts praising LK, saying what an incredible fellow he is and that they survived thanks to him. Lucy feels jealous and says that she is the one who did all the work. LK thinks about what he should do regarding this situation. Elysian uses healing magic to heal the injured people. Reynold tells LK if he thinks he can come out in one piece after this, and warns that if his father hears of it, Lucy will begin hitting him again, saying that it looks like he needs more beating. One of the locals says that one of the knights has managed to run away and asks what they should do if the Lord finds out. LK thinks that they won, but everyone seems uneasy, so he should not hang around there either. He recalls Rayard's words, who said that a small piece of his dragon heart is embedded in LK's own heart. To absorb the power of the dragon heart, he needs a similar mana signature, so Rayard planted a seed into his mana circle and told him to use the activated system to look for the dragon heart. LK scans the mana injection and, seeing it, wonders if this is it, thinking that the green light might be the dragon heart and questioning if it is even working correctly. Lucy then says she has a good idea and suggests taking the head of Reynold along with his father. Macon asks LK if there is a way. LK replies that as long as the Son of the Lord is there, they will bring their soldiers, which means they might as well make the situation as bad as it gets. Then a knight comes on horseback and announces that he is the police captain of the Knights of the Contempt region, Campbell, and asks if their young master is safe. The locals move LK to face them, cheering that they believe in him and urging him to show them what he has, while LK thinks that he is stuck there. Campbell asks LK if he is the wizard, and if it is true that he attacked Reynold and his guards. LK says it is a misunderstanding and explains that it was the son of the Lord who caused the scene first. Campbell tells him to shut his mouth and says he heard that he attacked the young master first. LK suspects something unusual and says that the young master tried to arrest the priest first without a good reason. He then uses his night vision and detects the knights ambushing them, so he uses magic missiles and attacks the ambushers. LK says that it is cowardly to set up an ambush during a conversation, noting that they distracted everyone with a huge number of soldiers and, during that time, sent skilled knights around the back to rescue the son of the Lord. Campbell clenches his teeth and tells his knights that it cannot be helped anymore and orders everyone to charge. LK forms the magic and says that they are just going to charge into the inn like that, then decides to use the wall of fire. Meanwhile, Lucy puts a knife to Reynold's neck and says to stay still, warning that if he keeps moving, she will cut him for real. Campbell notices the young master. Reynold tells Campbell that this is an order and commands all soldiers to stand back, saying that even his father has been kidnapped by Macon. LK then tells Campbell that since he has what they want, they can start talking now, and while flexing the magic ball, he says they should talk for real. 6. A few hours ago, LK asked how many mercenaries had not received their money. Macon admits that, frankly, they can probably say everyone has not. LK then says that since they have the Lord's Son, the soldiers will arrive soon, and that they need to unite the mercenaries together, but wonders if they can be persuaded. Macon says he will do it, but LK replies that he needs him to do something else and asks Elysian if she can handle it. She is surprised, then says that it is her fault the situation has gotten out of control. LK reassures her that it is not her fault and that she does not need to feel responsible. A man volunteers to join them, introducing himself as Cromwell, the guildmaster of the mercenary guild in the Contempt region. He explains that not many will follow orders, but it will definitely be easier than doing it alone. He tells LK that he cannot just sit idly when even a kid is trying his hardest. LK says that it is taken care of, then instructs Lucy to find out the mansion's floor plan from Reynold and adds that he needs someone who can guide them to the Lord's mansion. Macon asks why the mansion, and LK says that he plans on kidnapping the Lord himself. Seeing the mercenaries, Campbell remarks that they have gathered many mercenaries in a short time, and even the Lord, thinking that the kid should not be underestimated. Baron Condemned then asks what LK is planning to do with him. LK says that he brought him here so they can talk. Baron asks what he wants, and LK comments that he likes how direct he is, explaining that they are asking for 3 things. First, to pay the commission to the mercenaries for the monsters they have slain. Second, to pay the deceased 30 gold for reparation, as promised. And third, not to wrongly punish anyone for this matter, since it was the son who caused the ruckus. Baron Condemned laughs and calls it ridiculous, asking if they think he will listen to such nonsense. Elysian shouts that over 100 people have died, and that it was he who ordered an attack on the monster's main force despite the mercenaries' safety. She adds that she tried her best but could not save everyone, and that her companion LK was one among many, and the only thing she could do was guide them to the Shine's embrace. Baron says that since he is benevolent, he will not ask for justice for the crimes committed today, but he will not pay a single coin. LK thinks that this Baron is cheap beyond imagination and wonders why he refuses to pay, noting that it was the knight's reckless plan that increased the casualties. Baron responds that it is not his fault. Lucy yawns and says that she is tired and wants to end this already. Baron asks her if she is not afraid of the consequences. She puts the sword on his neck and asks if it looks like she cares about that. Reynold tells his father that the elf is not bluffing. Baron then suggests another option, and LK stops Lucy, asking what he is saying. Baron explains that they should resolve the matter by a duel. He calls on the god of duel and trials, Paltsier, to oversee the trial of arms, declaring that if they win against him, he will comply with their demands, but if they lose, they will not receive a single coin. LK asks why they should fight for money they were supposed to get. Baron proposes that if they win, he will pay 20-fold for the monsters and 2-fold for reparation. But if they lose, he will not pay anything and would like to bring justice upon them, though he will be satisfied if they work under him for 1 year. Cromwell accepts, saying that it is good. LK tries to stop him, asking why he wants to fight. Baron decides the location and tells Cromwell that the duel will be held tomorrow at noon in the arena in the middle of the city. Best out of 5. First to win 3. Cromwell agrees, while LK, still protesting, tries to stop them and says it sounds suspicious, fearing Baron might cheat. Cromwell tries to calm him, telling him that he talks too much and that they are just going to win. LK thinks that anyone can see Baron is scheming for something. Later, they tell LK that it is tradition for the wizard not to enter the duel. Macon explains that the purpose of the duel is to decide the victor, and that magic is too lethal, so it is not appropriate. LK asks if that means he can do nothing but watch and potentially become a slave. Macon then says they should decide who will be competing first and provides him with the list of competitors. Seeing the players' names, LK asks Macon to forget the first 3 knights and wonders who Lily and Osborne are. Macon says that it is his first time seeing those names and that it looks like the Lord Baron has found those champions elsewhere. LK thinks that even the mercenaries are no pushovers and wonders if they can win. Macon then says that it is time and suggests they leave. In the arena, a crowd gathers, cheering them on, and LK notices that rumors have spread like wildfire. Baron appears and asks if they slept well, adding that they should sleep well while they can, since they will have to work for him starting today. LK thinks about what is with his confidence. Then the announcer instructs everyone to take their positions and introduces herself as High Priestess Felix, the judge appointed to oversee the duel. She explains that the team with the first 3 wins out of 5 total duels will emerge victorious, and that during the battle, if an opponent becomes unable to continue or admits defeat, they shall disarm themselves at once. She then announces, by the name of the god of duel and trial, that the duel begins. 7. The first round begins between Knight Rowan and Cromwell. Cromwell, overexcited, enters the battlefield saying that it is time for some fun. LK thinks that he sent out Cromwell to gain momentum in the first round. Cromwell taunts his opponent, asking why he has not come out yet and if he is scared. Then he notices Rowan appearing fully armed with a heavy weapon and mounted on an armored horse. Cromwell becomes frightened at the sight. Rowan strikes Cromwell, sending him flying, and remarks that it is only a training lance, so he will not die from it. LK shouts that this should be a disqualification, demanding to know what it means to bring a horse to a melee battle. Baron responds that Cromwell should get on horseback, too, since it is natural for a knight to ride a horse. LK appeals to Felix, calling it cheating, but she declares that the rule is 5 rounds, with the first to win 3, and that beyond that, whatever the method, the victor shall be blessed by Paltsier. With that, she announces Knight Rowan as the winner. The second battle follows between Kyle and Campbell, ending with Knight Campbell's victory. Baron, pleased, says that with 2 wins already, it looks like he is the victor. He then orders his guard to put the nail in the coffin and bring out Lily. LK questions why the order is being switched, pointing out that the person was supposed to be 4th. Lucy steps forward onto the battlefield, saying that she is fine with it and that they should finish quickly so she can go eat. LK grows worried, thinking that he had chosen her because the name sounded like a woman's. Felix then declares the beginning of the 3rd round between Lily and Lucy. A huge troll suddenly appears before Lucy. Troubled, LK asks how that can be Lily. Baron addresses the troll, saying it is as dependable as ever, and calls it Lily. LK protests again, saying that no matter how one looks at it, that is just a troll. Baron replies by asking what makes him think a parent deserves a name like Lily. Lucy dismisses the concern, saying it does not matter, and that they should begin already. LK urges her to reconsider, reminding her that it is a troll she is up against. Baron insists that since the participant herself said it was fine, the round must begin at once. With that, the round begins, and the troll runs toward Lucy. LK alerts her. She pulls out her weapon. As the troll begins to strike, she retreats, leaps up, and charges toward it, her sword releasing fire as it is the sword of flame. She severs its arm, and the troll growls in pain. Baron says it is impossible and orders Lily to attack again. Before the troll can strike, Lucy severs its other arm as well. She climbs onto its body, drives her sword into its chest, and defeats it. Baron cries over his money. LK appreciates Lucy and thinks that Rayard had her follow him for a reason. Macon wonders how she fought off a troll so easily, and Cromwell remarks that she is no pushover. Felix announces that Lily is unable to battle, and Lucy wins the 3rd round. 8. Baron shouts that it is outrageous for her to use a magic sword, calling it cheating and demanding her disqualification. LK protests, asking what he is saying, pointing out that he is the one who sent out an actual troll. Baron insists that the troll is fine, but the magic sword is not. LK appeals to Felix, saying that as long as they do not violate the rules, anything should be allowed, and asks the referee. Felix confirms again that the winner is Lucy. LK praises Lucy for her performance, noting that her rapier is a magic sword. She explains that her father made it for her birthday. LK thinks that if it was made by Rayard, he probably used his own bone, and the activation phrase is his own name, making him foolish for his daughter. Baron continues to protest, saying that the magic sword is unacceptable, and he will not accept defeat. LK counters, asking if he is going against the decision of the god. Baron accuses him of scheming and demands that Lucy lend the magic sword to the next contestant. LK realizes the implication and asks Lucy if anyone else can use the sword. She says no, it was made so that only she can use it. Then, Baron orders Osborne to come at once. LK interrupts, noting that Osborne is supposed to be the fifth contestant. Osborne arrives and states that he does not believe it is his turn yet. Baron tells Osborne to get rid of the ignorant fools immediately. LK observes that Osborne is a wizard, reminding himself that wizards are banned from arena battles, but they ignore him. Osborne addresses Baron, saying that they are still ahead in points and requests to wait, promising to handle it if they are tied after this. Seeing Osborne, Cromwell remarks that Baron has brought in a wizard for the arena battle and wonders if Lucy can win against him in round 5. Macon replies that Osborne will hit them with magic before they can approach, so it will not be easy. Lucy asks Macon if they will bring out cavalry again, and whether he has a way to counter them. Macon reassures her, saying he has a trick up his sleeve. With that, round 4 begins between Knight Rumspell and Macon. Macon enters the battlefield without any weapon, prompting everyone to wonder what he is thinking. Rumspell asks if he is making fun of him. Macon says they will see and then transforms his body, becoming a were-tiger. Seeing him, Rumspell exclaims in shock that Macon is a beastman. Rumspell charges forward, swinging his weapon and shouting not to look down on him. Macon rushes toward him, seizes the weapon, and shatters it into pieces. Rumspell cries out that it is impossible. Macon then grabs him by the leg and hurls him away. With that, Felix announces that Knight Rumspell is unable to continue, declaring Macon the winner of the 4th round. Baron again protests, saying it is cheating to bring a beastman into this holy battle. LK replies that if a troll is fine, so is beastman. Meanwhile, Macon thinks it has been a while since he transformed, and his body aches. Lucy tells Macon that it was amazing, and that she did not know he was a beastman. Baron then declares that the last battle will not go their way and orders it to begin immediately. Felix announces that the last round is between Osborne and Lucky. LK tells Baron that bringing a wizard into the arena battle would actually count as cheating. Baron responds that the great thing is that he has personally changed some rules here and there. LK asks if that is so, and then leaps into the battlefield. Baron points out that Lucky is on the list of fighters and questions why LK is entering the arena. LK shrugs and says his name is Lucky. Baron shouts that it is the mercenary's name and insists he can check the list of mercenaries he hired to confirm. LK replies that he just happens to have the same name, just as there is more than one Lily out there. He then points at Osborne and asks Baron if he is actually worried he would win against that wizard. Osborne interrupts, saying to stop and begin the battle. Osborne asks LK if he is participating due to the Lord's request, but why LK is participating. LK replies that it just happened and thinks that he needs to find a dragon heart, wondering what he is even doing here in an unplanned mage duel out of nowhere. Osborne clenches his teeth and says that LK is arrogant and not planning to answer his question, then declares he will see if LK is as skillful as his arrogant mouth. With that, he casts a magic spell at him. LK protests that he is not ready yet, but Osborne throws the magic missiles at him. LK also casts a magic spell and equips the staff that Sapphire gave him, and with that, a huge light is emitted from him. After the dust settles, LK stands within a protective shield. Osborne says that it looks like LK was not all talk, then adds how about this as he casts a spell and throws flame arrows toward him. LK forms a magic circle on the ground and creates huge ice spears that block the flame arrows and cause an explosion. Osborne casts another spell, combining Aqua Blast and Lightning Bolt. Seeing him, LK wonders if he is double casting, which means he is a mage who is tier 5 or above. Osborne then hurls a huge magic ball of double casting toward LK. Watching it, LK thinks that Osborn is trying to electrocute him after dousing him with water. He casts the Ice Storm spell, which protects him from the lightning and diffuses the huge magic ball that cracks apart. LK protects himself from the aftershocks of this dispel within the shield. Osborn is surprised by the dodge, and the onlookers are both shocked and cheering for LK. Macon says that was amazing, while Lucy tells LK she is bored and wants him to finish it quickly. Baron begins to worry, wondering if Osborn is actually going to lose. Osborn then admits to LK that he is clearly not at an elementary level, saying that to think he would defend against double casting means he was hiding his skills. LK replies that he has not actually hit anything yet, and he thinks to himself that it is all thanks to Sapphire's staff, as the magic stone is helping him a lot. Frustrated, Osborn casts another spell and tells LK to try defending against this as well. He raises the flame blaster and hurls it toward him. The audience murmurs in concern, wondering if that spell is not too dangerous. Osborn laughs, saying it is unfortunate for LK to fight against him. As the flame blaster surrounds LK completely, LK calmly dispels the magic, shattering it into pieces. Osborn stares in disbelief, saying it is impossible and questioning how Tier 5 magic could be broken like that. LK explains that there are too many openings in Osborn's formula to the point where he can simply dispel it in one go. He then gathers a fireball in his hand and remarks that Osborn should try his spell too. LK leaps up and hurls the fireball toward Osborn, who panics at the incoming attack. He attempts to dispel it, but quickly realizes it is not working. In desperation, he forms a shield and barely dodges the blast. When the battlefield settles, Osborn is shaken, sweating heavily, and he asks LK where he learned such magic. LK recalls Sapphire telling him that in the beginning, the dragon elves, fairies, and beastmen were the first to learn magic from dragons, and that humans later learned magic through those three races. Since humans learned from many different races, their creativity and variety are great, but their formulas have become overly complicated. Now, the research on humans' fairy formula, summarized by fairies, is being injected into LK. LK then asks Osborn why he should tell him anything. Osborn says that the formula LK used is something he has never seen or heard of before. However, he adds that a dynamic formula that changes at whim is only a cheap spectacle, and no matter who LK's master is, he will not improve further like that. LK responds by asking why Osborn does not worry about himself instead. Frustrated, Osborn declares that he will show the ultimate magic. He forms a huge magic circle above him, shattering it into crystal fragments that gather and form a conjured elemental. LK thinks to himself that it is strong compared to other Tier 5 spells, but not so much that it can be called the ultimate magic. Osborn then says that LK should try fighting against his specialty, ice magic. LK responds by saying that he will do the same, and he forms his own ultimate magic, conjuring an elemental of flames that gathers and shapes into a massive form. Both of them conjure their elementals, which move toward each other. As the ice conjure begins to punch, the flame conjure blocks its strike. The audience enjoys the situation. Osborn says it is not bad, but LK will lose. LK thinks that this is nothing, since it is a mana battle in the end. The ice conjure tries to dominate the flames, and LK realizes that he must now spend more mana to see the end of the match. As he does so, his conjure grows stronger and attacks the ice elemental, which starts shattering into pieces. LK then approaches Osborn and asks him if he would like to continue. Osborn asks him if he is from the inner circle of the Sage's Tower, saying there is no need to hide, because unless he is from the inner circle, it is impossible to do such a thing at that age. LK says he does not know what Osborn is talking about, but asks if he admits his defeat. Baron shouts at Osborn that he cannot admit defeat no matter what, but Osborn admits it. With that, Felix announces LK's victory. Everyone starts cheering their victory and praising LK's magic skills. LK then says to Baron that before anything else, it is their victory, reminding him of his promise to pay 60 gold per the deceased and 20-fold for the monster's parts sold on the market. Baron seems troubled and says it is because of LK's scheme. Then LK notices Lucy is not there and wonders where she is. He finds her sleeping in a room. When she opens her eyes, she asks if it is over, and LK tells her they have won. After that, they both leave human territory, and on the way, LK shows Lucy the coins. Lucy says it is great, but asks if he can really just take them like that. He replies that it is fine since it is for personal use, and adds that he needs some compensation for all he has done for them. He then asks if Baron would not go back on his words just because they left. She says she once read in a book that arena battles like that require nobles to put their title on the line, and if they do not accept the results, they will have to forfeit their title. He asks her what book it is, but then someone stops them from behind. It is Macon on a carriage, saying they finally caught up to them, and that it was a good idea to leave immediately after hearing of their departure. Elysian says they were worried since LK disappeared without even saying farewell. LK replies that it felt like another problem was going to come up if he stayed in that city. Macon says the mercenaries wanted him to deliver their thanks to LK. LK answers that they are welcome and asks Macon and Elysian if it is okay for them to leave that place like that. Macon explains that Cromwell will take care of it, and as soon as he receives the money, he will send it their way using the caravan. LK then asks where they are headed, adding that he is going toward the northeast for now. Macon says they are on the way to the great temple of the crown god, and since they are going in the same direction, he asks if LK would accompany them. Lucy quickly sits on the carriage, saying she does not have to walk anymore. LK thinks that since it is his first time adventuring, it would be better to go with others, and it will be more comfortable since he will not have to walk alone. Then they continue their journey. LK tracked the location of the great temple of Crowngaus, which still lay to the northeast, but Lucy doubted the device's usefulness at close range. LK assured her that it was already pretty useless as it was. Lucy objected because he was making fun of her dad's skill. She could sense a dragon's heart if it was close, and wondered if her dad had sent her for no reason. Right after that, LK felt awkward about her, wondering if he was going to stay with that troublemaker until the end. After that, LK told her to go home because her mom was probably getting worried. But Lucy explained that her mom was okay, adding that she had informed her to stay at Dad's lair to go on an adventure. LK was in a fit of fury because he was suffering here, but they were not taking that seriously at all. Both of them were verbally arguing with each other on the horse-drawn carriage. Then Elysian spoke up, offering to help. Suddenly, the story continued from the horse-drawn carriage, which stepped slowly towards its destination. Inside the carriage, LK was in shock. He couldn't believe he was lying down here, but Elysian told him that the wagon was a bit crowded. Elysian asked if he wasn't used to riding wagons, and he admitted he hadn't gone out much. Immediately, Macon appeared and asked both of them about their discussion. LK claimed that they were discussing the item he needed to find for his father. After that, LK felt bad because he was dozing off like that in that position. Macon asked him if he was really from the inner circle of the Sage's Tower. LK got shocked and asked about the Sage's Tower and inner circle. Macon objected, thinking the boy was a wizard, but LK explained he had never studied magic and was visiting a bustling place like the Codent region for the first time. Macon said that the Sage's Tower, a grand structure at the center of the continent, was home to many wizards who researched magic and funded their work by running the Banyan Tree Academy. But unlike a typical academy, the 7 sages trained their disciples at the very top of the tower. Those disciples were called the Inner Circle. He claimed that skills like LK were usually from the Inner Circle, but LK asked about the happening of Marquis Delphin. Macon showed a map of the Arsenia continent. While seeing the map, he wondered about his location. LK hinted at the Kudrin Kingdom on the map, whereas the Elune Kingdom was right next to it, because the team was heading toward the northeast for the Great Temple of Crowngaus. Afterward, Macon asked about the Delphin family from the Elune Kingdom, and LK replied that his master had once belonged to that noble house. LK wondered if Marquis Delphin would manage to get his hands on whatever DTS had located. A little later, he turned to the others and asked why they were going to the Great Temple. Elysian turned to the cross and said she'd received a prophecy. LK mocked, asking her if she was talking about a message that was given to the Holy Saints. On the other hand, LK approached Lucy and told her that if it were something she couldn't answer, he wouldn't pry anymore. However, Macon noted the time. He decided to camp outside, find a spot, and then eat dinner. Subsequently, the dinner was ready. LK and his companion were enjoying having dinner. After that, LK asked about how long it would take to reach the city. Macon informed them that it would take about 4 days and told them to pass by a village together. TK asked if they weren't heading straight to the city, and Macon explained that they'd left in a rush and didn't have enough food. It would run out soon. Lucy suddenly got confused and looked back. she sensed someone was approaching. They found out Kisar, the adventurer, had come from the bushes, drawn by the sight of their campfire, and asked if he could join them. He felt it would be a lot safer to stick with LK and his group of mercenaries, but Lucy disagreed because they already had 5 people, and that was their limit. Kisar felt disappointed to hear. After taking a moment to prepare himself, he suddenly hurled the knife at them without warning. The knife was inches away from hitting LK. Lucy instantly stepped in front of him and blocked the knife, saving him. Kisar was shocked to see that. LK asked about his identity, but Kisar declined to reveal it and stepped forward and hurled his knives at them. His warriors aimed their bows and threw the arrows at them. The arrow comes towards Team LK. The wizard held a magical object that began to glow as he commanded it to protect from standard missiles. After casting a spell, all the arrows froze. Therefore, LK was in a fit of fury over the opponent's action. He told the magical object to use the cloud kill. Kisar could not understand because it was the poison gas, and they decided to run, shocked at how LK was casting magic so quickly. LK screamed furiously at the opponents, and they were prepared for the incoming attacks. He decided to apply the tiger's night vision, which was better than humans by a few fold. He created a glowing weather ball that floated above his hand. Water splashed and put out the fire. After that, darkness enveloped everything. Consequently, he used the night vision technique to see the opponents. The opponents were instantly scared as darkness covered everything. Seeing the chance, LK fired a magic missile at one of the enemies. As he fired, another enemy came up behind him to attack. Suddenly, he turned his face fearlessly to the backside. So, he used the wind cutter technique on him. The fight had continued to persist. In the end, the opponents were defeated and sat in an unconscious position, and the man who had once arrived as an adventurer finally surrendered to them. LK could not figure out who they were and wondered if Baron Condemned had sent them. Lucy furiously tried to wake up to Kisar. Subsequently, Kisar became conscious. He smirked and warned LK and his companions that they'd regret ever messing with the Black Brotherhood. At the same time, Lucy furiously told him that if he did not want to get hit, he should spit out everything he knew. However, LK asked if some dark wizards had appeared and made them their subordinates, instructing them to kidnap people who would work in the mines on the View Mountain. Macon informed that one escaped, so perhaps the dark wizards would come that way. Afterward, Lucy was in a fit of fury and decided never to forgive the dark wizards. The system narrated about the dark wizard. Meanwhile, the wizards use the mana in the surroundings to use magic. A dark wizard uses demonic energy to use magic by forming a contract with a demon. The ones who received great power in exchange for sacrificing a living soul. A being that everyone scorns and yet is afraid of. The scene transitioned to Lucy, who decided to kill the dark wizards. Both were shocked, as it was likely that most dark wizards used elves as the sacrifice when forming a contract with a demon. LK was stunned because he understood that Lucy was not a dragon. He thought Lucy was pretending to be an elf, but she was really one. Now he knew Lucy's mom was an elf, and she told him not to drop his guard again, asking what could have happened. LK promised he'd be more careful, and she asked why he was suddenly being so nice. After that, Lucy felt calm to hear that. Meanwhile, LK asked about the plan, and Elysian explained that her duty was to report any signs of the dark wizards to the Holy Temple. At the same time, Macon proposed visiting Hanjaman village together since he had someone he knew there. They were astonished to see Lucy, who insisted on sleeping first, while Macon assured them he would keep watch for the night. LK had an idea to put up a barrier so everyone could sleep soundly. Right after, they again added wood to the fire for sleeping. LK regretted this day, for without magic, he would have already crossed into the afterlife. He wanted to go back home and hoped he could do something with his magic there. Soon after, he slept. The next day, both of them were excited and felt happy about their journey to the Hanjaman village. They continued their journey while the opponents were tied to the back of the horse-drawn carriage. At last, they approached their destination. One of the soldiers asked them about their identity. Macon responded, saying he would meet the Carrick, who was the chief of that village. Suddenly, Korak realized who had been searching for him. He called Macon and inquired about their presence. Elysian informed him that 2 years had passed since they last met. Simultaneously, Korak expressed his delight at seeing them and asked if she could examine a few patients. Afterward, they arrived at the house where the patient was present. He was in a lot of pain. Luki had never believed healing the patient was possible. The patient's pain was increasing. The moment Elysian saw it, she knew that it was a terrible wound. Meanwhile, Macon instructed Jenny, the mercenary, to wait outside together so that Elysian could concentrate on the patient. After coming outside, they decided to introduce their identity to each other. Macon introduced himself and revealed the identity of his companion, who was inside the house, healing a patient. Afterward, Karak introduced himself and mentioned that he had known Macon since the time he served as a mercenary. Jenny introduced herself and said she was glad to meet LK and the others. LK was impressed by her beauty from the beginning, but she was even prettier when she smiled. Luki also introduced himself. Then LK realized he'd been the one to cast the emergency healing magic and asked how he'd used it. Luki said that it was wizard specific. LK glimpsed his past when Sapphires explained that magic's fundamental formula was changed when the target of the magic also changed. As for healing magic, healing someone other than oneself was a lot more complicated, so effectiveness goes down. That was why healing was done by the servants of the gods, who borrowed their power from the gods. LK understood that healing magic would not be as effective. From a Luki's perspective, LK did pretty well. Most beginner wizards wouldn't even know that. The two were engaged in an argument, each accusing the other of being an intermediate wizard. The intermediate wizards were usually elderly men. They stared at one another, each recognizing the presence of another genius besides himself. Meanwhile, Elysian was busy healing the patient. She focused, mustering her energy to heal the wound. At the same time, Jenny had been accompanying Luki since he had received a quest to investigate the Dark Wizards. She explained that they had 3 more companions, including Leo, who was inside receiving treatment, and while it was clear those guys were there for a reason, she honestly had no idea what it was. Macon mentioned a magic stone mine in the View Mountains, which his group discovered last night. Since magic stones are government-controlled, only a limited number can be smuggled into the underground market. LK casually mentioned that the more important thing was the village's proximity to his, as they'd be invading again in a few days, while Luki formally inquired whether they were at least tier 6. Karak decided to inform the villagers, but Macon suggested not to inform because it would only cause panic. Jenny agreed with Macon because if villagers had different ideas from them, it would only cause more problems. LK felt awkward because he wanted to sit aside, whereas Lucy looked at him, confused. As he sat alone, he realized that everything was beyond his control, since he yearned to return home. He missed Neoguri, Chapagheti, because it had been a long time since he had met. Suddenly, he felt something like someone was about to attack him. He turned his face to the bushes and screamed in a fit of fury. It was revealed that a little girl appeared from the bushes, who felt scared and lonely. LK was shocked to see her because he seemed like a bad guy who was secretly watching him from the bushes. He asked her about her residence and identity, and she introduced herself as Marie. Marie touched his magical wand. LK told her it was a continual light. He raised his hand and released an aura. Marie was amazed. She felt happy and excited to see it. LK asked about her loneliness and inquired about her parents. She assured that her parents were fighting the bad guys and were killed. She cried loudly, but LK, trying to cheer her up, said in a calm tone that he'd show her something cool. Afterward, he casually pinched his finger, and the Joyland clone appeared with precise formality. She smiled, clearly happy to see it, and asked about it, and LK explained that it was a carousel from another world. Marie inquired about going, and he informed her that she would be permitted once she matured. She was amazed because she wanted to learn magic, and LK insisted she should learn how to create a carousel. Marie refused it because she wanted to learn magic to kill the bad guys. LK was confused to hear her answer, and Lucy appeared and inquired about his presence here, explaining that she had heard a child crying. LK assured her that nobody made anyone cry. Marie demanded to touch her pointy ears, but Lucy declined. LK asked her if she was being cold to the kid just because it wouldn't wear out. He knew Lucy really hated it because he wanted to touch it a little, too. Immediately, Jenny told them to come back, informing them that Elysian had just finished healing. At the same time, Lucy told him to go together. On the other side, Marie felt worried. She rapidly ran away from them. LK called out to her constantly, but she did not stop. He guessed that Marie was going home. Once the healing process was complete, Leo regained his composure and inquired about the condition of his fellow squad members. But Jenny told the regrettable news that everyone had died. She told him that if Elysian hadn't healed him in time, he would have died too. Leo inquired about the wizards and whether they were getting him, but nobody responded to him. He was in a fit of fury and decided to avenge his comrade with his death. Though Elysian advised him to rest, he continued to accelerate, claiming he had no time to pause. Nevertheless, he expressed his gratitude for her care. So, while they were all gathered, they suddenly sensed a blast. They were shocked to see that. They saw a big fire in the village that was spreading rapidly. On the other side, Marie ran away, and LK stood there, shocked to see her. He made up his mind to chase her and ran after her. Macon instructed them to go together and protect the villagers, but both insisted on fighting and guarding the wizard LK. Lo needed complete rest, but he still insisted on going because he couldn't just lie around in a situation like that. However, Macon refused and handed him over to Elysian to take care of him. On the other side, the villagers were dying one by one due to the enemy. LK thought that they mercilessly murdered those helpless people. He called out to Marie in a loud voice, urging her to speak. As he was shouting, he felt something and turned his head back. It was discovered that the brutes were gripping her hand tightly and had decided to kill her as following the orders. One of the men remarked that the order never specified killing everyone, and he suggested that the kids could be used as test subjects or sacrificial offerings, so he decided to bring her along. Suddenly, LK used the air bomb technique and threw it at the enemies. Subsequently, he expressed curiosity and requested Marie to come here. She obeyed his order and came at him, whereas the bunch of enemies were ready for their strikes. LK gathered his core energy by using his arcane energy. He threw a powerful and terrible burst at the opponents. The opponents could hardly believe how he had done that. One of the bald enemies ordered his soldiers to stop him from casting magic. But the surprising part was that Lucy, who stood beside him, didn't recognize him at first. Consequently, they both simultaneously realized it was the opponent. Before the bald man could react, Lucy swiftly struck him and his companions. At the same time, the rest of the enemies understood that the LK and his companions were so strong. Before speaking, Lucy struck with a lightning bolt, freezing them both. Lucy stood fearlessly and asked Lucy if she was hurt. But the problem was that LK appreciated Jenny instead of Lucy, who had actually come to help. They both considered themselves superior to each other. On the other hand, when the enemies saw the two powerful wizards, they grew afraid and decided to inform Marcus Nim of the situation. At the same time, Karak was relieved to see LK safe after running ahead alone. But he couldn't believe the enemies would do such a thing to that small village. LK demanded to leave the child with him. Lucy did not believe because he came here all by himself because of that child. But Marie insisted on staying with LK because she felt that the chief was scary. She was weeping because she wanted to avenge her parents against the bad guys. LK looked at her with emotional understanding. Since he grasped her feelings, he lovingly placed his hand on her head and assured her that wizards never lie. He promised to avenge her parents. Karak vowed to protect the child himself and told him to take the right path, where people were fighting, and help them. Lucy asked if he was not planning to rush in there again by himself, but he ultimately decided to go with everyone. Macon swung his sword at the enemies one by one. Especially Joe, who was completely healed, was fighting fearlessly against the opponents. One of the bald men realized that wizards were powerful and decided to get one. Suddenly, a fireball had come speedily. It blasted on the ground, and dust was everywhere. LK called out to Macon and asked about his presence. He claimed that, judging by the head count, most of the Black Brotherhood was likely present. Suddenly, Abyssal Mage, Marcus Nim's second disciple, Lupus, appeared using the diamond dust technique. Due to the effect of diamond dust, a soldier was gradually encased in ice and frozen. LK knew that these stupid bandits never ended up being useful. At the same time, Lupus asked him if he had been searching for him. LK understood that he must be the Dark Wizard. Afterward, Lupus foretold his death. LK smirked and mocked him, saying he was just a small fry. After saying that, Lupus had a fit of fury and decided to attack him. He mustered his energy from his hand and applied the ice spear technique to him. On the other side, LK gathered his energy and unleashed the arcane cannon technique at him. The ice spear and arcane cannon collided, unleashing a massive explosion across the ground. Lupus did not understand how he could do that. LK instructed Macon to take care of the rest. Excited and proud of his own techniques, he turned to Lupus and asked why he had called over Marcus or whatever over here. LK wanted to provoke Lupus, but that didn't look good. Lupus used his ice storm technique to destroy him. Oppositely, LK further used the wall of fire skill to attack him. Due to the effect of the technique, the fire formed a circular barrier around him. Whereas, Lupus furiously looked at him because the opposite man blocked his ice storm strike. He couldn't believe he could do that at such a young age, but the reality was that LK had learned and practiced to the best of his ability. According to LK, it wasn't as hard as he expected, but he was nervous for nothing. Lupus hadn't expected that to happen, and when LK asked what he would do if he couldn't accept it, he had no answer. Consequently, he used his smartest technique, the ice arrow, on him. In response, LK applied his shield to protect against the attack. He mocked him, sarcastically guessing how angry he must be. As he explained, Lupus got tired of gathering mana and doing all the calculations, so he suggested putting his hand on the dark magic to become stronger. But now, he couldn't even defeat a proper wizard. Before he could say anything, Lupus screamed loudly to stop him. He unleashed his dreadful ice bomb technique on him. At the same time, LK mustered his energy in his hand to stop the opponent's terrible attack. He shot a fire arrow into the sky because an ice bomb was falling toward him. Lupus was shocked to see that. LK smiled and once again mocked him, urging him to demonstrate his ice bomb magic and sarcastically suggesting a pact with a more competent demon. But that was the extent of his effort. He would reach Tier 9 someday. After hearing the truth about himself, fear was visible in Lupus's eyes. He commanded his soldiers to kill him. LK challenged him, saying he couldn't beat him in terms of the number of soldiers. But he reminded Lupus to forget something. Lupus inquired about whether he had forgotten something important. Suddenly, Lucy appeared behind him from the sky and was about to attack him. Oppositely, LK used the magic missile on the opponents. All the opponents fell down on the ground due to the effect of that skill. Lucy was just about to reach the main opponent. Lupus was deeply astonished to see her. In actuality, the magical sword had been put in her hand. He was shocked to see her sword, as Lupus had only used ice and related techniques, whereas LK and his crew had mostly applied opposite techniques. For self-defense, Lupus made an ice shield between them. On the other side, Lucy fearlessly came near to him. By using his sword, she released a fire from her sword onto the shield. Lupus's shield grew weaker as it broke through the outermost layer. His eyes remained wide because his ideas always flopped in those circumstances. At the end, Lucy broke his ice shield. She stabbed her sword at his abdomen. By stabbing her sword, a massive explosion occurs beside Lupus. Lupus did not want to die like that. At last, he fell on the ground and died badly. The rest of his allies were in fear and decided to flee. Right after, Lucy asked LK about his condition. Subsequently, the system narrated that the path of magic was endless and akin to a labyrinth. The higher the tier, the more someone was always running out of mana, and the formulas only kept getting more complicated, especially since no one really knew how much effort it would take to break through the wall, or if it was even possible. Despite the fact that there were some who cultivated their existence in that world through silent efforts, there were also some who chose an easier path. However, great power did not necessarily mean one had become strong, as everyone must learn to control that power on their own. At least LK had gotten one, since he had never seen their master yet. In the meantime, Lucy inquired about his well-being, to which he responded that there was no time to rest. He told her to go together. On the other hand, Glowin, a dark wizard, confidently stood and was ready to attack the fireballs. Jenny leapt into the air and launched the arrows with precision from her bow. They flew straight toward the dark wizard, but the opponent fearlessly stood and warned to protect from normal missiles. As the arrows neared him, they automatically veered off course and passed harmlessly by. He passed his ugly smile and said it was useless. Now, Glowin decided to strike the fireball. Now, Luki understood that it was double casting, so he devised a plan to dodge the attack by using his shield, whereas both of them safely stood inside it. Oppositely, Glowin threw multiple fireballs at them. Luki knew that the opponent used fireball in succession like that. While throwing the fireball, Glowin mocked and suggested making an extra special shield to protect from fireballs. Due to fireballs, the shield became weaker and could not hold on. As the dark wizard hurled the final fireball and shattered the shield, an ice shield instantly formed between them to intercept the blast. Glowin looked confused and could not understand how the ice shield was interrupted. However, LK asked both of them about their well-being. Jenny sarcastically asked him if they were okay in that condition. Now, he understood why Jenny called him a brat. Therefore, he asked Luki about their opponent's identity, and Luki introduced his identity, estimating that Glowing was around tier 5. But LK, feeling happy, claimed that he was also at tier 5. Glowin looked confused, wondering why more wizards had shown up. He guessed that it was not a magic sword. He laughed and asked Lucy where she got that magic sword, saying it looked useful and demanding that she hand it over. The dark wizard wanted to take it after killing her because he wished it would be too wasteful to kill with a face like Lucy's. However, LK asked him if he was Marcus' disciple like Lupus. Glowin agreed and manifested that he was the first disciple of Marcus, whereas Lupus was the second disciple. His first priority was to find Lupus here, but LK informed him that he was already dead. As he heard about his death, Glowin felt happy since Lupus was able to make a contract with a stronger demon than him. But Glowin promised himself to avenge his death with them. After completing his talks, he mustered his energy in his hand, and the fireball appeared in his hand. He threw the flame of fire towards them. Meanwhile, Lucy felt excited to fight him. She unsheathed her magical sword and stepped towards Glowin fearlessly. She pointed her sword at him, and a terrifying flame burst out. Its force was so immense that Glowin's flamethrower almost sputtered out completely. Glowin couldn't believe she had done that, given how her strength had become stronger. She swung her sword again at his barrier. Consequently, Glowin was pushed back forcefully by the effect of her terrible strength. He was amazed by Lucy's magic sword, which was so powerful. LK was satisfied with the sword's power and wondered if it was also because Lucy had inherited the red dragon's fire affinity blood from Rayard. Meanwhile, Lucy screamed that she smelled elf blood in the dark wizard's magic. She asked how many elves Glowin had sacrificed. Glowin stood calmly and mocked her for feeling apologetic when she was just a half-elf. LK revealed that he was the one who should read the mood, but the opponent wizard did not understand it. He further revealed Glowin's truth. He had only been using fire magic until now, just like the other disciples of Marcus. He told him that he had only learned how to cast the magic by choosing the spells with strong attacks like fire or ice affinities. As they were talking, an elderly man discreetly glanced at them. He said he'd never seen that strange wizard before. He wondered where LK was from. The scene transitioned to the fireballs that had been thrown by Glowin. Lucy fearlessly stepped towards him. Glowin used the wall of fire for protection. On the other hand, Lucy swung her magical sword at him. Glowin was stunned to see that. Then, he cast a spell for a terrible strike at her. Upon completing the incantation, he released a colossal and perilous burst of flame toward her. Due to its effect, she pushed back forcefully. LK encouraged her not to be impatient because that magic would not last long. It was a powerful spell, but as long as everyone stayed outside its range, they would remain safe. It would keep draining his mana, leaving Glowin unable to cast any other spells, and once his mana ran out and couldn't maintain it anymore, then LK and his crew decided to move in to attack. LK called out to the opponent to remind him that when the magic ends, use the blink spell to retreat so he could buy time to cast another spell. Luki objected to revealing that advantage, but he asked if Glowin was not supposed to know it, and if any wizard could really be unaware of the basics. He added that there probably were some wizards who could not use the blink spell. Luki again objected, saying the opponent could use a spell like Inferno, but he could not use a basic spell like blink. He screamed and gave the message to all those opponents who cheated their way up. LK felt guilty, whether it was because of Seafire's injection training or because he was trying to cheat his way to tier 6 using Dragon Heart. On the other side, Glowin could not hold his magic anymore. He pushed back forcefully due to the effect of finishing all mana magic. Now, Lucy had a golden chance to attack him. The wizards were face to face, and it looked like the fight was almost over. Unexpectedly, someone interrupted and used the wind cutter magic to stop Lucy. The wind blew so hard that it sent her staggering backward. In that story, the elder man held a vital role, owing to his name, Marcus, a powerful and terrible wizard. He was surprised to see Glowin defeated, especially given how confident he had been in the past. Luki pointed at the elder man, saying that he was the dark wizard whom he had met earlier. Marcus could not expect that both his disciples would be defeated by the teenage wizards. He asked about Lupus, but was told the unfortunate news that he had died. Marcus confirmed that his second disciple had been killed by that wizard. He asked LK about his identity and why a mere wizard like him was trying to interfere with the Dimensions Mediator. LK looked confused about the Dimensions Mediator, which was how dark wizards called themselves. He inquired about why the Dimensions Mediator was getting in the way of that mere wizard. Marcus regretted asking him. Soon after, he cast a spell by using the energy thrower magic. He threw it at him, releasing a highly effective radiation. LK was stunned because he had never seen such a dangerous spell used in the field of magic. On the other hand, he used the force wall to protect himself. In that situation, the force wall could not be helpful because the energy thrower magic was very sensitive. Consequently, he pushed backward due to the effect of the opponent's magic. Slowly, his shield became weaker, and he tried to hold it as far as he could. Unfortunately, the force wall had broken. At the same time, a huge explosion occurred on the ground. Both of them were shocked to see that. Lucy called out to LK loudly. However, Megan and Leo were also astonished to see that and wondered what it was. After the explosion, the dust was scattered everywhere. Marcus stood fearlessly on the ground, but he sensed something immediately. He cast the magic missile without turning to face Leo, who stood behind him, ready to strike. The missile came at Leo, but he could not stop it. He fell badly on the ground. At the exact moment, LK used the fire horn technique to attack the Elder. Marcus applied the cone of ice magic at the same time. The ice cone and fire horn clashed. Marcus's magic turned out to be stronger than his. LK's condition was like he could not fight anymore, and he realized that the Elder Man possessed more mana than he did. From Marcus's perspective, LK's formula was rather unique and inquired about where he learned his magic. LK questioned him about why he wanted to know where he had learned. At the same time, Luki screamed at him to stop. Marcus said that the fools of the Sage's Tower were only concerned with passing down a dull tradition they glorify because it was impossible to think someone from that place could create such a formula. LK asked him how he knew about it because the Elder Man assured him that he was from the Inner Circle. After listening to the fact, both of them could not believe that he was from the Inner Circle. He asked about why someone like Marcus became a dark wizard. Marcus absorbed all the magical formulas there were, but he could not surpass his own wall. 10 years of training were a complete waste. During that time, those weak people, those who did not put in an ounce of effort, started to get ahead of Marcus. He asked if LK didn't think something was seriously wrong here. Without any talent, learning magic was impossible, and it did not guarantee one's success just because they tried their hardest. There would be someone who would never be able to break through their current tier. Meanwhile, some individuals could enter their next tier with minimal effort. Marcus most likely was disillusioned by that unfairness and left the Inner Circle Sage's Tower. That was just how the world was. A lot of effort didn't necessarily mean someone would be rewarded. LK studied his hardest in elementary, middle, and high school just to enter a good college, but he ended up being summoned into that world against his own will. The wall Marcus was trying to pass was only Tier 4, but he couldn't overcome even such a measly obstacle, having remained a beginner wizard for over 10 years. Subsequently, he realized that he wasted his precious time. LK figured he would not be able to talk him out of that. But he wondered what Marcus wanted him to do about it, since he was just a simple high schooler who wanted to go home. He decided to find a way to turn the situation to his advantage. The scene shifted to LK, who stood before the most powerful wizard. Marcus stared at him, ready for the attack. LK knew Marcus was a Tier 6 mage, and if he fought him using only magic, his mana would run out. He decided to apply the force wall because he needed to find a way out of the situation. Yet again, Marcus resorted to the devastating arcane energy thrower. He launched it at LK with great power, but he tried to block it using a force wall. But alas, it was clear he wouldn't hold it on for much longer. Suddenly, a ray of hope appeared. Lucy, who had tried to help, continued to encourage him. Also, his allies arrived to help him and assured him that they would win against Marcus together. Luki applied a force wall that was stronger than LK's. Similarly, 2 force walls had been made to support and block the opponent's devastating energy thrower. Leo told his crew to fight alongside him, but Jenny suggested he should take care of himself because they wouldn't let him face the hardship alone. Finally, LK came to understand the strong and courageous support he had from his companions. He knew that if everyone attacked together, there should be an opening. He ordered his allies to strike Marcus together the moment the magic ended, warning them it was their only chance. Subsequently, they faced the circumstances bravely and fearlessly. LK reminded them to apply the plan that he had told them earlier, and his companions had understood what he was trying to tell them. Marcus said it would be easier to just die, and he asked if this would be their final struggle for life. Before he could say anything, Lucy stepped towards him by waving her magical sword. Suddenly, Marcus used his powerful technique, a lightning bolt, on her sword. Due to the effect of the lightning bolt, her sword was pulled out of her hand. Immediately afterward, the great Marcus unleashed his flame spear magic. He extended his hand and used it on LK's allies. Dust erupted around Marcus following his action. At the same time, Jenny hurled an ice arrow at his face, leaving a small cut where it struck. Marcus exclaimed in fury that such mere small fries would dare defy him. However, Luki kept casting spells while Jenny continued firing arrows from her bow. The regular arrows transformed into an ice arrow due to a spell cast by Luki. She threw it at the great elder man without any fear. Marcus was clever, since he threw the flame arrow at the same time to foil the ice arrow. Consequently, Jenny's ice arrow was flopped. Behind him, Lucy rushed at him. Marcus also had the solution to that problem. He made the ground slippery with grease where Lucy was running, so she'd slip and fall. Afterward, he extended his hand to her. He believed that Lucy was about to die. Before he used any terrible magic on her, Macon transformed himself into a bloodthirsty tiger. He lunged at him, his claws raised for a vicious attack. Even the great Marcus was shaken by what he saw. But he never gave up and again cast a powerful air hammer spell at him. As a result of the attack, a large hole had been torn through Macon's abdomen. At last, he fell on the ground. Luki was in disbelief that the great elder had defeated the most powerful mercenary in mere minutes. The powerful Marcus proudly declared that their simple attacks would be useless against him. He told LK he was using the small fire's power since he couldn't beat him. LK didn't want to hear that from a dark wizard who had already borrowed a demon's power. Regardless, he expressed his gratitude to everyone for buying him time, which allowed him to complete it, and decided to hold Mana on a little longer. Without any hesitation, he used the Gust of Wind spell, which was a very dangerous spell, and it seemed that it could not be stopped by Marcus. An incredible tornado occurred after using it. The Great Elder assured him that he was only able to muster Tier 3 spells for all the times he had. From his view, LK's end was near. Unexpectedly, in those circumstances, LK looked confidently and trusted his own spells. He claimed that the tier of magic did not decide everything, and told them to analyze the situation and cast the most appropriate magic. That was what the wizards were supposed to be. After his talk, he pushed the gust of wind towards the fire. Marcus could not understand why he shot it that way. Luki was shocked, wondering how that was possible. Indeed, it was possible as long as one had the right formula and careful mana control. For the first time, Marcus was shocked and in disbelief at how that guy could do that. He employed the fire tornado technique as his method of response, but it did not affect the gust of wind. Now, he understood that LK used a gust of wind in the place of fire to create Tier 6 magic, a fire tornado. In reality, the rapid spread of the fire was due to the influence of the wind. LK said to him that his underlings' attacks worked because they distracted him so much that he didn't notice the fire spreading until now. The great elder man was in a fit of fury to hear that, because LK was not stopping to mock him. Meanwhile, the fire tornado's energy grows, showing that Marcus has made things worse for himself. On the other side, Glowin called to him from behind. Marcus didn't give up and tried casting the spell again. He used the last tactic of the wall of ice to stop the fire tornado. After casting a spell, an ice block had appeared, but it remained unaffected. Conversely, Lucy took hold of both crews and approached LK. She complained that she could no longer move her legs because she was tired. At the same time, Marcus was too busy to stop the incredible fire tornado. He figured the fire tornado got wiped out by a wall of ice, but he was wrong. Simultaneously, the Great Elder let out a scream. A massive explosion erupted. Its radiation was highly potent, resembling the ominous effect of a solar eclipse. Glowin constantly called out to his master. On the other hand, the dust was scattered everywhere where LK and his allies had presented. Consequently, the ice wall had melted. Both of them expressed their happiness to see the fall of the mighty Marcus. Inside the dust, Marcus appeared. But after so much had happened, his arrogance was at its peak. He looked at LK fiercely. Conversely, LK looked at him mockingly. Marcus never gave up and believed in himself, thinking this was his one last shot. LK wondered if it was really how it ended. Considering the last opportunity, he tried to use his last resort. But his guesses of last chance were wrong since his mana was fully used, and he could not use the mana in the future till he bought it. A wave of joy spread across LK's face for winning with him. Now, he had a golden chance to attack him by using his secret ultimate magic. According to Luki, it was a normal fireball. LK believed that a strong magic did not win, but magic that wins was strong. Luki was told that there was no easy fireball that would work against a tier 6 dark wizard. Meanwhile, Marcus felt something on his own body. He could not cast his spell. He wondered what had happened to his body. Before he could think more, the normal fireball hit him incredibly. Marcus cried loudly, but it was too late by then. He called out to his disciple to finish the fire. Conversely, LK knew that it worked rapidly. Whereas, Gloin asked his master about his well-being. Marcus called out and instructed him to escape by riding on his back. Gloin lifted him by his shoulder. Nevertheless, he would not forget today's humiliation. As they were walking, Lucy tried to stop. LK paused her and said it was way too risky. Luki and LK ran out of mana, and since a lot of their people were badly hurt, they decided to go together for now. Luki objected because Marcus used his defensive magic, and he should have defended against something like a fireball easily. LK explained that the Great Elder was not that he did not use it because he could not use it. He gave the reason that it was because of carbon dioxide poisoning. Carbon dioxide was the gas created from combustion. Due to the lack of color, smell, or taste, it was difficult to acknowledge it. Fire created from mana was not actually considered a natural combustion. However, the fire tornado just now was created by combining magic and natural combustion. Even though wind was created from magic, since the fire was natural, the carbon dioxide had also been absorbed into the tornado itself. It was not a wrong decision to defend the fire tornado with the wall of ice, as that would usually have been enough. If Marcus had realized what was going on, he could have cleared the air around him, but since he was focused on blocking the fire tornado, he let his guard down temporarily. If anyone breathed in too much carbon dioxide, it was going to disrupt the oxygen from being supplied to one's body. Then it would show signs of headache and nausea, and due to a lack of oxygen in the brain. Even the strongest wizard with absolute focus would lose his concentration. Lucy listened closely and felt happy to hear the truth. But she mocked at once, saying she had no idea what LK was saying. After that, LK and his crew watched the sunrise quietly. Lucy was the happiest of them all at their victory. She expressed her happiness by screaming. LK was kinda scary to think he had the whole group of dark wizards as his enemies, though Marcus would suffer from carbon dioxide poisoning for a while. He observed that Marcus's glare was about to kill with absolute resolution. LK decided to meet again with the great wizard someday. But what was important was that LK and his allies survived today's battle. Ultimately, they conveyed their joy by raising their voices in exuberant cheers. On the other hand, both of them continued on their journey. Marcus promised himself to kill LK with his own hands. He ordered Glowing to inform the other dimension's mediators. He declared LK and his crew as the enemies of the dimension's mediators. LK thanked his fate, as he was about to die at the time, a gamble that actually worked. Luki was certain his allies were about to die the moment Marcus showed up. He inquired about all the wizards, asking if all the wizards were as powerful as Marcus. At the same time, Jenny grinned and told Luki she was cool with it, just as long as he covered the hazard pay. Right after, she appreciated LK for winning against the Dark Wizard. LK felt lucky, but he also knew he might not beat the great Marcus again next time. Jenny once again thanked him, as the villagers, her chief, and mercenaries could live without hesitation in Hanjamin village. LK expressed his gratitude to those who had won that battle together. As he thought, rather than a kid like Lucy, Jenny was his style. Suddenly, Karak called out to them. He asked them about their well-being. Jenny sarcastically asked if they looked okay, and he laughed, saying she must be fine if she had the energy to complain. According to LK, Makin's rib was broken, and Leo's wound opened up again, and Elysian was probably in the village town hall, healing the wounded. Jenny asked him if he would help her. She assured him that she could rely on him. After listening to that, his heart was beating like crazy. Immediately, Lucy interrupted between them and told her that she could help her. LK said he could do it, but Lucy told him to go get his staff. though he already had his staff. She indicated the staff member who was lying on the ground. Marcus ran away without his staff since he must have been cornered for his dear life. To the wizards, the staff was an object that symbolized their existence itself. To use a staff, everyone must go through a process of taming their mana pattern onto the staff itself. So, he figured he'd give Luki as a loot. Finally, they won that battle, but the damage the village had taken was way too much. He looked at the destruction of the village with emotional distress. After seeing that, he left. Afterward, they arrived at the home where Elysian was present, but they found that she had gone somewhere since there was no answer from inside. Upon the door opening, they were met with a dreadful sight. Keeser and his companions had taken Elysian and Marie into custody. Marie cried loudly and called out to LK hopefully. Keeser reminded the old saying, warning that LK and his team would come to regret going against the Black Brotherhood. LK acted lazily, since Keeser already knew he was lost against them earlier. At that time, Keeser expressed confidence, asserting that LK's strength was of no concern. Still, LK showed laziness and knew he was talking about the Dark Wizard. Keeser warned him not to even think about running. Otherwise, LK's lover would be dead. LK was stunned when the opponent declared Elysian to his lover. To confirm, he asked the opponent what Elysian had told him. LK demanded to know what they had taken from him. Keeser warned him to surrender and shouted, saying his brother would be there soon, as they were fighting outside. All of a sudden, he asked why it was so quiet outside. To escape, Marie sank her teeth into the enemy's hand. Finally, she successfully ran away from him. Conversely, Elysian seized his hand and hit the knife into his nose using his own grip. She had laid him down by grabbing his hand. LK used a spell to hold the whole enemy team. After casting the spell, they got caught in a magic rope. LK assured the child that he was late, but everything was okay now. After that, Lucy wanted to get revenge on him for calling her a kid. She kept beating Keeser while he screamed loudly. Meanwhile, LK asked her about her well-being, and she assured him that she was fine, explaining that she had been staying still since a child had been taken hostage. She then asked him about the Dark Wizards and the bandits, and LK gave the good news about their victory. Both of them happily hugged LK and showed their happiness. Emotionally, Elysian apologized for the hug and explained that she was just so happy. At the same time, the child was crying with joy and thanked him for beating the bad guys who killed her parents. LK consoled her and asked if he had not gone back on his promises to her. He reminded her of the past when he promised to avenge her parents. She was happy because LK kept his promise. Lucy was still busy kicking the adventurer. LK told her that she needed energy to do that. If he wanted to live, he should be careful what he said in front of Lucy. Anyway, LK told her about the condition of Macon and Leo, and she instructed him to come inside together. Right after, Elysian tried to heal Macon. It would have been bad if not for Macon, but he said that aside from a few broken ribs and intense pain, he was fine. Afterward, she turned to Leo to heal him. Elysian told him not to go overboard, and Leo apologized for being reckless after seeing a dark wizard. She was happy to see Leo alive. He expressed his thanks to her. Elysian pointed the villagers toward the patients, saying she would treat those in critical condition first. She asked the lightly wounded to rest elsewhere and appealed to them to assist her if possible. She urged them to bring hot water and clean towels, knowing time was running out. The recovered villagers proceeded home in an orderly line. Leo was in a fit of fury because Marcus had caused so much destruction in the village, and he aimed to take revenge with his own hands. However, Luki asked him about his next plan. LK claimed that the Dark Wizards came here because of those Mana Stone mines in the first place. He was pretty sure the bandits who were guarding the mines should still be there. His allies insisted on doing something, but he refused, as Marcus had taken quite a bit of damage and had even lost his staff. Leo asked about the possibility of other Dark Wizards being there. Luki said that his companions had questioned the bandits they had caught earlier, and the bandits claimed it was only those three. LK looked at the recovery villagers who were going home. At the same time, he regretted that it could not be helped. He told his team to go get them quickly. They got Keeser and his crew into the forest. Lucy warned the adventurer not to dare trick them, implying he knew the consequences if he acted suspiciously. Keeser understood this, telling her to stop stabbing him. LK was tired because he hadn't slept well, but now he had to hike that mountain. Even though he was just trying to save Marie, he ended up killing people. He caught a glimpse of his past when he threw the air bomb at the people to save her. He was stressed since he just wanted to get back home. LK, who used to be just a normal high school student, became a wizard and even killed some people. If his mother found out about that, she would lose her mind. Nevertheless, he turned to Macon and inquired if it was okay for him to come with them. Even though Elysian had healed him and suggested he rest a bit longer, Macon tried to comfort him, saying not to worry, and asked if he wasn't sweating more than usual. Jenny whispered to him, inquiring whether he was tired. She claimed that wizards usually lack physical strength. She said he definitely looked like he was struggling way more than she was. Right after, Luki was surprised to see Lucy, saying she must be tired from how skilled she was. She ignored him and went ahead. They felt disappointed in her action. Anyway, Kisser directed them, assuring their presence at that location. He could not see well because of the dense vegetation of trees and bushes. LK used his eyes vision skill to see the armed bandits near the mine. Kisser raised his voice in a plea for help as the villagers were approaching. Meanwhile, LK was shocked to see him since he was limping just now, but the reality was that he was pretending to limp. Neither of them could believe his deception. Actually, his trap was to bring them to his Black Brotherhood base, where there was nothing he was afraid of. They were both inclined to give him a sound beating. One of the enemy pointed at LK, saying he was the one who took down a dark wizard in one hit. LK fearlessly threatened him to end up like those dark wizards. Kisser stated that his threat would be ineffective in this situation. Luckily, his allies gave up out of fear because LK took down the dark wizard in one hit, and there were fewer than 20 allies left. Kisser was in disbelief at seeing that defeat, so he declared to his brothers that they should work together, but they declined his proposal. LK felt like his power was much more exaggerated. There was only a glimmer of fear in Kisser's eyes. At the same time, Lucy used her powerful punch on him. He fell to the ground, and now the rest of the enemies were in LK's custody. The villagers who were trapped by Kisser stood in fear. Macon told them to listen and be attentive. He declared to them that they had come to save them all, but they were whispering to each other about Kisser, who was a bandit. Leo said that Kisser wasn't just a bandit, he was also using the people in the mountains as slave labor. LK told his allies that they were going to take a look inside the mine for now. He instructed Lucy and Macon and appealed to them to look after the villagers and the bandits outside the mines. They were going into the mine, whereas the rest of their companions stayed alert beside the villagers. As they entered, they saw a huge amount of mana stones and jewelry. Leo was shocked to see that and claimed that nobody had found a mana stone mine of that scale. Jenny pointed at both of them to look at the gold and jewelry. From Leo's perspective, it looked like the bandits were trying to run off with the money before his allies arrived, and he objected to how much mana stone they were selling off. Luki called out to them, having discovered something quite shocking. He found the mana stone crystal. LK was stunned to see it. Leo stated that a fantastic amount of density that could easily compare to the kingdom's #1 mine, Collant Mines. Luki agreed with him and said that if they calculated the time the dark wizards had been here, along with all the evidence of how much the bandits had mined there, he revealed that they mined at least 500 kg, which meant that if they converted that to gold, it would be over 1 million gold. LK tried to see that Contempt's reparation fee was 30 gold per person. He was crazy to think that it cost around 30,000 folds. Luki said that, unlike gold, mana ores weren't too hard to extract, but they needed a crazy amount of manpower, so it made sense that the bandits were using slaves. From Jenny's point of view, the bandits exported an insane amount of mana stone illegally. But LK and his companion did not know where that insane amount of mana stone went. That incident not only poses a danger to the Kudran Kingdom, but also to other neighboring kingdoms. LK did not have a perfect plan to solve that puzzle. In truth, he was involved in something ridiculous. Upon exiting, they stated to the rest of the companions that the situation was far more serious than they had anticipated. Macon decided to start by bringing everyone back to the village. LK and his allies also needed to report to the lord of that region regarding everything that happened here, along with the existence of that mine. He then asked Leo to handle that for them. Macon had met many rogue knights in his life, and most of them were not that far off from bandits, but Leo, compared to the other rogue knights, was disciplined and very skillful. Leo asked him if he was assuming he was a noble with such a small observation. Macon revealed that his fellow sacrificed their life to protect him. He glimpsed his past when he promised himself to find and avenge those who killed his comrades. He killed the guy who killed his comrades. LK thought he was overreacting, but he had his own reasons after all. Macon did not point it out since he figured that Leo wanted to hide his identity and asked if he was able to handle it. Now Leo realized he couldn't fool the eyes of a veteran mercenary. He claimed that magic stone mines were highly valuable assets to the nation and instructed them to report the location to the authorities, who would grant them a substantial reward. He added that the emperor would probably give the reward himself, but because of the procedures, it could take a month or two, and LK needed to stay in the capital during that time to see the emperor. Before he could say anything, Macon told him that if he received a reward, he should spend it on the people of that village. Leo nodded and assured him that he would obey it as a knight. After his satisfaction, Macon felt happy and was told to go down to the village and finish things up. Afterward, Jenny offered a piggyback ride, but the guy insisted that he was fine. As they arrived at the chief from the base of Black Brotherhood, Karak had been very thankful for all who had done to complete the task as well. LK said that if there was a magic stone mine, another dark wizard might appear, so Leo decided to report it to the capital so it would not happen. Nevertheless, Karak advised him to rest for the day and had arranged a meal for him at a house that was still standing. Macon also told him to go, saying that Elysian must be exhausted from tending to so many individuals. As they came for his invitation, a variety of delicious food appeared on the table. Lucy, who was quite fond of the meal, continued eating it without pause. LK asked him about the mine, which he seemed to know very well, regarding the magic stone. But he asked LK if it hadn't just come to him the moment he saw it. Luki further inquired about how he became Tier 5, as he had previously mastered Tier 4 a few years ago, but had seen no improvement since then. That was the first time he felt a wall in advancing his magic, so he just didn't know what to do. He thought magic was the easiest thing up till then, and asked LK about knowledge of some of the secret ways of breaking through and advancing his tier. LK furiously declined to reveal the secret and said that magic was all effort and persistence. He was planning to take the easy way out anyway. Luki felt happy to know that he got to Tier 5 with pure luck and requested to be called Hyang Nim from now on. LK didn't really want to call himself out like that, but he would allow it that time around. Luki agreed and asked if he could ask him something. He inquired about the relationship with Lucy. Luki glimpsed his past as he inquired about her well-being during their journey to the opponent's base. With a laugh, LK admitted that his connection to Lucy was more profound than expected. They were engaged. The ground gave way under his feet when Luki heard that. In truth, LK had been joking and offered him words of consolation, assuring him that it was not achievable. Jenny seemed to think the village had stabilized and asked him about the plan for departure. LK told him that he was heading towards the Great Temple of Crowngaus. From Luki's point of view, LK was going toward Shine Order's headquarters, and he decided to go back to the tower to report that incident. LK thought that it would have been nice to have more company. According to Luki, his master said he became a Tier 5 wizard in his 20s, but LK had already mastered Tier 5 and decided to train as diligently as possible to become a Tier 5. Truthfully, the world was big, and many people were stronger. With LK's power, it was challenging to protect others around him, much less protect himself. He could very well go against another dark wizard during his adventure, and he could also go against Marcus himself again. To safely continue that adventure, he must become even stronger. He aimed to become Tier 6 by finding the Dragon Heart Shard as soon as possible. Before departure, the chief seemed like he was always in Macon's debt. He expressed his gratitude to Macon for once again saving his life, to which Macon replied by reminding him that he had saved him multiple times on the battlefield in the past. On the other hand, Elysian also reminded him not to be too reckless since his wound had not healed completely, and he agreed with her. At that precise moment, Leo was kneeling before her, gently holding her hand. He hoped Elysian's journey would be blessed with light. She expressed her gratitude for the kind wishes and, in return, wished that the light's blessing guide his journey. After that, Leo went away. LK teased her, saying getting her hand kissed by such a handsome guy must have been lovely for her. After teasing, Elysian was angry with his statement. She tried to ignore it, but she could not do that. Before they left, Luki and Jenny extended their sincere thanks. Luki told Lucy to meet again if an opportunity arises. She waved her hand and wished him to train hard to become a Tier 5. Luki was surprised to think about how she waved at him. Jenny, too, expressed her wish to meet LK again in the future. He also thought about how she winked at him. After the talks, they also left. Suddenly, Marie called out to him. Through tears, she told him that if he left, he wouldn't come. Encouraging her, LK promised he'd come back. But he felt something about Lucy, who had been against the kid. Nevertheless, he told her to be a good girl until then and stay healthy. At the same time, Tarak took responsibility for caring for Marie. LK and his crews sat in the carriage and decided to continue the journey to the great temple of Crowngaus. Subsequently, they were about to depart from the village. In contrast, the chief and the girl raised their hand to say goodbye. LK also said goodbye to them. Consequently, they left the village. LK remained deep in contemplation. He felt emptier inside with 3 people going their separate ways. But he wanted to see Jenny again. He then asked Elysian about her thoughts. She feared that the Dark Wizards might still be lurking around, since the Dark Wizards, who were the enemies of the continent, hid themselves after many nations attempted to subdue them. Afterward, to protect themselves, they formed an organized cult. Soon after, she asked LK about how much of the 100 years was spent on the War of the Holy Castle. He was shocked to hear about the war in the Holy Castle. He noticed that Lucy had slept without any worry. Meanwhile, he inquired about the war at the Holy Castle, as he had remained unaware due to spending all his time training in magic under his master. Even with his perfect score in world history, he was being humiliated like that. Elysian explained that it was about 100 years ago. At that time, the continent was in chaos due to the war among numerous small to medium-sized kingdoms. The countless innocent people suffered and perished, and it was a chaotic world without any moral order. In order to survive or grow stronger, many wizards turned to black magic, and as the Dark Wizards' power grew, a small kingdom coveting that power reached out to them. Nishola, the king of the Plant Kingdom, did not hesitate to provide as many resources as possible to the Dark Wizards. With the help of Dark Wizards, the greatest and most evil empire, the Plant Empire, was born. LK understood that they would betray others soon. Elysian said that once the continent was unified, the Empire would see Dark Wizards as a threat, and Nishola, disliking their growing power, started hunting them. Ragdoom, a court wizard at the time and the master of all Dark Wizards, realized that the Empire would betray them soon and bet everything on his final gamble. It was to install a gigantic magical circle based around the royal castle. So, with the lives of tens of thousands of citizens, and with an immense amount of mana, the magic circle was activated. The Dark Wizards cast a spell over the thousands of citizens. As the magic spread, the people felt a strange and unsettling sensation take hold of them. At the same time, a magical blast occurred. After using all the mana required to maintain a life, some Dark Wizards were even reduced to ashes. The result of such a tragedy created a dimension gate, which then connected to a demon world. Thus, the so-called Hell Gate opened, and countless demonic beings flooded out from it. That was the beginning of the Holy Castle War. LK commented that this incident was more serious than he expected. He thought about the dimensional gate, knowing the demon world was more difficult to establish a connection with than any other materialistic world. He asked if the Holy Castle War, in the end, was a war between humans and demons. Elysian claimed that it was not that simple to defeat the demon-infested empire, even though the half-human races had joined forces, but it took over 7 years for it to come to an end. Nevertheless, it was a scary war, but during that chaotic time, 5 heroes had emerged. LK wondered about the 5 heroes. She revealed the names of the 5 heroes one by one, starting with Lionel, the sorcerer of luminosity. The second hero was Trinity, the master archer and elementalist. The third hero was Tony, a beastman mercenary king. The fourth hero was Emily, a high priestess of shine, and the last hero was the Knights of the Light, Sustar. Ragdoon and his demonic allies fought to the end against the 5 heroes with harsh resistance. The tales tell that it was a battle that almost leveled the whole castle itself. But in the end, Sustar Nim's blade met its mark on Ragdoom's heart and brought an end to the Holy Castle War. That event had been made into many songs, poems, and tales that had been passed down from generation to generation. While interrupting, LK asked anxiously what happened to the 5 heroes. Elysian screamed furiously because he interrupted her tale. LK insisted that she tell about the 5 heroes. Finally, she said the 5 heroes gained an influence no other royalty or authority could control from the people, especially Sustar Nim, who rose to the Elune Kingdom's throne with fiery support and loyalty. Lionel, the chief of Kirisi's magic tower at the time, also created the Sage's Tower and Banyan Tree Academy for the sake of magical education. It was a magic tower that the Master of Lionel had established. The Sage's Tower was established when many wizards started to congregate where Kiresi's tower used to be. LK couldn't believe Kiresi's was Lionel's master because he had seen a gold dragon when he first came to that world. Now that he thought about that, there was a dragon heart in Elune Kingdom as well. According to Rayard, he acted as a Knight of Elune approximately 150 years ago, and he earned the title of Marquis due to his numerous achievements. Before leaving his position, he stuck a piece of dragon heart into the sword, a black stream. 50 years later, the Holy Castle War happened, and Sustar, the Knight of Elune Kingdom, became the hero after defeating the Dark Wizard. However, LK inquired of her about the sword that Sustar used at that time. Elysian revealed that he used the family sword, given to him by his mother, which was called Black Stream. Meanwhile, he asked excitedly if it was Sustar's mother, who was one of the members of the Marquis Delphin's family. She claimed that there were many mysteries surrounding the origin of Sustar, and there were many who opposed his ascension to the throne for that very fact. If Sustar's mother were from the family of the Marquis Delphin, and LK wondered if Sustar were a descendant of Rayard. Suddenly, Lucy woke up and said she had just heard her mom's name. She revealed that Trinity was her mom. LK was shocked and could not believe that one of the heroes of the Holy Castle War was her mother. Elysian asked her if Trinity did not use archery and spiritual art, but she was not aware of it. According to Lucy, her mom said that she was not talented enough. Elysian heard that Trinity became a recluse in the elves' forest and never expected to travel with her daughter. Regardless, that incident worried Elysian, even thinking about a group of dark wizards who would do something heinous, as back then. From her point of view, dark wizards always conceal themselves, but they always operate in the shadows. During the Holy Castle War, the summoned demonic Duke Bull caused great damage to the land. If they actually happened to summon the Demon Lord. LK asked why they did not summon the Demon Lord, and she replied that it was not because they did not, but because they could not. He glimpsed his past when Rayard called out to him to listen and be attentive. Because of the quality limitation of the Dimension Gate, it could not process more mana than the amount of mana used to open the gate itself. If it attempts to forcefully process more mana than it could chew, the gate itself would be destroyed. Elysian said that many people thought the Dark Wizards were defeated as they could not summon the Demon Lord himself, which was why that song was said to circulate amongst the Dark Wizards. When the black door would open from the ground and the darkness would engulf the sky, the true master of that very world would manifest, and all would be governed and meet salvation. She added that many trivial omens usually happen before a disaster strikes. Elysian considered that the incident had to do with a possible summoning of the Demon Lord in the future. She could not be sure that it could simply be the crime committed, blinded by the value of those magic stones, but if that was to open Hell's Gate again. LK was stunned to hear about that. He asked in surprise if opening the Hell Gate wasn't a huge task, and said even if it opened, summoning the Demon Lord would be impossible. But on the inside, he told himself not to laugh, and he wanted to get home before that happened. Whereas he was waiting impatiently to go home. Riding a horse was more exhausting than LK expected. It was way too high up, his back hurt, and it was his first time. Rather than sitting, Lucy spun in the saddle and remarked that riding a horse was far too simple. She teased him, saying that LK lacked a talent, and he told her that the elf had a natural affinity with animals. Macon told them to finish up and head out together. LK asked about the location where they were headed. Elysian told him to go to La Rochelle together, the largest trade city in the Kudrin Kingdom, where numerous people and resources converged. Soon after they arrived, LK was surprised to see how large La Rochelle was. In this city, not only merchants, but also many mercenaries, were present. Due to the value and the quantity of the resources being transported in and out, the mercenaries' protection was almost required. Thus, that was where the biggest mercenary guild of the kingdom resides. That was where Macon's old retired friend Sherman managed an inn business, and decided to go there. When they approached his friend, Macon met him and asked about his well-being, whereas his friend asked about the reason for his presence in the trade city. Elysian inquired about his business, to which Sherman replied that it was just barely enough to get by day to day, and he attempted to gather information about those who stood behind her. Afterward, Sherman made up his mind to prepare the room for them and arrange a bath so they could rest. Afterward, LK felt calm as he bathed in hot water for the first time after a few days. Macon called out to him to gather together. He assured him that he would talk about the plan for tomorrow. From his point of view, LK and his crews could reach the great temple of Crowngaus by evening if they left early in the morning. Macon asked him if he was looking for a place far away from there. Suddenly, LK used the map to confirm the location. He indicated that the location he had been searching was nearing its closing. However, he asked if there was anything north of La Rochelle. Finally, according to Macon, the existence of the fairy forest and Mirror Lake proved that the fairy palace was there. LK insisted on going together to meet a fairy. But Elysian, impossibly, told that nobody could simply enter the fairy forest. Since the fairy forest was located near the boundary of the spiritual world, they could not use any navigation in there because the paths were distorted. People usually call it a fairy's barrier, as most who set foot inside the forest do not return. It was not possible to escape from there, but that was because they were extremely lucky. LK screamed, asking why it was out of all places. But Lucy was excited to go to the fairies, but she did not understand that she could not come back once she walked into the fairy forest. Macon did not know how important that item was to him, but his master would not give up. However, LK has a reason to obtain that item. He consoled him and decided to go into the fairy forest with Lucy. He suggested that Macon and Elysian go on toward the great temple of Crowngaus. Elysian was shocked to hear that. However, LK could not just drag as both of them were in a place that was extremely dangerous. Elysian furiously put the glass of drink on the table. All of a sudden, she drank it within a matter of minutes. LK did not understand how she was acting so strangely. After drinking, Elysian shouted at him, asking how he could say something like that to his companions. So she insisted on going with him to the fairy palace. However, LK was unable to comprehend it, as she perceived the place to be hazardous. Elysian again insisted, saying that if her companion were willingly walking into a place so dangerous, she asked him if he really expected her to ignore it and go her own way. Macon knew that she was saying that it made sense. He said that they received quite a lot of help from both of them, and they could not just turn a blind eye to it. At the same time, Lucy asked all of them to go together. According to Macon, it seemed so. However, everything was going outside of LK's expectations. He knew that an experienced mercenary and priestess would be a huge help. Macon knew LK was in a hurry and asked why they hadn't taken another day to prepare. He also knew someone who had come back alive from there and decided to gather some valuable intel. Right away, the man at the counter spoke up, mentioning he had someone in mind to recommend. All of them were surprised to hear that. He claimed that LK and his companions already knew his wife had been from a thieves' guild. During her peak, his wife was one of a kind, known by the nickname Little Cat. His wife was the one who came back alive from the fairy forest. LK was shocked by the size of her body. He asked the little cat about where they would meet that person. Since the little cat had not heard any rumors of leaving the city, the thieves' guild location was hidden so that she would guide them there. LK informed her that they would be departing, as it was now too late. The little cat revealed that the thieves' guild began their business once the sun sets. La Rochelle's night was as lively as the day. Afterward, all of them went to the treasure hunter guild. As they were approached, LK wondered about the treasure hunters guild and why they weren't heading to the thieves' guild instead. After entering, they encountered the old man Woodall, who inquired about their presence. The little cat gave the reason that they wanted to meet the master. To open the secret door in the library, she pulled a book out of the drawer a little. After her action, the secret door automatically opened. She told only two to follow her and added that they would leave their weapons with the gentleman there. LK decided to go with Lucy and asked what they thought about waiting. Finally, LK and Lucy entered the underground. He asked if the person who came back alive from the fairy forest was also from the Thieves' Guild. The little cat agreed and asked him if he already knew the Thieves' Guild's moniker was given by the person's unique physique. Even amongst the guild members, that child was even more unique. That person was half werecat. Her name was Palm Sivet. LK was surprised to see that there was a secret passageway underground. The little cat claimed that many people already knew about the place, yet despite the many exits, there was only one entrance. As expected from the Thieves' Guild, that place was not a place where someone could easily escape. Consequently, they approached the door. The little cat indicated the location where LK could obtain the information he sought. As they entered the room, LK felt a strange presence. They saw a group of guys who were standing in front of the master camel. Upon seeing the little cat, Kamel was taken aback, for he had not encountered her since her retirement, and inquired about the reason for her presence. The little cat inquired about his well-being. She then asked where the palm civet was, and the master replied that it was still as aggressive as ever, since information would cost her. Since Kamel had a good history, and it was not exactly valuable information, he persuaded her to give it away for free. He revealed that Palm Civet was currently imprisoned in the Royal Detention Center. 4 days ago, she was arrested while trying to sneak into the Gabriel caravan. Her excuse was that she was lost, but as if that would work on anyone. Kamel asked her to tell Palm Civet to pay the guild fee on time if she met. Nevertheless, he turned toward LK, who wanted to listen attentively for his incoming words. Kamel offered to buy 30 gold. But LK wasn't a fan of that offer. What he really wanted to ask was why he was selling 30 gold. Kamel told him that if he thought the information was worthless, he would refund the money. The little cat agreed to his offer and told LK to trust the value of the information the master was offering. However, he chose to trust the little cat and give the money to him, but he doubted about his deception. After receiving payment, Kamel revealed that several men were searching for a dark-haired wizard and a red-haired half-elf. From his perspective, it was suspicious, so he did some investigating, as it looked like they were somehow related to the cult of dark wizards. The master added that if he could bring those two to them, they would pay an unimaginable amount of gold as a reward. After saying that, the guys who stood behind them were ready to strike at LK and his crews. LK was in disbelief at how it was going to be. Without further thought, he suddenly cast a spell to demonstrate his magic. He showed the fireball just to prove he could use magic, since Kamel thought he couldn't. He screamed in a fit of fury, saying he would bring the whole place down with a blast. The guys were afraid after seeing that. The little cat was shocked and tried to calm him down, while the master realized that LK was more skilled and didn't want that place to become his grave. Kamel stated that he had never encountered a person who died of natural causes after succumbing to the blinding influence of wealth. He apologized to LK for trying to test him and asked if the information had been useful. But LK asked him for permission to leave now. Before leaving, the master told LK to find them again if he needed any other information. But LK didn't give any responses. After leaving, he encountered Macon, who revealed the precise location of the Palm Civet, prompting LK to nearly destroy the entire Thieves' Guild. The little cat said that Palm Civet was always kind of a pain, but she didn't really want to go there. Still, she'd guide them anyway. Finally, they arrived at the Royal Detection Center, where she was in custody. The little cat faced Inspector Laddick, the bald man who laughed incessantly. He directed her to the location of the jail where she was confined, while LK watched them both with evident worry. Meanwhile, he told her that if she was up to something again, he'd look the other way, and she thanked him for his help. LK was surprised by the way she spoke, unable to believe how close they were. The reason for the close connection with the inspector was that she had previously worked as an informant under him, and Laddick had successfully caught the serial killer, resulting in his promotion twice. The little cat told herself she would not go anywhere here after retiring, but she never thought she would visit that place again because of the Palm Civet. But it was still thanks to the little cat who was able to get in here together so easily. Anyway, LK glanced at the man who sat behind the bars, staring at him. Meanwhile, the little cat consoled him, telling him to ignore it and speak to the prisoners they weren't specifically allowed to see. On the other hand, the soldier came beside the bars and called to Palm Civet, telling her that people had come here to meet her. Palm Civet inquired about their identities, as she was unfamiliar with any of them. It had been quite some time since she had recognized the little cat. Upon recognizing her and noticing the change in her appearance, Palm Civet expressed surprise and asked about the reason for her presence. The little cat indicated her to LK and his crew, explaining that they wished to speak with her. Palm Civet was impressed to see quite a unique team, a mercenary and a half-elf. She inquired about LK's desire to meet her, and he told her to respond to only one question. She first wished to get out of there. After getting her bail, LK felt excited because it cost 100 gold pieces to bail her out. Palm Civet claimed innocence, stating she merely got lost inside, but the Royal Detection Center detained her for 4 days. However, LK asked how he should address her, to which she replied that he may simply call her Palm Civet. Therefore, he revealed his identity before her. The Palm Civet asked to skip the introductions. She wanted to eat first and talk later. They were ready to head back to the inn and share some rotten fish. The following day, the Palm Civet was devouring the chicken with focused determination. LK wondered if the characters were not overlapping. Nevertheless, Palm Civet sought his consent regarding what he wanted from her. He asked her about the fairy forest. Before he was about to ask further, she furiously put her hand on the table. She clearly refused to tell him and decided to go. LK stopped her and reminded her to pay back her bailout fee to him. He told her that if she revealed the fairy's forest, he'd just say he gave her 100 gold pieces for that information. Finally, Palm Civet accepted his offer and told him not to change his mind. She was curious about why LK wanted to gather information about the fairy forest. He had heard of Palm Civet's return from the fairy's forest and inquired about the time of her visit and the distance she had ventured within. She stated that it was approximately 10 years ago, and to be precise, she had visited the fairy palace 3 times. LK was quite pleased to have obtained the information he sought, because he knew that Palm Civet was the key to approaching the fairy palace. Afterward, he insisted that she tell him more about it, but she refused to share any more information. Lucy reminded her about the offer of 100 gold pieces. Suddenly, Palm Civet agreed, as it was a matter of 100 gold pieces. She displayed a dismissive attitude, stating that she preferred not to discuss the matter. After a little bit of changing, she revealed that La Rochelle attracted many of those wannabe hotshots who wanted to make it big. At that time, her father, Camel, was hired as a mercenary to escort the merchants and went into the fairy forest to look for the carriages that had tried to evade those bandits. According to Palm Civet, they said nobody would come back, but that guy came all by himself. Camel said something nonsensical about how the fairy had helped him or something. Afterwards, as if a demon possessed him, he went in and out of the fairy without a single care for her sickly mother. Her dad had been in there multiple times. Every time he came back, he brought back some rare herbs and sold them off to the merchants. Although Palm Civet's mother, and she never saw a glimpse of that money. But one day, Camel told her how he had told the fairies about her and wanted her to come along with him to introduce her to them. And just like that, she went in there about 3 times with her dad. Now, she furiously put her fist on the table and regretted that her mother only wanted to see him even at the moment she passed away. But she was curious about why LK was asking her to tell him about even when he was not planning to go into the fairy forest. Shyly, he told her that he already planned to go into the forest. Palm Civet was taken aback by his decision and questioned why he had considered venturing into such a frightening forest. LK wanted to show her something, and she guessed it was a unicorn horn. He said it was a magic item, and she asked if he was a wizard. She was impressed by a beginner wizard, a half-elf girl, a strong mercenary, and a priestess from the Shine Church that were decided to go into the forest with that kind of team. To complete that task, LK needed the help of experienced people who were pointing towards her. The Palm Civet warned him he might not get out, but LK had decided if she got out safely, they could too. She attributed her survival to luck and stated that she would never set foot in that forest again. At the same time, Lucy lured her for the money. She asked her if she didn't need money, perhaps that was the reason she had infiltrated the merchants. Suddenly, LK appreciated her as she read his mind. Showing the wealth, he asked her about her interest in that. Palm Civet asked about taking responsibility for coming back safely, and he assured her that he would hire a guide to ensure her safe return. She asked him about the amount of money, and he offered to give her 1,000 gold pieces. Since LK got around 2,500 pieces of gold from Baron, it should be fine. Even Palm Civet just lowered the price by half all on her own, which meant that she demanded to take him about 500 golds. Finally, LK would hire her for 500 gold. Palm Civet attempted to steal it, but he insisted she would compensate her after they completed the task jointly. She insisted that she was running if it looked dangerous, adding that she was not responsible for whatever happened to them all. Before leaving, she told them to meet the next day. Elysian objected to her attitude, for despite paying her bond, she didn't offer a single word of gratitude. Whereas Macon didn't trust her, but he still believed she'd be a great guide. LK shared the next plan. If she didn't come, they'd go on their own. The next day, they were preparing to go to the scary forest. With a shard of Dragonheart, LK could increase his magic power by 1 tier, but he never learned any Tier 6 formula. He wondered whether he should spend his time now learning some Tier 6 formulas. He had hoped to enjoy some leisure time here, but like the Dark Wizards, he couldn't even sightsee in La Rochelle. At the same time, Lucy asked him about what had happened. LK asked her if she wasn't even a little worried about going into the fairy forest. But she said there was no better place than a forest and wondered why she should be worried. After listening to that, he was impressed by her bravery. Macon noted that she would not be arriving, but he advised him to wait a little longer. Elysian never trusted her from the beginning, and LK regretted that he could not pay her in advance yet. From the Inman's perspective, LK was determined to go and console him to be careful. Suddenly, Palm Sivet appeared and expressed displeasure that they were leaving already. LK was happy to see her because he had not expected her to come in that situation, but she had come here to complete his task for the money. Now, he understood that Palm Sivet was brutally honest. Afterward, she sat inside the carriage for departure. She was quiet without any discussion from them. Whereas, both of them were surprised to see her attitude. According to Macon, it would take about half a day to reach the fairy forest. After saying that, they left the trade city. During the journey, they approached the crossroad. Palm Sivet claimed that it was a crossroad people made to go around the fairy forest. LK asked if nobody had thought of getting rid of the forest itself. Macon said that there had been a few attempts, but cutting the trees down or even setting them on fire all failed. Finally, they entered the forest. Step by step, they continued deeper inside. LK turned to the thief cat and inquired whether it seemed like a typical forest to her. However, Palm Kavik instilled fear in him, saying that he wouldn't be able to say such a thing. After that, LK was even more nervous. He confirmed the location, which was about to be closed in the forest. Suddenly, Macon noted that the air had changed. He directed them to look at the lights. Lucy said that the flow of mana had changed. Palm Kavik flung the compass over to LK. He was shocked to see it. Now, Palm Sivet announced that they had finally arrived at the mystical fairy forests. She did not think she would ever use that book again. LK asked about it, and she said it was Camel's travel diary, which she thought she had thrown away, but it had been under the bed all along. LK asked whether she could read that. Palm Sivet said he shouldn't be embarrassed about not being able to read. Lots of thieves couldn't read either. LK said the reason why it was difficult to read that book was that the handwriting was atrocious. He asked her about their next move, but she simply told him to wait. Subsequently, Palm Sivet showed the fairy dust and explained the method for its use. She dipped her fingers into the fairy dust and tasted it by licking her finger. Upon LK's inquiry about the peculiar substance, she disclosed that it was fairy powder, not a drug. A question appeared in his mind, asking her if she had ground the fairies into that. Elysian said that it was impossible, as it was a dust collected from the fairies' wings, hence the fairy pollen. Anyway, she decided to look for it now. She dropped it in, and the lantern lit up with a soft light. According to Palm Sivet, they would follow the direction in which the dust moves. Macon had seen that kind of mechanism before, since fairies were like imps or spirits, and fairy dust was naturally attached to the spirit world. Palm Sivet lazily said Macon was either very smart or very dumb. Anyway, they made up their mind to go in that direction since they were already late. Afterward, they went their way. During the journey, Macon noted that it was nightfall and told him to rest somewhere nearby. To take a break, set up a campfire. LK was worried about the horses, but Macon said they were Kimors from Plalev Plateau and had incredible stamina. He claimed that the Plalev Plateau was a beautiful place with an endless field of flowers since he left his hometown after becoming a mercenary, and he had not gone back ever since. Macon dreamed of opening a ranch in Plalev Plateau after retiring and invited him to visit and reserve the best horses. Afterward, LK felt that nothing had happened yet. Palm Sivet said it was a bit different from last time, but since they were still on the outskirts, things would get stranger the deeper they went. Lucy already felt that it was different. Suddenly, Lucy and LK looked up, amazed, as glowing lights floated into the sky, sparkling softly. Elysian was also surprised to see that. Lucy explained that these were seeds that had yet to become spirits. They grew into spirits of light, and it seemed as though they had come from the spirit world. Macon had explored all parts of the continent, but he had never seen anything like that before. But Palm Sivet already knew about that, looked at them quietly. Surprisingly, Lucy got one seed on her palm, but she couldn't even touch it. LK said that humans could not touch the seeds for a specific reason. He then asked her if that chunk of light spoke too. According to her, the fairies no longer existed in that forest. LK shouted that the place was called Fairy Forest and asked why she claimed fairies didn't exist there. They were shocked to see that the seeds were moving constantly. Both of them thought about giving them names. LK named them LS, short for light spirits, and she was grateful for being able to give them that name. Nevertheless, he inquired whether she possessed any knowledge about spirits, given that her mother was an elementalist. But Lucy was a straightforward girl who knew nothing about that. She was only good at beating people up. Sapphire's words echoed in his mind. She had said that spirits needed energy to manifest in the physical world, and that mana was the source of that energy. The wizards store mana in their bodies in the form of a magical formula, but the elementalists could accept mana from their surroundings. That was why, unlike wizards, there was no such thing as a tier level for the elementalists. In fact, it was impossible to learn if LK did not have any affinities with the spirits, like many elves and fairies. LK asked if she could sense the dragon's heart, but she said she didn't know enough about them yet. He got nothing from her and told them to rest. He had wondered where the dragon heart had been if there had been no fairies in the fairy forest. The next day, they woke up, and LK realized that camping in the wild was always exhausting. Meanwhile, Palm Sivet reminded him of the promise to pay once the task was complete. LK declared to give her half payment and promised to give the rest once they got out, and she thanked him, saying she had met too many scammers to count. He asked her what she planned to do with all the money, and she said she would use it to pay off the debt and cover her mother's medical expenses. She blamed her father for coming to that place again, but she ended up returning by herself. She then advised them to stay on course, informing them that the journey to Mirror Lake would take 4 days, but LK wanted to ask her something sensitive. After 4 days, they finally arrived at the way of Mirror Lake, where the color of the trees had changed. Now, LK understood why people had gotten lost in the fairy forest. From Elysian's point of view, she claimed they were getting deeper into the forest. As they neared the lake, the carriage suddenly stopped. When LK opened his eyes, it looked like Mirror Lake, but it wasn't. From Palm Sivet's perspective, it wasn't Mirror Lake yet, it was still a long way off. So, they decided to take a break here since they were constantly on the journey for 4 days. Elysian was happy to see the lake, completely clear and free of dust. Suddenly, they felt something had happened. Elysian felt scared and pointed at the creature. It was a unicorn. The thief cat was also shocked to see that species. A strong white unicorn appeared before them, which was very beautiful. They had never seen a unicorn before. But Palm Sivet told them to calm down, as it was just a normal unicorn. According to legend, unicorns were intelligent and highly vigilant against any strangers they encountered. Thus, it was quite difficult to approach them, but they let their guard down when approached by a pure virgin girl. Macon and LK were curious about the virgin male, and he encouraged him to give it a try. LK wanted to touch the creature, but he was scared it might kick him. Lucy felt happy to touch it and claimed it to be gentle, whereas Palm Sivet insisted on trying the unicorn. Both of them felt calm when they touched it. But LK felt jealous of the unicorn the girls were enjoying. The priestess also insisted on trying it. As she approached the unicorn, it acted awkwardly. She was scared to see that, wondering why it was acting up. The thief cat teased her, saying she hadn't expected her to be like that. Elysian got angry while teasing and claimed she was innocent. She added that she had done nothing wrong, saying that the unicorn was a peculiar animal. According to LK, it wasn't the unicorn's fault since it couldn't even speak. The priestess was the one acting crazy. Palm Sivet knew that all the priestesses she had met only pretended to be innocent. Elysian voiced her frustration, questioning why the unicorn avoided her touch when even a thief had been able to approach it. She screamed, wanting to know why. Comfortingly, Lucy told her that the unicorn had only been on guard because a human approached it, but it said she could touch it now. She hugged it happily, clearly overjoyed. The rumors said that a unicorn's horn had magical power that could defeat evil and cure any ailment, so it sold at unbelievable amounts in the market. Meanwhile, the thief cat quietly listened to Macon from a distance. LK asked her if she was thinking of something dangerous. Afterward, Elysian claimed that if the horn was broken, the unicorn dies with it. LK did not think poaching a rare mythical creature was good taste. However, Lucy revealed that the unicorn would guide them to a shortcut route and told them to follow her quickly. Macon was satisfied since the unicorn was the key to finding their way and told everyone to get inside the carriage. Soon after, they continued on their journey with the unicorn. LK regretted not taking pictures with the unicorn because he did not have a cell phone at that time. Someday, when he went back to his original world, he would still remember that place. To do that, he needed to find the shard of Dragon Heart as quickly as possible. Finally, Lucy informed them that they had reached the Mirror Lake after a long journey. LK could not understand that it was more of an ocean than just a lake. He looked at his reflection in the lake and was surprised to see himself. So, he decided to drink the water from the lake as he was about to put his hand into it. Palm Sivet stopped him with her rope. It wrapped tightly around his hand and yanked him toward her. LK fell to the ground as she pulled. He shouted at her, and she prompted him to ask sharply whether he intended to die. Palm Sivet revealed that anything touching the lake would be sucked in. LK was surprised to see that. She grabbed a stick from a tree and explained to him by dipping it into the lake. As it dipped, the lake sucked it. LK told her that she should have told them about that earlier, but he did not understand that woman. Nevertheless, Palm Sivet's reflection in the lake was still holding the branch, as it was a creepy lake. LK made up his mind to throw the fireball. He flung it into the lake, but the water was drunk easily. He couldn't understand why the mana didn't disperse. Perhaps it had actually disappeared, as if the Mirror Lake were connected to another dimension. On the surface, it looked calm, but an arcane energy was said to be storming inside. Whatever object that enters that dimension cannot ever escape. So, LK and his allies could not even sail a boat to cross the lake, which was looking pretty bad. He further asked Palm Sivet about the location of the fairy palace, and she told him that it was somewhere beyond the fog over the lake. His priority was to go to the fairy palace, but he could not understand how Palm Sivet crossed the lake when she came here earlier, so they needed to find something on the log. At that moment, Lucy sensed a strange movement in the light spirit that was going somewhere. LK inquired whether it was returning to the spirit world and asked about the unicorn. But Lucy sent it back to the forest a while ago. However, Palm Sivet inquired whether they could fly like the light spirit, and he responded that it was indeed possible, though they were uncertain about the distance they needed to travel. If they run out of mana midway, they would crash right into the lake. LK could not believe that he got stuck right at the first dragon heart. Suddenly, Lucy observed something and told him to look, but it was the light spirit. She claimed that something was following behind LS, but LK could not really see because of the fog. He used his enhanced sight to see them with clarity. Immediately, his eyes remained wide and his mouth remained open to see the beautiful creature. It was revealed that the group of Pegasus was heading toward them. They were surprised to see the Pegasus and claimed it was a miracle. That was Macon's first time witnessing such an amazing event in his life. LK asked one of the Pegasus if he had brought his group to help him and his friends. Lucy gave him the good news that the entire team could take a ride with them. LK was excited to ride a Pegasus, but the thief cat warned that it was dangerous because they were dealing with Mirror Lake. He said Palm Sivet did not need to come further, but she firmly refused. She insisted on continuing, hoping the Fairy Queen might reward them with treasure. While riding a Pegasus, LK looked extremely shocked and felt frightened. He screamed loudly while his team was enjoying riding. Palm Sivet worried about falling, and he pointed out his overly tight grip, symbolizing the struggle to stay calm in unfamiliar situations. The bunch of Pegasus was flying at a remarkable speed. LK asked her if her father ever went to the palace to meet the Fairy Queen, but she said it's just a story. Now he realized that the Fairy Queen possessed the piece of the dragon's heart. By the way, he shouted, asking why the wind was suddenly so strong. Elysian informed him that it was a mana storm in front of them. Palm Sivet angrily blamed LK for getting her into a dangerous situation. Suddenly, a volcano appeared in front of them. He defended himself, saying they should have gone alone, while the thief cat complained she hadn't been paid in full. The priestess warned her not to say anything about LK, and she suspiciously asked her about the relationship with him. Anyway, Lucy shouted for everyone to stop. LK promised himself not to die in a place like that. He stepped into the volcano. As he entered around him, he closed his eyes. He wondered if it was already over, but Lucy warned that another one was on the way. Finally, they were being pulled into a swirling blue vortex. After a moment, they found themselves in an ocean. After a conscious, LK was astonished to see himself alive. He then expressed his happiness at his own being alive. After surviving a dangerous situation, he expressed his fear while the priestess shared their relief that they were safe. Palm Sivet angrily pointed out that they almost died, while Elysian dismissively reassured her that surviving was what mattered. According to his DTS, it told him they were right on the spot, so he claimed that they had come to the right place. Suddenly, Lucy gestured to the left and informed him. She could sense dragon heart over there and guessed it was the fairy palace. LK felt excited and told them to go over there together. There were Fluies, Polia, and Lewises, and there were a variety of rare flowers and herbs. Macon said people mostly used them as herbs in magical experiments. LK proudly claimed that his master values hands-on practice over experiments, while the thief cat bluntly questioned his intelligence. Palm Sivet casually picked flowers, claiming the place had no owner, while he panicked and told her it was the fairy palace. Elysian warned that fairies value their gardens greatly and won't forgive anyone who damages them, and the thief cat agreed with her. They saw the palace from the outside, but inside, it was still in good shape, likely because it received a good amount of sunlight. LK nervously asked if the place was truly empty, while she confidently told him not to worry and encouraged him to enter. Lucy believed she could sense dragon heart in there. Suddenly, the door of the palace was automatically opened. Palm Sivet was shocked to see that. They saw a fairy who stood before a grand palace and introduced herself as the master of the fairy forest and the queen of the fairies. The elegant fairy introduced herself as Lillian, the last remaining fairy. LK asked the queen of the fairies why she was so big. She explained that it was due to the magic in the palace, which was built to maintain peace with other races, and it was much better for her to be of a similar size as others in order to have a proper conversation. Lillian said that it would be rude to keep her guests standing and offered to guide them to the lobby, asking them to follow her. Finally, they entered the palace. Lillian filled the cup with tea, ready to drink. Lillian explained that many wind spirits informed her of his visit and apologized if it made him uncomfortable. LK said it's fine and asked how he should address her, to which she replied to just call her Lillian. He asked Lillian if she knew the reason for their visit. Lillian admitted she was not omnipotent and asked the reason for their visit. LK reflected that his companions, who had traveled with him all the way here, deserved to know what he was searching for. Meanwhile, he declared with determination that he was searching for a shard of the dragon heart. As he began to ask if she knew where the shard was, he looked at a glowing gem on her necklace that resembled the dragon heart shard. Both of them reacted in shock, asking if he had been searching for the dragon heart. Elysian asked him if he was referring to the artifact containing concentrated dragon mana, and he confirmed that she was correct. Palm Sivet questioned why he was searching for the shard here instead of going to a dragon's lair, and he retorted by asking if she thought they would just give it away for free. The fairy realized they were looking for a dragon heart shard, and he confirmed, asking if she knew something about it. Afterward, she asked if 3 of his companions could leave them alone for a while. She added that she had something to tell 2 of them, surprising LK and the elf girl. Consequently, the 3 companions left the room, and Macon told them that they should just leave them alone for now. Soon after, Lillian refused the request and asked what they would do next. Seriously, LK was not expecting it. At that moment, Lillian asserted that she had only been joking. She turned to Lucy and recognized her as Rayard Nim's daughter, and she confirmed it. But LK asked the fairy if she knew Rayard. Lillian recalled that Lucy's father, Rayard Nim, had visited here long ago and worked alongside other dragons to cure a disease afflicting the fairies, a task that was not easy. She asked why they were looking at the dragon heart, explaining that it was a treasured memento of Akrian Nim, a great being who loved the world dearly. She expressed her wish to understand their intentions in detail. LK hesitated, feeling awkward after hearing the dragon heart's significance, and admitted to himself that it's embarrassing to say he wants it for personal use. He decided that he should be honest with her, explain everything, and ask for her help. He revealed the truth, explaining that he was not a native of that place, but was actually a human from a different dimension. Constantly, both of them discussed with each other. Meanwhile, LK's companions stood silently, waiting for his response. At the same time, LK explained that in order to return to his own world, he must collect the shards of the dragon heart. Lillian asked if Rayard Nim was also conducting research on the Dimension Gate by himself, and he believed so. LK thought that there was a good chance Rayard was just goofing off with Lucy's mom instead. Subsequently, Lillian took the necklace off her neck. She handed him a necklace and explained that it was the shard of the dragon heart. LK nervously asked if she was sure, emphasizing its importance, and she replied that if Rayard Nim had instructed him to look for the dragon heart, there must be a good reason. According to her, she had no use for it. However, LK asked what she meant. LK asked the thief cat if she had heard everything. and she replied that she couldn't hear anything from outside but was too impatient to wait. Palm Sivet suspected that LK obtained the dragon heart, and she wanted details about the conversation between the fairy queen, but he insisted the conversation was private. Anyway, LK asked why, if Lillian was the last of the fairies, she also didn't need the dragon heart after saying so moments ago. Furtherly, he asked her if she was the only fairy left in existence. Lillian began explaining that her story was long, and that the world was known to be full of many different races. She told the creature one by one which was human, beastman, elf, fairy, and dragon. When an interdimensional phenomenon occurred, it was an instability that created a disruption in other dimensions. Thus, the passageway had been opened from the material world of humans and beastmen and the astral plane of the dragons. That was how the fairies were able to manifest the material world. Fortunately, many had been able to migrate, but for fairies to adapt in the material world was an extremely difficult task. The fairies tried their best, but it would often not go the way they intended, and due to the influence of the material world. There were even some mutant fairies who were born with bodies that could grow as big as humans. Their wings had ceased to exist, and their physical prowess had developed much further than their mental prowess. Soon, they left the forest in which they had been born in order to mingle with other races and changed even more rapidly. Thus, fairies had been divided into two, and that subrace of fairy was now called elf. Elysian knew the elf was related to the fairies, but she never knew they were fairy mutants. Unlike elf, who adapted to the material world extremely quickly, fairies attempted to adapt their surroundings to them. However, it took some time until they realized their efforts were futile. Lillian called herself a foolish fairy, revealed that beastmen had secured the land, humans had built the wall, elves had decorated the gardens, and dragons had cast magic, which was what they knew as the fairy palace. To summarize, that place was the gift of other races, as well as the symbol of peace, and simply the fairies gave up upon themselves, and other races did not. However, the fairies did not change even when other races developed even further. All they did was just stay within the gardens of flowers and herbs, then sing and party. Then, the dark wizard, Ragdoom, sparked the Holy Castle War. Against the common enemy, humans, elves, and beastmen fought against the demonic adversity together. Even the dragons, who were much too powerful to intervene, momentarily gave them assistance with the power of light. But fairies had hidden themselves away from the war, thinking that it did not concern them. After the war, afraid of other races' invasion of their land, they only expanded their forest and used the spirits to completely guard the land from the intruders, despite not knowing that demonic mana lingered in that continent. Thus, in the fairy forest, the disease caused by the demonic mana began to circulate, and half of the fairies in the forest had lost their lives. The remaining fairies were in fear of contracting the disease, and no new fairies were born anymore either. Just like how the fairies turned their back on that world, the world had turned its back on them. The fairies who had not contracted the disease yet abandoned their physical body in that world and became spirits by leaving through the dimension gate Lillian had created, returning to the spirit world. The fairies had no motivation and purpose, made no effort to change, found themselves needing no one, and ultimately ran away again, marking the end of their story. Macon knew that was why the fairies no longer resided in that forest. Lillian was expressing gratitude for having someone who listened to them until the end. After hearing the tale, Palm Sivet was nervous and struggling to speak. She admitted they also have a question to ask. She asked if the missing person who had come here was her father. Lillian had recognized Palm Sivet's father back when Palm Sivet was just a child. She claimed that there was no concept of age amongst fairies, and once their mental strength depletes, they no longer wake up. If a queen believed their existence was near its end, they passed on their queenship and went into the internal slumber. On the other hand, she assumed Palm Sivet had come searching for their father, but she admitted that she had come here for money. There was no need to lie, but Palm Sivet missed the vacancy her father had left. She was shocked to hear that. The spirits closely guarded the fairy forest. Anyone who invaded it without permission paid a steep price. LK asked if Palm Sivet's father escaped with the fairies' help, and Lillian admitted it was a problem. Lillian claimed that the barrier was first made to protect fairies from others, but later strengthened to protect others from fairies. LK was hesitant to hear that. She said that all the fairies, except her, have been infected by a disease from demonic mana. The pollen from the fairy's wing was the main cause of the disease, but Palm Sivet ate the pollen dust. From Lillian's perspective, the dust wasn't dangerous because it had been 10 years since it fell, and it only spreads disease within 3 minutes of falling, so there was no need to worry. Palm Sivet was upset, accusing them of abandoning her if she had been infected. She wanted to know why the man entered the fairy forest. The fairy explained the reason for Camel's absence, claiming that he was infected. Palm Sivet was shocked to learn that the man, though appearing healthy, had been infected but showed no symptoms. The fairy suggested that it was someone else who got the disease. She then revealed that the person was probably Palm Sivet's mother. According to Lillian, Palm Sivet's father looked up in shock as a fairy quickly flew away. She confronted him, asking how he managed to enter. Lillian explained that a great deal of time had passed since she had found Camel and Lorlia had met. Palm Sivet was shocked, saying she had never known this before, and was told it was only pneumonia. Elysian stated that diseases caused by demonic mana were difficult to heal, and most patients died from the stress, even when healing was attempted. Lillian said that if the thief cat's mother's illness were discovered, the family would likely be quarantined in jail, and Camel went to the fairy forest to find a cure before that happened. She added that Camel pleaded with Lorlia to help his wife, but normal herbs had long since lost their effectiveness. He believed the magical power in a unicorn's horn might cure his wife's disease. However, that was an impossible task for him since if a unicorn dies, the power of its horn fades away. Thus, he could not hunt one. The best method was to cut its horn when it was asleep, but a unicorn would only fall to its slumber near a virgin girl. So that was why he brought Lillian in here with him that time to heal Mom. Lillian wondered why the fairy never came to meet them, suspecting they were tricked, but the man stayed silent with a sad expression. The fairy explained that Lorlia was already dying from the disease and had another reason why she could not meet. People in the caravan discovered the fact that Camel was bringing back rare herbs. The caravan master asked Camel to guide them through the fairy forest, so their goal was to take anything valuable from it. Camel initially refused, but the caravan's threats forced him to agree. After Camel left home, leaving only his adventure journal and fairy dust, he vowed it would be his last trip into the forest. He warned that they should leave soon, reminding them that this was the fairy forest. The bald man dismissed the urgency, insisting they hadn't found anything worthwhile yet. He ordered the group to gather anything valuable before it's too late. Camel forcefully pulled a plant from the ground. Suddenly, he looked tense and worried. He looked alarmed as the fairy called out to him. Lorlia apologized, saying she caused harm to his family. She identified a large red flower as the flower of Unisia. Camel was shocked at Lorlia's transformed body and said they could use the flower. A man noticed the fairy shockingly and called for everyone to look. He exclaimed that there is a fairy. The bald man urged others to capture the rare fairy so they could sell it for a high price. Camel warned the fairy to run as a group of people chases after them. The pursuers shouted about their money escaping and urged each other to capture it. He blocked the mob, warning them of the consequences of harming a fairy in the forest. The angry mob accused him of losing the fairy and trying to keep all the money for themselves. A man accused Camel of trying to get rich alone, while he denied it and asked to be released. Suddenly, Camel was shocked as he saw two others running away. The guy was about to throw a stone at Camel, so he hit him instead. A worried Lorlia urgently called out to him. The bald man yelled at his group to return to their guide and instructed them to search his body since he might have had a map or something. Camel thought about returning home, remembering that his family was waiting for him. Finally, they found pollen dust on his body. When he opened it, it spread out. The sparkle spread, drawing the attention of the surrounding people. Now, Palm Sivet realized that if they had obtained the flower called Unisia, her mother might have survived. Lillian explained that the flower of Unisia is the most powerful herb in the fairy forest, ineffective for fairies, but highly effective for humans and beastmen. The thief cat believed it could have completely cured her, but Lillian expected to believe that. She angrily questioned the claim that her father abandoned her and her mother for fairies as a way to protect them. LK nervously told Palm Sivet to calm down, and she cried. Palm Sivet regretted, saying she hated that man all her life and didn't know how to feel after learning the truth now. Both of them were shocked to see her since the thief cat cried. Palm Sivet quickly denied crying and changed the subject. The Palm Sivet furiously realized that the merchant has deceived her. LK said that the reason why his father went into that forest in the first place was to find the merchant's cargo, since they only used him for the money. The elf girl said that was why LK should not be nice to humans, and he wondered if she was not being too blunt. Meanwhile, Palm Sivets angrily explained that she was unknowingly used by the Steven merchants, and because of the debt they owed, she was forced to follow orders, including infiltrating the Gabriel merchants. She angrily vowed revenge, declaring that she would make them pay. She then thanked the fairy for telling her the true facts. Because of that, Palm Sivet thought the misunderstanding was now gone. Lillian said that it was great to hear. Lillian encouraged them, saying the journey would have many hardships, but they would be able to find their way through together. She claimed that the variety was prone to succeed. LK asked her if she would return to the spirit world, and she replied that, as the fairy queen, she could not simply abandon her palace. Both of them clasped their hands, and the fairy told him to visit again if the opportunity arose. She looked at him and said he and his team would forever be the friends of the fairies. While departing from the palace, LK looked at it carefully. The thief cat teasingly asked if he got anything besides the dragon heart, making him flusteredly reply that he didn't. As they walked along the path, Palm Sivet playfully demanded to see the dragon heart, but he refused, saying he could not trust her. She stuck out her tongue at him teasingly, and he crossed his arms in frustration, saying that he gave up. She complained about being tired of the forest and wanting to leave. LK walked away, looking at Dragon Heart in his hand, worried about what had happened. He looked at the pendant in shock and panic, wondering if he should absorb it. Mad Dragon called Akroin broke his dragon heart and gave each piece to 4 races before his death. Each dragon heart was known by many names: Philosopher's Stone by humans, Tree of Life by elves, Wings of Spirit by fairies, and Tear of Continent by beastmen. One of them had been set into a sword called Blackstream by Rayard, and another one was currently in LK's hand. But he wondered how he used that. Meanwhile, both of them waved toward flying creatures in the sky, calling out their thanks for giving them a ride. LK asked Lucy if it was really a dragon heart, and she confirmed that it was real. Palm Sivet commented that the item looked expensive, but he told her not to worry about it. She asked if he could give it to her, but he refused, while she teased that it would suit her better than him. Elysian recognized the necklace, and he confirmed it belonged to the fairy queen. He asked if Elysian liked such things, and she liked them, but even though priestesses were forbidden from wearing accessories. LK said it was unfortunate, as he thought accessories would look great on Elysian. After hearing that, the priestess blushed in surprise. She wondered if she should try them, and LK thought that they were forbidden. Elysian assured no one would say anything, while the thief cat stared at her in surprise. She admired a beautiful accessory she was wearing for the first time. LK complimented her look but denied it to others, who protested about discrimination. Lucy urged him to focus on absorbing the dragon heart, but LK questioned whether it would truly work even if he tried his best. He looked surprised as Dragon Heart appeared in his hand. He glimpsed his past when Rayard explained that to absorb the Dragon Heart's power, a matching mana signature is needed, so he implanted one in the listener's mana circle. He noticed the seed in his mana circle reacting, and Lucy confidently reminded him she said it would work. He asked how to absorb it, and she angrily yelled that she has no idea because she's not a wizard. LK explained that he was absorbing mana from the jewelry, and if he could take in even part of it, his tier would rise by 1. Macon told him that since he had found the item, he had completed his master's task. However, Elysian asked him if he could return to her hometown. He claimed that there are 4 dragon heart shards, and he still needed to find 3 more. Palm Sivet reacted with interest upon hearing there were 3 more shards. LK questioned her expression, and she said that she was just a little interested. The next day, he decided to recheck it. Elysian inquired about a device he had seen before, and he explained that it was a GPS for tracking dragon heart shards. Palm Sivet excitedly asked how to use the device. LK explained that injecting mana into the device marks the nearest dragon heart, but only tier 4 wizards or higher can use it. The thief cat realized she couldn't use the device even if she stole it, and then demanded to be shown how it worked. LK noticed the device marking a location, and the elf girl pointed out that he already had a dragon heart shard with him. He was panicking since if he could not absorb Wings of Spirit, he could not detect any other shards. Finally, they departed from the palace. LK wondered if he really needed to return to Dragon Mountain for the task, while Macon, beside him, looked on in confusion. Inside a carriage, they sat quietly. After hearing both of them, Lucy reacted with surprise. while the thief cat lying down asked what they were talking about. Suddenly, Lucy called him to stop because Camel's grave was nearby. Palm Sivet was astonished to hear that. Lucy said that a fairy named Lorlia made him a grave for the sake of human tradition. Palm Sivet said that she and her mom suffered greatly because of him. Elysian suggested forgiveness since it was all for Camel's family. But Palm Sivet angrily responded that it wasn't that simple and asked that the priestess must have it easy. Lucy remarked that if the thief cat was unwilling, there was nothing they could do. Palm Sivet protested that she never said she didn't want to go, while Lucy told her to just go. Finally, she admitted that she wants to go. Lucy told the priestesses that she should have been done from the start, and Elysian reassured her that she had made a good choice. From LK's perspective, Palm Sivet struggled to win arguments against Lucy. Meanwhile, they saw a forest clearing filled with skeletons. Macon deduced that a fight likely broke out when the group got stuck in the forest and ran out of food. Elysian, looking concerned, suggested they should properly bury them. LK was told to bury all the bodies together to avoid discomfort. Afterward, LK and his crew worked together to dig a grave to properly bury the skeletons. Therefore, Elysian put the wooden religious cross beside the grave. Palm Sivet doubted the value of honoring the dead, since they sure lucked out. She insisted on being taken to Camel's grave. Without any hesitation, she walked, and he called out to her. Suddenly, she stopped since she declared that it was her father's grave. She turned out to Elysian and asked to pray for her father's peaceful passing. Consequently, she agreed to pray for Camel's passing happily. After praying, she told them to go together. LK suggested moving the remains back home, but the thief cat said that Lorlia worked hard and spent her time making it. Palm Sivet said the man's grave was better there than anywhere else, and since she got permission from Lillian, she could visit anytime she wanted. He asked if she was going to keep working at Stephen Merchant's. Palm Sivet angrily said she wouldn't keep working there and would bust them up when she got back. LK asked if she had forgiven her father, and she replied that she hadn't completely. Nevertheless, Palm Sivet said they should go because she wanted to eat meat until her stomach exploded, and the elf girl excitedly reacted to the mention of meat. However, Macon told them to depart. Lucy praised Els for a good job. She told the light spirit to tell Lillian they got out safe and sound. Macon said they would soon leave the fairy forest, and the priestess said she would never forget her time there. Consequently, Palm Sivet demanded to be given the rest of the pay for completing the task. After the payment, LK thought that if she was asking for money, it must mean they had gotten out by now. She asked if there was any bonus, and he angrily questioned what she had done to deserve one. LK asked when they would arrive at La Rochelle, and Macon replied that if they left now, they would get there right before sunset. LK wanted to go back and pass out, while she said she wanted meat. Afterward, they continued their journey. Inside the carriage, Lucy fell asleep leaning on him. He picked up the handkerchief. From it, he cleaned the saliva from her mouth. But he understood that this handkerchief was used to clean the wagon. Suddenly, Lucy, after opening her eyes, urgently instructed the driver to halt the wagon. After stopping, Macon did not understand what was going on. Lucy claimed that she sensed something dangerous nearby. Both of them were shocked to hear that. With tension in her voice, Lucy recognized the same feeling she had felt from the dark wizards before. LK admitted he had once battled dark wizards, believing they had hunted him ever since, leaving the thief cat shocked and frustrated that such a truth had been hidden from her until now. He kept the truth from Palm Sivet. Meanwhile, he used a spell to sense nearby evil. After casting a spell, LK unleashed a powerful magic circle, sending waves of energy across the ground. Realizing the danger, he urgently shouted for everyone to take cover. Because the fireballs come towards them speedily, he had gripped a glowing trident and had challenged his opponent. He used a wall of ice to block the fireballs. Meanwhile, he also used the protective shield. After that, LK sensed that the wagon and horses were in danger. Elysian told him to get to safety first. LK told everyone to hide behind the wagon. Palm Sivet accused him of scamming her, refused his extra payment, and said it was useless if she died. Immediately, the arrows come at her, but Palm Sivet dodges them incidentally. Therefore, LK cast a magic spell to block a rain of arrows. He demanded that the enemy reveal themselves. He then unleashed a wind cutter attack and rushed towards the opponent for a strike. Finally, Lucy stepped towards the enemy, but he warned her to be careful. She assured him she wasn't worried. He shouted for his opponent to come out and fight instead of hiding. a sinister man, Vister acknowledged that a rumor was not exactly untrue. After hearing that, LK was shocked. He sensed a familiar arcane energy and realized in shock that it belonged to someone named Marcus. After knowing the fact, LK used the force wall to protect the opponent's attack. The powerful strike comes from the trees towards him. LK tried as far as he could to stop it. He screamed in pain and shock, wondering how the attack could be so powerful. An incredible blast appeared on the ground. The dust was scattered everywhere. From his point of view, the enemy was at least tier 6 and possibly stronger than Marcus. Meanwhile, Vister praised him for his skill. He mocked LK for being just a kid, but was curious to see the one who had challenged Marcus. He smirked, told that LK had anticipated and blocked the attack, and warned that ignorance would have meant a painless death. He said that it would be weird if he did not realize something was coming with so much demonic energy, and joked about being famous among them. Vister said to him that it's obvious they'd react since a kid disrupted the Dimension Mediator's campaign. The dark energy appeared from his hand and decided to attack LK. Vister was amazed that someone so young had reached tier 5 and was certain after seeing it himself. But he criticized his dark wizard subordinates for being weak despite their rank. On the other hand, LK worried about Lucy's safety as she chases enemies into the forest. He realized the wagon that couldn't be moved and wondered what to do next. Nevertheless, Vister threatened him, telling him that escape was impossible and his lot would never be able to walk out of that place alive. After threatening, he began casting a powerful magical attack, channeling energy into a glowing sphere. He then released it as a prismatic spray. While using a magical wand, LK knew that the enemy could cast arcane magic followed by ray magic. He used the dark matter barricade after giving it thought. This powerful magic blocked the opponent's attack. Finally, the prismatic spray ended. Vister was shocked, as he had never seen that magic, and declared him to be a skilled individual. LK realized that light and dark were completely opposite forces. He acknowledged that if he had not learned about that saying, it would not have been practical. He would have been a gunner just now, if the enemy had been using prismatic spray. Suddenly, he threw the stone at the opponent. By using the protective shield, the bald guy blocked it easily. He knew that there was a rat in the forest. LK wanted to know why a tier 7 wizard was here of all places, and the opponent explained that since tier 6 Marcus had been defeated, it's only logical for him to take action. He called Vister a tier 7 master and asked why he was there. Vister explained that since Marcus, who was in tier 6, had been defeated, he had no choice but to step in. He asked Vister who led the Dimension Mediators, but he humbly claimed he was just under someone's orders. Even Vister, who was a tier 7, could not even dream of reaching his ankle. He called out to Colin and ordered him to take the mercenary and capture the rat inside the forest. Colin agreed and promised he wouldn't disappoint him. Suddenly, he ran towards LK. On the other hand, he stayed alert and decided to take action. He gathered his energy and was about to strike Colin with a lightning bolt. Vister felt excited, as he expected the win to be his. Whereas, LK further applied the chain lightning magic at Colin. Vister stared at his subordinate. He made up his mind to make a heavy attack on LK and his allies. LK sensed that an incredible attack was waiting for them, and rapidly shouted to his companions to run away from here. After commanding, his allies ran away from the horse-drawn carriage. On the other hand, Vister used the lightning conductor on them. LK was shocked to see that. He had declared he would return it twice-fold and had gathered a powerful energy sphere above his staff. In a lightning conductor, a massive lightning strike had crashed down and was about to hit LK. Meanwhile, his allies jumped away to save themselves from the lightning strike. LK was shocked, exclaiming at the overwhelming power he had just witnessed. Vister wanted to investigate him, expecting a connection to the Sage Tower, but found none. But he demanded to know why LK interfered with the Dimension Mediator's campaign. LK said he didn't mean to do it, but Vister accused him of causing the loss of the Manastone mine. Vister then offered a deal to surrender and give up the staff, as his master was interested in LK, and in return, he would release their companions. LK responded with a smirk, saying that even if he agreed, his companions would never accept the deal. But the thief cat's voice echoed in his ear, agreeing to surrender. Vister, enraged by the refusal, declared that if LK wishes to die, so be it, and commanded him to struggle pointlessly until his death. He cast a spell of power word, Stun. After casting his spell, LK froze in place. unable to understand how he had done it. Vistor cautioned that resisting his spell could be deadly and insisted that he follow his instructions. LK felt like his head hurt so much, and he could not move a single inch. It seemed like his whole brain was under intense pressure. But he promised himself never to give up. He glimpsed his past when Seafire's teasingly asked him if he was ready for another injection training. But compared to Seafire's training, he claimed that something like this was nothing. After being defeated by a stun, he screamed loudly. Vistor was shocked to see that. He praised his strong mind and asked if it made their magic faster. LK claimed that the attack was nothing compared to his master's training, making Vistor curious about his master. He admitted to himself that he almost died from the pain. Suddenly, he gathered energy in his hand and hurled it at Vistor. On the other hand, Vistor made a protective shield to block it. He successfully blocked it, but he felt the danger. He saw the magic missile that was coming at him. He hit him as the dust was scattered. He relied on his fast spellcasting and planned to attack non-stop. He attacked with Ice Arrow, knowing he couldn't realistically beat a Tier 7 wizard. He then used the Flame Spear technique on him. He planned to keep attacking relentlessly and escape with his companions if an opening appeared. He confidently threw it at Vistor. He was suddenly shocked to see the Vistor who stood fearlessly. Vistor mocked him, saying his attack only stirred up dust. He again mocked him, saying he didn't seem serious about winning. Tauntingly asked if they believe they can escape from here. LK decided to try, thinking he wouldn't find out. He raised his staff and cast a powerful magic spell. Determined not to give up, he channeled all his strength to use an ice spell. While casting a spell, he was shocked at once. Suddenly, he used it as a protective shield. He realized in shock that it wasn't a barrier attack. Both of them carried their staffs and were ready to apply the magic. LK attacked him with magic, thinking the bald man was also there. However, his subordinate blocked the attack. He worried about handling a Tier 7 master, while also watching his subordinates behind him. But he heard his companion, who cried for help, and urgently checked if everyone was safe. Vistor admired him for caring about his teammates. He asked him with a sly smile whose orders he was following. However, LK asked if he really needed to answer. Vistor asked him if he was still opposed to him and suggested testing their chances this time. LK had realized it was happening again and reacted in shock. When Lucy shouted at them to stop, both the enemies and LK were shocked. She had threatened Vistor, ordering him to drop his staff, unless he wanted to see him die. Vistor had mocked Colin's incompetence, while he had apologized to his master. He told the other to handle the situation alone, and he agreed. Lucy could not believe that the enemy didn't care about his subordinate's life. As one of Vistor's companions was about to attack her, LK told the elf girl to run. He threatened them, saying that they would die, and Macon suddenly appeared as a glowing-eyed tiger. It roared confidently and leapt at him. The enemy was shocked to see that. Seeing the situation, he cast a fireball at the tiger. However, it had no effect and didn't leave a single scratch. Therefore, he decided to use the wind cutter. Using the wind cutter, he managed to scratch it, but the tiger kept leaping forward confidently. It was about to punch the opponent. Immediately, Vistor used his dangerous technique and hurled it at the tiger. The tiger fell down on the ground. Vistor, empowered by magic, felt confident to face multiple opponents. His companion angrily vowed to defeat the tiger, who appeared injured and struggling. LK shouted a warning to Macon, telling him it's dangerous. While casting a powerful magic attack, Vistor declared that the opponent was his. LK blocked an intense fire attack with a shield, shattering ice around it, and reacted with stress. Meanwhile, the enemy was busy casting a magic spell on the tiger, whereas Palm Sivet, who sat on the branch of the tree, watched as the enemy grinned menacingly. She quickly threw the rope to grip the opponent's staff. She smartly pulled back the rope and jumped onto the ground from the tree. She took the staff from him, as he could not cast a spell without one. Suddenly, the tiger had come unconscious and stood behind the enemy. It hit him with a powerful punch. Finally, Vistor's subordinate fell on the ground. Colin was shocked to see that. Without any hesitation, Lucy hit him behind his shoulder. However, Palm Sivet told the priestess to come out. Elysian decided to treat Macon's injury first. She used her powers to heal the tiger. After that, she asked him about his well-being, and he said he was fine, telling her that she could take care of Macon. While holding a smile in surprise, Vistor said he never expected that outcome. LK asked him why he did not step back now, but he refused to retreat, saying he couldn't return without a reason. Vister wanted to capture him and question him, but if that was the case, then he could not help it. He floated in the air, gathering powerful energy in his hands. While gathering the power, Lucy forcefully threw a stone while shouting. After hitting the stone, he said that these children's pranks were useless now. He decided to use the magic of diamond dust. He carefully applied it to the ground. Due to its effect, a large tree was surrounded by glowing shards and sparkling light. LK looked in shock as a massive wall of ice and sparkling shards rushed toward him. He stopped it by using the wall of fire, but it did not affect the massive wall of ice. He was running out of mana, and he could not keep that up. At least the other people in the back should escape. Lucy charged forward, helping him to stop the ice wall. Both of them tried to stop as far as they could. She was determined to join the fight and help. On the other hand, Vister confidently used a large amount of ice to knock down the wall of fire. He was intrigued by the immortal magic sword. He said that fighting was useless because the power difference was too great. The ice kept spreading, layer upon layer. Both of them made an effort to stop it. Unfortunately, they were unable to halt it, and frost began to form upon their faces. He urged Lucy to escape, but she insisted she's fine. He shockingly called her stubborn, but unexpectedly, the blood began to flow from his nose. He realized he had overexerted himself. He then noticed he was running out of mana. In shock, she cried out his name. Unexpectedly, he gave up and fell on the ground. Lucy tried to wake him up. When he opened his eyes, he beheld the glowing shard of the dragon heart. Both of them were astonished to see that. Vister was shocked by a sudden burst of bright light. He angrily warned that showing off or using tricks was useless. He gathered power and vowed to end the battle. Lucy struggled to hold the flames while LK realized that the seed Rayard planted was reacting. LK recognized the familiar, powerful feeling from his past. He glimpsed his past when he shouted. He sensed that his body was breaking apart. Sapphire explained that forcing magic circles into one's body was painful, but enduring it would make the effect stronger. She encouraged LK to stay strong. She then reminded him to stay focused on his goal. The reason LK went looking for the pieces of the dragon heart in the first place was to become stronger and get back to the world he lived in. But only in a place like that. Lucy shouted encouragement to LK to keep going. LK was convinced that he could not fail now. Suddenly, he came into the world in shock. He glanced about in every direction until at last he spotted himself in the forest. He did not understand how he went into that world. He then saw the man who stood on the rock. Both were unsure of their location, and LK guessed they were in a rainforest. A guy claimed that they were in the Loire rainforest, a vital habitat for animals and plants. He was there because his house was in the rainforest. They didn't know each other but decided to get acquainted. The man introduced himself as Acrian. LK was shocked to realize Acrian is the legendary great dragon. Acrian laughed at being called crazy, while LK wondered if he was dead or hallucinating. He explained that it wasn't a hallucination, but a vision of him sleeping inside a piece of the dragon heart. Mana created all life and matter, and everything eventually returned to it, but he remained because of his lingering feelings about that world. LK asked if it was because he was worried about the Arsenian continent, and Acrian said that events would inevitably happen, regardless of how long they took. He told him that it wasn't the time to stay, and they must return, leaving LK confused. He transported LK to the present world. In the present world, Lucy had fallen on the ground and given up. Vister mocked him, saying he expected him to do something impressive. He told LK that he should have died already. Lucy urged LK to wake up, saying he's the only one who can defeat the enemy. She urgently yelled at him to take action. Finally, LK's soul came to his body. He stood up, and it felt like his eardrums were about to burst. In contrast, Vister demanded to know what happened. He stared in disbelief, unable to fathom how LK was still alive. He could not believe he was alive. At the same time, LK was glowing with a red crystal and 6 blue symbols shining from his chest due to his mastery of his power. Afterward, he laughed rapidly. Vister asked him if he was crazy after coming back to life. LK suddenly started laughing for no reason. He thanked Lucy for her task. He told her that he would solve Vister himself. Lucy was shocked to hear that. Vister was questioning him about what use a wizard was if they had no mana left. But LK confidently replied that he could still do many things without mana. He proved his point by unleashing a powerful, fiery spell, showing he could still fight without mana. He demonstrated by unleashing a massive tornado of fire. Vister looked on in shock as the young wizard overwhelmed him with a towering blaze of fire. He was shocked and confused, wondering how someone who supposedly ran out of mana could unleash such immense power. LK's allies were also shocked to see that, since they had understood that he ran out of mana, he still bravely did that. Lucy was also stunned to see that. Vister powered up his magic and declared that no matter what trick was used, the fact that the young wizard was going to die remained the same. LK knew that not only had he advanced a tier, but all his mana had been restored, and decided to take the lead if they competed with mana. However, he planted his staff into the ground, activating a powerful glowing magic circle beneath him. He mocked him and said he returned the attack. He unleashed a giant fiery tornado upward and sent a massive fire tornado down from the sky to him. Vister angrily shouted at him. Finally, he was engulfed by the raging flames. He tried as far as he could to stop the flames. He panicked, questioning how things turned out this way. Fortunately, Vister screamed in despair as the flames consumed him. At last, the fire exploded and burned Vister. At the same time, LK stood calmly as the battlefield was left. He let out a relieved sigh after the intense battle. Out of the smoke, burned Vister stood before the young wizard, then fell and died. Elysian asked if the battle was over, and Macon replied that LK had won it. After that, they both ran toward him. LK was praised for his impressive feat, and he assured that he was no longer nervous, feeling okay now. The priestess admitted she was worried about LK and Lucy, and he acknowledged that the situation had been a bit dangerous. Palm Sivet angrily scolded him for not warning her about being chased by a black sorcerer, while he apologized, and she reminded him not to forget the risk allowance. LK pretended not to remember what he said, but the thief cat, clearly angry, insisted on reminding him. However, both girls argued, with one saying that everyone survived thanks to LK and that he should be thanked, while the other questioned whether she was his wife for taking sides with him so much. Elysian became flustered and blushed when the other questioned if she was LK's wife for defending him so strongly. LK assured her that they're just colleagues, and the priestess nervously agreed. Lucy asked about the green light, and the young wizard began to explain. From his perspective, he was able to absorb the dragon heart when his mana ran out. Everyone congratulated LK for reaching tier 6, but Palm Sivet was amazed that he was only a tier 5 wizard before. She was surprised that LK, who didn't look very smart, had achieved something so remarkable. On the other hand, 2 of Vister's subordinates were in their custody. By the way, the carriage was destroyed, so they decided to search the woods for horses. 3 of them decided to go, while LK and Lucy were told to rest. LK thanked them and told them to go ahead. LK felt stronger with more mana, but admitted he was exhausted and realized that advancing to tier 6 saved his life. Nevertheless, Lucy warned him that the fight was not over yet and pointed out a suspicious staff, surprising him. Beside Vister's dead body, his fallen staff began glowing with dark energy, signaling danger was not over yet. LK was shocked as he realized the staff held potent magic. Suddenly, his companions warned him to be careful since the strike was about to come toward him. A powerful attack came from someone, a wizard, but he tried to block it by using his protective shield. As the explosion happened, LK panicked and wondered if there was still another hidden wizard causing the attack. He was thrown back by the explosion. However, Lucy rushed to him with concern, asking if he was all right. An old wizard, Marquis Christopher, arrived, furious, and accused LK of being a wicked brat for causing such destruction. He, enraged by the chaos, declared he would end LK's life on the spot. He realized in shock that there's still another wizard they hadn't accounted for. He was upset and questioning why someone is being selfish about the world's only monostone mine. Lucy was shocked to see the old wizard. LK were preparing to face a strong enemy, with one warning the other to be cautious. The elder was shocked to see Lucy and urgently demanded to bring them over without question. Without saying anything, both were rushed at him in an intense battle. Marquis attacked them with a giant blast that knocked the tiger, especially Palm Sivet. Therefore, he accused LK of using dark magic and questioned how many lives had been sacrificed for his power. LK was shocked after being called a dark wizard. He was confused after being wrongly accused of being a dark wizard. But Lucy defended him by saying his mana is different. She angrily kicked him while she insisted she tried to tell him earlier. LK did not feel any dark magic that he had felt before from the dark wizards. He nervously realized and tried to explain that there's been a misunderstanding. He's not actually a dark wizard, despite what everyone thought. But Marquis angrily refused to believe LK, accusing him of lying and yelling at him to be quiet. He claimed that his staff was filled with dark magic, suggesting it's the real source of the power. LK realized the dark magic came from the staff he had been holding and felt foolish for not noticing it sooner. He then tried to explain that he had just found the staff, but the old wizard insulted him, calling him stupid. LK felt frustrated, realizing that people have been calling him stupid a lot lately. He defended himself by saying he clearly uses mana, not dark magic, and told him that there was no reason to carry such a broken, burnt staff. He revealed his real staff to prove that the dark one isn't his, strengthening his claim of innocence. Marquis finally called him the smart boy, but LK was confused and wondered if people saw him as smart or stupid. He insisted that LK was guilty based on solid evidence, but he was confused and questioned what evidence he was referring to. Marquis accused the young wizard again, saying he could not be so strong at that young age unless he used dark magic. But LK avoided suspicion by claiming he's just a genius wizard. Now, he was claiming he's actually 70 years old. He jokingly added that his face looked young, but his back aches when it rains. Whereas Marquis angrily shouts that he's 67 years old. Lucy angrily hit him, yelling that what he did was dirty. Both of them argued. LK insisted he's not a dark wizard, while the other angrily accused him of betraying his teacher. Suddenly, Elysian defended the boy, asking the other to stop and firmly saying he's not a dark wizard. Marquis was shocked as he saw Elysian, the priestess of the Shine Church. He then accused LK of brainwashing a priestess, while he desperately denied it in frustration. Immediately, Leo appeared and asked everyone to stop and confirmed that LK was not a dark wizard. LK was stunned to see Leo. He greeted them, showing he knew them and was glad to be back. Whereas Marquis angrily scolded them for not showing Prince Leonhard proper respect. After hearing that, LK was shocked to learn that Leo was the prince. They are surprised to see Prince Leo in this place. Tomford angrily demanded respect, saying they must kneel before the prince. Leo insisted he was fine and told Sir Tomford to step back, and he reluctantly agreed. He asked LK to explain what's happening. According to LK's saying, they got back from the fairy forest. Leo heard that most people who went in could not come back, and was surprised by how they managed to get out. LK explained they survived because they had a guide. Marquis was shocked to learn LK wasn't actually a black sorcerer. Afterward, Leo introduced the old wizard's identity in front of him. He claimed that Marquis was the court wizard of the kingdom of Kudrin. LK realized that the man was powerful because he was a rare tier 7 court wizard. Leo then introduced the young wizard's identity in front of the elder, claiming that he was the one who defeated Marcus in Hwajyaman village. Marquis was surprised because he thought the person who beat Marcus was only a tier 5 wizard, but LK revealed he was actually a tier 6 wizard. He was shocked again that LK was already a tier 6 wizard and then asked him about the black sorcerer, to which he pointed out the enemy's dead body. He claimed that Marquis looked like a tier 7 wizard with his power. Maruiz was amazed that LK was a tier 6 wizard at his age and even defeated a tier 7 wizard since he had never seen anything like that in his whole life. He guessed that Vistor was unlucky, but LK believed it wasn't just good luck. However, Marquis was confused and upset because the young wizard wasn't told the truth about someone not being the black sorcerer. On the other hand, Leo ordered Tomford to search for bodies and took all of those who were still alive. From LK's point of view, both Vistor's subordinates tied up over there were dark wizards, so the prince suggested taking them for questioning. Nevertheless, LK asked him how he got there. Leo claimed that it was a long story to explain. LK asked him if he could not find the information about the Monostone mine, and paid the Thief's Guild. Leo explained how one followed a black sorcerer and discovered a destroyed carriage. LK suggested that the black sorcerers are after them because they believed LK was hiding his identity. He reminded Leo that he even hid the fact that he was a prince, while he explained it wasn't necessary at the time. He properly introduced himself as Leonhard von Kudrin, the second prince of the kingdom of Kudrin, and the royal guard behind him. Now, LK was satisfied with him. On the other side, Elysian was trying to heal her companions by using her energy. LK warned the elder that he had almost killed someone, and the old wizard explained that their power was only meant to neutralize the person and take them alive for questioning. He angrily accused Marquis of trying to kill him, while he complained about him for being too vicious. Macon seemed to be in pain, and the priestess asked him about his well-being. He was shocked to see the black sorcerer and Leo, who greeted him, and the Marquis apologized, explaining that it was a misunderstanding, as he had not correctly recognized them. At the same time, Macon expressed surprise upon learning that Leo was the prince. Leo reassured them not to feel pressured and asked them to treat him the same as before. On the other hand, LK tried to wake up the thief cat. As she woke, she asked what had happened. He advised her not to be surprised and to listen, explaining that there's a misunderstanding. Marquis confronted the thief cat, who was shocked and scared. She ran away, telling LK that she no longer needed the extra fee. LK exclaimed in surprise as he watched her swiftly run away. Palm Sivet explained that she didn't run away, but instead it was a retreat, while LK character questioned her about the strategy. Leo noted that the situation was mostly resolved and asked him about his next destination, to which he replied that they were on their way to La Roselle. LK asked what they would ride, while he looked confused, noticing the group on horseback. He was upset and shouting about being left out, and someone offered to let him ride behind him. He turned his face and saw the Marquis, who responded enthusiastically that it would be great and that they had many questions for him. After hearing that, LK felt nervous and appreciated him. Afterward, all of them went together. Marquis asked him a series of questions about his magic training, their relationship with an elf, and when they achieved Tier 4, while the young wizard expressed frustration. He then asked about having a girlfriend and when they planned to get married, while LK looked uncomfortable. After a few hours, they approached the Royal Security Service. Both subordinates were handed over to them. LK informed him that the organization was structured in a certain way, and Leo responded, suggesting they would discuss the rest later, and inquired about his stay. Macon shared that they would be taking a rest at an inn in La Roselle, while the prince responded that he needed to discuss the matter with the mayor for post-processing. On the other hand, Marquis insisted that he be ready to answer his questions tomorrow. In an inn, LK was glad that he came back safely. An innkeeper saw them surprisingly. He greeted Macon, surprised that he had returned from the fairy forest, and Macon responded that although it's only been a few days, it feels like a longer time. The owner said they have many questions, but suggested that they take a break first, while the little cat offered to prepare their meal and bath. Afterward, an elf girl and the thief cat were eating down their food, clearly enjoying it with exaggerated expressions. But LK already expected that they would eat a lot. He knew that if it were not for Lucy, he would have been dead. He reminded him of his past when Lucy participated with him to face the ice wall together. Both of them tried to block the massive amount of ice, but Lucy gave up and fell on the ground. She angrily yelled at LK to stop lying there and to get up and do something. Now, LK realized that if it weren't for their actions, she would have been living peacefully with their mother in Alvenheim by now. Palm Sivet observed that an elf girl had fallen asleep while eating, and LK decided to take her to her room. However, LK was carrying Lucy on his back, walking toward her room. While she was sleeping peacefully, LK reflected that she was having a hard time because of him and bid her good night. He pulled out the shard of dragon heart from his pocket and looked at it. He noticed that the necklace no longer shone and looked worried. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. The piece of dragon heart had fallen out of his hand. LK was in pain, and he felt like his head was splitting. As he was lost in thought, he suddenly collapsed onto the floor of the room. Lucy tried to wake him, and suddenly he opened his eyes. She told him to sleep in his own room. LK, surprised and flustered, denies whatever accusation was made. He remembered his incident when he felt dizzy. Now, he understood what was happening. He felt something familiar when he was absorbing the wings of the spirit. It was the same headache that he felt because of Surfice's magic and Acrian. He wondered if there was magic inside the shard of dragon heart. But he did not know where to see that magic again and made up his mind to test it out later. He hated to feel the pain again. As he was lost in thought, an elf girl rudely told him to get out of her room. LK assured her that he was leaving. He thanked her and wished her a good rest. Afterward, he left her room. Lucy was lost in thought and felt something. Someone declared that they should come to the dining table because breakfast was ready. LK was happily expressing relief after sleeping in a bed again after a long time. Both of them were discussing Leo being the second prince, with LK expressing surprise, and Macon was explaining the hard work expected from princes in the kingdom of Kudrin. Prince Leonhardt was the son of the king's concubine and was known for his good health, intelligence, and personality. Macon was describing Prince Joan, who was 7 years younger than Prince Leonhardt and was known for being weak, timid, and very sensitive. By that time, Leonhardt was old enough to be crowned prince. The nobles began fighting over the succession between Leonhardt and Joan, but despite this situation, King Rakia rarely made a decision. It was because he wanted to keep an eye on Joan until he grew up. After failing to meet the public opinion, Leonhardt gave up on inheriting the throne and pleaded with the king to give the position to Joan instead. Leo's determined attitude made Joan the crown prince, barely making the public agree. But some nobles could not stop suspecting. Therefore, not only did he not participate in official events, but he also no longer studied etiquette and politics, and now left the palace to drink and fight. According to Macon's statement, it was then that Prince Leonhardt was called the Great Halyang. Both were discussing a nickname that LK did not feel suited for Leo. Afterward, Leo appeared and apologized for being late, explaining that they had some work to do. He explained that he went to the Royal Security Office after hearing that the interrogation of some people caught the previous day was over. Macon and the old wizard were discussing the interrogation of mercenaries, who only revealed that they were working under the Black Sorcerer after a fight. LK suggested that the mercenaries were likely paid to lie, and the next step was to search for Vister's disciples. Leo revealed that there's a problem as the two individuals were found dead in the prison, which shocked the young wizard. LK expressed shock that no one was watching, to which the prince explained that someone was watching, but the prisoners died one at a time. He was reflecting that, after the Holy War, he believed black sorcerers were only operating within organizations. But since then, he had been wondering how they found the monostone mines that no one could see. Plus, a court wizard-level black sorcerer moved to get rid of them after running their plan. Marquis asked if it was not hard to say that it was only a small problem. The rumor says that there was a huge black sorcerer organization called the Dark Gate. The priestess asked about the Black Gate. Leo reassured that the Dark Gate was just a story, but he noted that the number of deaths and disappearances had been increasing, possibly due to the presence of monsters or human sacrifices. Macon was raising a concern, asking if more people were needed to deal with the scattered black sorcerers. LK recalled that Vister mentioned someone had given him an order, possibly linking it to the ongoing situation. Marquis angrily stated that without the power of demons, those they are referring to are just weak individuals who cannot even beat someone from the circle, expressing frustration about being mocked. Palm Sivet was bored by the noise while eating. While the interruption, Marquis asked him if he was interested in becoming his disciple. He claimed that he had taught a few people temporarily, but if LK followed him now, he would be his first disciple. LK was confused by this sudden offer. Elysian was excited and impressed, mentioning that she heard the court wizard never offered to take anyone as a student, but now he had asked LK himself. When he became a disciple, he was the most likely to become the next court wizard of the kingdom. Palm Sivet proudly stated that she was very close to him and even became his guide in the fairy forest. Suddenly, a group of men appeared in an inn who called out to Palm Sivet, claiming she had already run away. LK inquired about the group, and the thief cat revealed that they were colleagues of Stefan. In response, the Knights of Kudrin unsheathed their swords. One of the colleagues wanted to know about the royal guards of Kudrin. Leo agreed to give the young wizard some space, offering to wait outside and assist when needed. Palm Sivet confronted Kelton, mentioning that the boss instructed him to bring her in. Kelton questioned her, asking if it was true that she went in and out of the fairy forest. Palm Sivet responded with a defiant attitude, asking what his question had to do with them. LK asserted his authority, telling the other person that they couldn't do whatever they wanted, as he was still the employer of Palm Sivet. LK demanded that the group leave, stating that it was mealtime, as he didn't want to cause trouble for the person working. Kelton confronted the young wizard, asking if that's how he treated people who spoke to him nicely, and was about to hit him. Suddenly, Lucy delivered a powerful kick to him, interrupting his confrontation. One of them wanted to know why Kelton did something, whereas surprisingly, Macon stood behind him. He punched him in the head and fell down on the floor. An innkeeper calmly requested that the fighting not disrupt the inn, reminding them not to break anything. LK taunted the others, questioning why they were so weak and mocking their chances of winning against him. The opponent shouted in anger, warning that they were at the top of Stefan's list, implying that their position was powerful and should not be underestimated. LK confidently challenged the others, telling them that if they want Palm Sivet back, they must first defeat him and his group. Palm Sivet looked at him emotionally. Finally, the colleagues ran out of an inn. LK mocked them, asking if they're really just going to leave their colleague behind, and questioning if something was wrong with their heads for doing so. An innkeeper warned LK that challenging the top of Stefan's group was dangerous, especially since they're connected to the powerful Heinz family. LK asked what the thief cat would like them to do with them in response. At first, Palm Sivet thought she had just left since it would be hard for them to follow her if she got out of La Roselle. She regretted being fooled by them and paying them back, feeling guilty about what happened with her father. Meanwhile, she declared that she wouldn't calm down until she kicks their asses. LK thanked her for her idea. Finally, while preparing itself, LK ordered his allies to prepare to fight them. An innkeeper told to open the door gently. As the door opened, the entire group of Stefan's people appeared. LK was surprised, as he did not expect them to arrive earlier. Palm Sivet reminded one of the opponent that he had left these people behind. The bald opponent furiously blamed her, wanting to know why she had not followed them. But Palm Sivet boringly told that she did not understand why they were all speaking like that. Immediately, LK threw water in his face. He laughingly told him to stop talking nonsense, saying to start the fight. After saying that, the bald man ordered his allies to attack them. At the same time, Macon looked at them fiercely. On the other hand, LK and his crews were ready for the fight. They rushed together at them. Elysian pointed out that she was being targeted because she appeared weak. The opponent was angrily instructing the lady to behave herself. After delivering a successful strike, Elysian responded with a smile, leaving the man stunned by her unexpected action. She delivered a powerful kick, who reacted in pain and shock from the unexpected attack. The two men are shocked by the woman's fighting skills. On the other hand, Lucy was fearlessly hitting the unstoppable punches on her opponents. The enemy was in disbelief, realizing that the group they were up against was stronger than he had expected. In comparison, Palm Sivet left a solid hit on the opponents while swinging her rope. Afterward, Macon screamed and lifted one of the enemies. At the same time, the other enemy told him to put him down. On the other hand, an innkeeper also participated in the fight, hitting the enemies one by one. LK wondered if the little cat would be fine, since he guessed that she was relieving stress due to the business. As he was thinking, he already knew that his opponent was about to attack him from behind. He applied his magic to him without turning his face. He fell on the ground. LK teased him, questioning what he was doing and telling him to get up and call the other guys. Finally, he and his companions also ran away and consoled LK to wait until they returned. Afterward, an innkeeper again told him to open the door gently. LK was cheerfully telling them to come in quickly. As they were waiting, the enemies stormed into the inn as the door swung open. Stefan's chief told him not to ever think of leaving that place. Suddenly, Stefan appeared, blocking their path and silencing their conversation. Palm Sivet was excited that he had finally appeared, the leader, Stefan. He addressed his Palm Sivet, asking if she had gotten a new job, and offering to overlook something if she agreed to return. LK asked him if she should not just let her go. Stefan inquired of him whether he knew about the amount of money the woman owes. LK asked him about how much money Palm Sivet owed. Stefan revealed that she would pay her debts of about 30,000 gold. Palm Sivet argued that the high interest rate of 30% didn't make sense. LK understood that it was because of the fairy forest. Otherwise, Stefan did not have to come all the way here to take the thief cat. Stefan agreed that it was the reason to go here. LK revealed that he knew a lot, including the fact that he had threatened Camille. He did not understand what he was talking about, and LK revealed that he had heard it from the Fairy Queen. Stefan dismissively reacted to the mention of the Fairy Queen and suggested gathering Calvino leaves from the fairy forest. Macon explained that Calvino leaves were an anesthetic grass, which could be used either as a painkiller or a drug. Stefan demanded that he get the Fairy Queen, indifferent to whether she's alive or not, and offered that if the young wizard did, Palm Sivet would no longer have to pay her debt. But LK angrily rejected his offer. Stefan declared that they would handle things their way, surrounded by a group of people ready to take action. LK gathered his energy, used magic, and bound them with a magical rope. He was determined to stop Stefan from escaping. But Stefan furiously declared that he didn't care if Palm Sivet died. Palm Sivet leaped into the air, targeting Stefan with precision. She was about to launch an aerial attack as she drew closer to her target. Finally, she came near him. In that moment, Stefan cried out in fear as he saw her approaching. The thief cat was demanding to know where he thought he was going. At last, she powerfully kicked his face. His allies looked at him in shock. Palm Sivet accused him of being obsessed with money. During the fighting, the owner of an inn was reprimanding someone for not opening the door gently. Suddenly, his eyes remained wide as someone told them to stop. The Royal Security Service arrived, boldly declaring their presence and authority. Lieutenant Guilford from the Royal Security ordered them to stop. Stefan begged to talk about it, but the thief cat angrily choked him for mentioning it again. LK suggested obeying the Royal Security. They were discussing how a situation came to be. Stefan explained that without the arrival of officers, he could have been in serious danger. Palm Sivet argued that Stefan was secretly taking money and working together. At the same time, the officer ordered to arrest everyone except Stefan and his group. LK assured that they didn't start the fight and were only defending themselves. Guilford angrily accused LK of lying about the royal security. Leo interrupted, saying they are only hearing one side as he appeared with two companions. Leo stated that Stefan's team started the trouble and should be punished for lying and sending mercenaries to the inn. He glimpsed his past when he was secretly listening from beside the door, when Palm Sivet argued that the high interest rate of 30% didn't make sense, and Stefan suggested gathering Calvino leaves from the fairy forest. Leo understood what he could do. Both of them accused Leo of being part of a group because he was already there when the other arrived. Guilford denied the accusation, called Leo a liar, and ordered everyone to be arrested. Leo's companion angrily demanded whether the guards knew who they were arresting. Guilford asserted that by the king's command, the Royal Security Service could arrest anyone, noble or commoner. Leo challenged them by asking if their authority extends to royalty. Stefan mocked the idea, asking if he was claiming to be a prince and doubting why royalty would be in such a place. One guard nervously told Guilford to look outside the inn, leaving him shocked and confused. He demanded to know what was happening outside. Outside an inn, a group of cloaked figures confronted the armed guards. The cloaked figures revealed themselves as the powerful Lion Guards. Inside, an officer from the Lion Guard, Sheriff Brown, appeared and shouted for everyone to move. He furiously confronted Lieutenant Guilford, demanding if he had lost his mind. He revealed the truth, scolding Guilford for insulting the prince, leaving him shocked to realize the man was truly royalty. Terrified, Guilford knelt before the prince, begging for forgiveness and offering his life as punishment. Leo explained that the officer tried to arrest innocent people based solely on Stefan's words and that Stefan had been regularly bribed. Sheriff Brown ordered an investigation into Stefan's possible drug dealings and commanded his properties and warehouse to be seized. He was unable to believe how everything turned against him. The thief cat kicked him to the ground and laughed, saying how refreshing it feels, as Palm Sivet had been looking at them, lamenting how much she had suffered because of them. LK thanked him, while he responded that although they planned to handle it themselves, his help led to a valuable lead in the drug distribution case. LK smiled, while the thief cat looked at him quietly. Marquis suddenly appeared, startling LK as he asked when he would answer his question about becoming his disciple. But he declined his offer. Marquis explained that Tier 6 wizards need lots of training, and LK said he was currently focused on completing his teacher's task by practicing the way he was taught. LK secretly admitted he would just cram his studies. Marquis lamented that it's a pity, as it's been a long time since he met someone like him. The prince asked them where he planned to go next. Macon and the priestess informed that they were planning to head to Crown Goose and intended to leave tomorrow. The prince asked if they were going to the Shine Church's headquarters, and LK confirmed, saying Elysian had something to do there. He told him to take care of himself, saying he didn't think those black sorcerers were done yet. LK suddenly remembered something and exclaimed. He thought that if there really was an organization called the Dark Gate, then there would be more Mana Stone mines. He explained that the black sorcerer had told him he blew up the Mana Stone mine named 1. Leo said that he meant there could be more Mana Stone mines that the Dark Gate occupied in other kingdoms. LK thought deeply and then asked if they really thought the organization was going to summon the devil. Marquis shouted that summoning the devil was impossible, and LK quickly told them he understood and to calm down. He thought they were very sensitive about devils. Suddenly, Palm Sivet reminded him of her completing the work. LK asked her what she would do from then on, and she replied that she didn't know what to do after all those things. He asked her if she wanted to leave that place. Palm Sivet said that La Roselle was her hometown. Her house was there even though it was terrible, and she had never thought of leaving the city. She said goodbye and walked away. Whereas LK stood silently watching her leave. They told Palm Sivet that they would leave the next day. They said they were planning to leave in the morning and cheerfully told her they would see her tomorrow. She held back her emotions in front of them, but later broke down in tears. Finally, she ran away, overwhelmed by her emotions. The next day, they were relieved that the carriage had been repaired and planned to reach Crown Goose before evening. Macon apologized to the innkeeper for bothering them, but he assured him that he had already been rewarded by the prince and told him to be careful on his way. Macon noticed Palm Sivet hadn't arrived yet, but instead of waiting, the young wizard decided to leave right away. He bid farewell to Palm Sivet in his thoughts, hoping she would stop stealing and live a diligent life. Palm Sivet suddenly appeared on top of the carriage, startling him as she complained about how stuffy it was. She admitted that she had been charged with a crime and, since her trial was today, she feared being arrested if she stayed, so she decided to leave. Lucy teased that she was going to join them anyway, which made her blush and angrily shout. LK smiled brightly and said that now that they were all together, they could move forward. At last, they set off together in their carriage toward the Crown Goose. Afterward, Lucy claimed that they would finally see Crown Goose in person, and not in a book. She excitedly said that it was one of the world's top 7 buildings built by humans. LK told her that she had been talking about that book for a long time. Right after, he looked at Palm Sivet. He told her not to worry because the royal security was already investigating Stefan. He asked if Palm Sivet was her real name, and she replied that her father had named her that. Lucy asked if he had ever been to La Roselle, since Crown Goose was near it. Elysian said she serves the goddess of La Marinka, so she didn't need to go there. She said Marinka was a god served by thieves and treasure hunters, and people served her just to be lucky. She argued that their success comes from hard work, not luck, while the thief cat else mocked her by saying stealing wasn't hard work. Both of them argued about gods, and LK tried to calm them by saying it was good to serve a god. At the same time, he asked about the meaning of Crown Goose. The priestess said that there was an interesting story about Crown Goose. Before Crown Goose existed, there was a village called Atland, where a girl named Elena often climbed a hill to pray for a long time. One day, a goose wearing a crown descended from heaven, told Elena her prayers were heard, and commanded her to spread its will on earth. But Palm Sivet was surprised and skeptical. Elysian defended Elena's miracles as proof, while the thief cat dismissed the crowned goose story as nonsense. Palm Sivet argued that while miracles were possible in Shine Church, and still questioned why it was a goose. LK asked her if she was from Crown Goose, and she replied that she was an orphan found in a sack in front of the temple, and was raised by the nuns. He apologized for asking, but the priestess told him it was okay and mentioned that he was in a similar situation. LK decided to play along, explaining that Lucy's father raised him as an orphan, and through them, he met his teacher. He panicked as his parents' faces suddenly came to his mind. He realized he really needed to go home. After a few hours, they reached the kingdom of Crown Goose. Lucy marveled at how big it was, and he explained that's why it was included in the top 7. The guards told them they couldn't enter because the door was closing and asked them to come back tomorrow if it wasn't urgent. Elysian introduced herself with a blessing of light and said she came to meet High Priest Hamel. They were surprised and said he would inform High Priest Hamel and guide her inside. LK was surprised because their attitude changed after hearing Elysian's name. Palm Sivet complained that the food tasted like grass, and someone told her just to eat since it was free. Lucy also complained there was no meat, while someone teased her for always wanting it despite being half-elf. Both of them turned in surprise as Hamel warmly greeted Macon and Elysian, glad they arrived safely. Elysian happily greeted Hamel, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Hamel told her she had grown a lot since the last time he saw her. LK realized that Macon knew a lot of people. Nevertheless, Hamel asked her if she had someone she liked after 3 years away, but she firmly said no. Macon asked the priest if he had read his letter, whereas he replied that Kale was dead, called him a good friend, and asked about the donation. Elysian asked about donations, and Hamel explained that the Kudrins donated a large sum of money under her name, which caused rumors that she was the hidden daughter of the royal family. He wondered if it was Leo's way of thanking Elysian, and he understood that was why people's attitudes changed after hearing Elysian's name. Hamel said to her that she had done something big and asked her to share some of her stories. He was surprised that they had been through a lot, and asked if she came to escape black sorcerers, and she replied yes, but not only for that reason. Elysian revealed that she actually received a message from an oracle telling her to come there. Hamel was shocked to hear that. He was surprised she received the oracle's message. From his perspective, the other day, Sung Hwang said that they would receive a message from an oracle, but he did not know that he was the one who received it. Elysian panicked that she wasn't ready, but he told her to wait for a while. She worried about making a mistake since the priest was suddenly called Sung Hwang here, but the young wizard told her not to be too nervous because she'd make more mistakes. She agreed with him. At that time, Sung Hwang appeared. LK pointed out the restroom, but the old man insisted he wasn't looking for it. Elysian revealed her identity before him and greeted him. LK was shocked to see Sung Hwang. Hamel reminded that, no matter how urgent it is, he must wear proper clothes. Sung Hwang asked her when she received it. Elysian replied that it was when she was in condemned. He pointed at her and said she was the one who received the message. Elysian asked if it was really true since she was far away from Dishinjian, and the elder replied that if it felt true, then it was real, before asking if he remembered the message's contents. She spoke the message that those who were alive, but not alive, follow those who were dead, but not dead. He who died but did not exist in that world, but he who wanted to exist in that world. Many did not exist in that world, but wanted to exist in that world. And for those who existed in that world, but were not in that world were useless. When one door opened, the existence of that world disappeared, and what was not in that world disappeared. After listening to that, both of them knelt before the priestess, leaving her surprised as she asked them to stand up. But LK did not understand what she was saying. Now, they understood her message. LK asked them about the meaning of her message, but he did not get a satisfactory answer. After that, he was in a fit of fury. Nevertheless, Sung Hwang claimed that the message was from an oracle, and asked if the listener remembered the situation when they received it. Elysian explained that she prayed in the middle of the night. A bright light appeared, and as she walked through it, she saw a figure from afar. She realized by intuition that it was shining. After that, she lost consciousness, and when she opened her eyes, she was lying in her bed, but it felt too real to be a dream, so she was sure it was an oracle. Since then, her divine power had increased tremendously. Macon claimed that she had saved many lives since then, so she became a high priest. But LK considered those people to be quite frustrating. He claimed that was not the point since he wanted to know the meaning of the message. Both of them were shocked to hear that. Anyway, Sung Hwang asked him about his identity, but he was surprised by how quickly he asked about it. Sung Hwang asked them if they had all memorized the message. After hearing that, they were angrily asked if it was easy, and LK told them to hear it. But both of them refused it. Sung Hwang claimed that this message seemed connected to recent events, and the young wizard asked if it was about the black sorcerers. He said that all the black sorcerers wanted was anxiety and chaos, but they had not caused much danger recently. Actually, a message was given to Emily after the Holy War. Darkness gave birth to a new evil, showing that death was not the end but a beginning, though she did not tell those who celebrated their victory in the war. And the message became a secret that was passed down only to the good. He explained that the church believed the black sorcerers' threat was not over, so they must be ready to fight the new darkness. From his point of view, the organized movements of black sorcerers had been seen everywhere a few years ago. Now, LK understood that he was talking about the Dark Gate, and explained that he had a bad relationship with that organization. Elysian decided to explain it. But Sung Hwang didn't know they were in the Bane Mountains and was just glad they weren't badly hurt. He explained that even with powerful demons under contract, black sorcerers could not easily become strong, but they might have already gained control over royal families and nobles in different countries. Neither of them could bear the warning from the thief cat that Sung Hwang would lose his honor and his life if people discovered that he was involved with a black sorcerer. LK was sure the situation was different and asked Sung Hwang Nim if he knew more. LK asked what the Dark Gate did to the kingdom of Kudrin, and he replied that the first to know was the Eluan kingdom, implying that Kudrin must be facing the same situation. Macon claimed that Prince Leo might also be in danger, and LK said they should at least inform him and admitted in frustration that they did not even understand the message. Whereas Sung Hwang claimed that those who seemed alive but were not truly alive were likely black sorcerers, because they had sold their souls to the devils. They were discussing whether the person who died but wasn't the Dark Gate's leader, the undead, or someone resurrected. But LK objected that coming back after death made no sense, then wondered if the Dark Gate's leader wanted to exist in this world, asking if it was the devil. Sung Hwang said it was likely a high-ranking mage, since even Lagdam couldn't make a contract with the devil, so the Dark Gate's leader couldn't either. Hamel claimed that the problem was the next verse. He added that the one who existed in that world but was not from that world. But Macon asked if it was an evil spirit or a beast, but the elder man said that it couldn't be, since they were all gone after the Holy War. Elysian, looking shocked, asked if it was a person from another world. Palm Sivet said it was nonsense to think someone like that existed in their world. LK curiously asked what nothingness meant, and the priestess explained in a straightforward way that it meant truly nothing at all. She, shocked and scared, asked if it meant that the world was going to be destroyed. Palm Sivet claimed that if there was really a person from another world, they wouldn't care what happened here. After that, both of them argued that the person from another world was a danger far beyond devils, and decided that eliminating him was the only way to protect their world. Trying to hide his fear, LK made an excuse about hiccups when asked why he kept holding his throat. He thought that if he did not go home quickly, his head would be cut off. He asked what if the mysterious person was not here by choice, but he might not be here because he wanted to. Elysian said that if the summoner has bad intentions, something dangerous could happen. LK thought that the dragon would not even consider that. LK quickly interrupted Lucy to stop her, and covered it up by saying she's just hungry. Nevertheless, Sung Hwang said the Holy War was over, but the black sorcerers never gave up. He told Elysian that no matter what the message said, human will was most important, and decided to continue to follow the Shrine Church and the Holy Lady. He believed that they could change the future if they worked hard. Shine gave them the message because he believed in them, and he told them to cheer up. At the same time, LK realized and told them that they had separated from Elysian now. Sung Hwang asked about her consent, specifically whether she wanted to continue traveling with the others or stay at the church. But Elysian excitedly told that she wanted to go to Eluan Kingdom with LK. She explained that traveling away from Dishinjian taught her many things, and she now wanted to gain more experience to find better ways to help people. She declared that if there were black sorcerers in the Eluan Kingdom, they must be stopped, and she was determined to confront their threats. The elder praised Hamel Heist for wisely choosing Elysian, and he thanked him for the compliment. He told her that she might become the next saint, but she humbly insisted she's just a normal priestess. He said Elysian must have been a saint since birth, then asked Hamel to bring something to him, and Hamel agreed. They gave her 2 shiny bracelets, telling her to take them since they had once belonged to Emily. Elysian hesitated, saying she couldn't accept it. But Sung Hwang explained that it's only being lent to her a religious treasure that must be returned. However, LK told her to accept it, and she reluctantly agreed. Sung Hwang claimed that the Shine bracelet brought blessings to her in the future. He said it's time for him to pray and allowed her to rest instead of attending, but Elysian insisted on going with him. After that, he asked her if she was tired, but she reassured them that she was fine. Macon felt that the priestess looked more relaxed, too. Macon said it was hard to avoid the black sorcerers, and the young wizard admitted he didn't want to get involved, but felt it was already too late. LK thought the message seemed to be about him and hoped it wasn't. He thought he should gather the dragon heart pieces and escape this world, dismissing concerns about black sorcerers or the Dark Gate. Terrified, he cried out that if there really was a god, he should be helped. Sung Hwang prayed for them that the journey ahead would be filled with blessings. LK asked if Elysian wanted to stay longer since it had been a long time since she visited, but she replied that it was fine because she would return after their travels anyway. Palm Sivet asked him if he was sure the thing he was looking for was there, and he confirmed that he had checked the location before. She questioned how they would find it if someone already owned it and doubted anyone would just hand it over like the Fairy Queen did, while LK admitted he hadn't thought that far. LK wondered if they should just steal it if it wasn't given, but she scolded him, saying stealing was a crime, and asked if he hadn't learned that at home. He started to say that, but she interrupted him, asking why his face looked like that. But Lucy told him that they had not even found it yet, and asked him if he was already worried. LK enthusiastically agreed with her, but she glared at him. He mocked Lucy, saying that her hair was so soft. LK explained that their destination was in Delphin past the border checkpoint, while the elf girl noted they were currently in the capital of Eluin. He looked at a map, relieved that the family he was worried about from 150 years ago still exists. Macon urged them to continue moving since they were still far from their destination. LK looked at the ring in his hand and wondered if Rayard would believe him after seeing it. Lucy asked him what he wanted her to do. LK explained that he would inject mana into the spirit's wing and asked her to stop him if anything went wrong. Lucy jokingly asked if that meant she should beat him up, to which he clarified he just wanted her to stop him. Palm Sivet suggested tying him up so he couldn't do anything. Both girls happily agreed to tie him up, leaving him shocked and confused about why they were suddenly getting along. Whereas Macon heard the loud commotion inside and thought that it was noisy that day too. LK screamed that they didn't have to tie him that tightly, saying it hurt so much that he was going to die. Palm Sivet said to the priestess that it was fine since she wouldn't struggle, while Elysian worriedly asked if he would be fine. LK shouted that pain was short but life was long, and declared he would pursue infinite knowledge as a finite person. She wondered what he was talking about. Afterward, they injected mana into him, which released a bright light and activated a magical circle around him, covering his body with glowing seals. Finally, LK entered into another world and met Acreon. LK greeted nervously, but Acreon already knew that he had come here to know about Tier 6. Nevertheless, he could not believe how he knew about that. Acreon explained that the place was created by the young wizard's thoughts, so he knew about Tier 6, and then he asked if they should begin. LK looked surprised and excited, asking if it was really true. Then he wondered if it's different for Acreon, since he's heard that Tier 5 was the last Tier 1 could rush through. Acreon explained that if the injection spell comes from a living wizard, Tier 5 was the limit. But while injecting mana into dead people was difficult, it's still possible. LK looked doubtful, nervously smiling. At the same time, Acreon cast the injection spell, unleashing blue lightning-like energy as he transferred immense power into him. LK screamed loudly while injecting it. As he came into the present world, both girls were surprised at how well they had tied him up and asked about his well-being. LK agreed hesitantly while thinking in frustration about how many times he has to repeat himself. They encourage him, saying there was still a long way to go and that they would support him no matter what. But LK wanted to go home. He caught a fleeting vision of his past, the moment when mana was first injected into him. Action praised him for enduring the pain and finishing the last one of the 6 circles. LK asked if they could meet again. Acreon explained that his heart was broken into 4 pieces, so they would reunite if he found another piece. He said goodbye, promising to meet again next time. LK said he looked forward to his kind cooperation. Afterward, he came into the present world. Now, Lucy noticed it was faster than before, while he said he was getting the hang of it. He looked at a golden butterfly-shaped pendant in his hand and thought to himself that the task was done. He asked how far they were from Delphin's holy ground, and the other replied that they had just passed Earl Claude's estate and would arrive soon. Macon said that before going to Yongju Castle, he wanted to take a look at the villages first. LK agreed to the plan, then mentioned his head hurt and said he would close his eyes for a while. LK quickly fell asleep, but then opened his eyes in confusion. His allies tried to assure the guards that they were travelers just stopping for a break, but the guard didn't believe them and forbade them from entering the town. LK asked her what was happening, and she replied that she didn't know, only that the way to the village had been blocked. Macon complained that they wouldn't even listen to his explanation. Elysian noted the strange atmosphere and suggested going to another village. On the other hand, a stern soldier, Lord Jeeps, asked what was happening, and another explained that they were to stop suspicious people from entering the village. Lord Jeeps looked at them fiercely. LK wondered if they really looked that suspicious. He thought smiling would make him seem trustworthy, but instead, Lord Jeeps suspected he was an enemy spy and ordered his arrest. LK protested that he was only smiling, but the stern soldier insisted that his smile made him look even more suspicious. One of the nervous guards pointed something out to his superior. He was shocked to see a red-haired elf. LK did not understand why they were acting like that to see an elf. Suddenly, the soldiers spotted Duke Spelly's army approaching and ordered everyone to get into formation. Lord Jeeps reacted in disbelief upon hearing that Duke Spelly's army had returned. Albert von Spellies led his armored army on horseback. The superior cursed as he realized Duke Spelly's army was overwhelmingly large. Albert von Spellies appeared with confidence. Afterward, he greeted Lord Jeeps after a long time. Lord Jeeps asked him about his presence. Albert von Spellies suggested that he surrender and join him, promising to take them back under his name if they agreed. Lord Jeeps declared that he had long sworn his sword to the Marquis of Delphin, and that a knight did not serve two masters. LK wondered if it was the Duke of Spellies who had been trying to arrest them, but he realized that they did not seem to get along with each other. Nevertheless, Knight Clinton von Jeeps drew his sword and challenged him to a one-on-one duel. Albert von Spellies laughed, saying he had expected rejection, and declared that he was there to destroy the village and send a warning to the Marquis of Delphin. He threatened Lord Jeeps that if he did not surrender, he would kill them, enslave the rest, and show them the consequences of opposing the Duke of Spellies. At the same time, Albert von Spellies turned in surprise when LK nervously called out to him. LK tried to reason with Albert von Spellies, saying he didn't have to do this and asking him to stop. Albert von Spellies began to call the young wizard a fool, but then he suddenly stopped, shocked by what he saw. He demanded to know why the elf girl was there. Meanwhile, he ordered his soldiers to attack, and they charged forward. LK panicked and told her to hide behind him, but she, unfazed, asked why she should when he could just use his magic. He then activated a glowing magic circle with a crystal, realizing he had worried for nothing. He unleashed a powerful blast of magic fire toward the charging soldiers. The soldiers were shocked by the sudden firewall, and they warned them to stop and not come any closer. One of the soldiers pointed out that the size of the firewall meant LK wasn't an ordinary wizard and suggested talking to him instead. Albert von Spellies laughed arrogantly, claiming there was no way such a young wizard could be that powerful, and dismissed the firewall as nothing more than an illusion. But Albert von Spellies panicked as the soldiers burned, realizing that the wizard's fire was real and not an illusion. The soldiers drew their bows and shot arrows over the wall. LK cast a spell and stopped the arrows mid-air. He then created a powerful whirlwind that blew the arrows away. He declared confidently that the arrows were nothing to him. Albert angrily realized it had been Jeep's plan all along, accused him of bringing a wizard, and ordered Knight Elmer to bring his head to him. Knight Elmer agreed and charged forward on his horse. He was charged with showing loyalty to Duke Albert. But LK struck Elmer with lightning, electrocuting him and making him scream in pain. Knight Elmer cursed in frustration before collapsing to the ground. LK mocked his enemies, saying their attacks were nothing and challenging them to face him directly. Albert von Spellies refused to back down, ignoring his knight's advice and demanding they attack despite the danger. LK prepared another spell, wondering if hitting him harder would finally silence him. The soldiers stood with shields to protect themselves from his attacks. But fortunately, that attack hit them harder. LK cast a fiery magic spell and prepared to do it again. He threw it at them. Albert von Spellies was knocked to the ground due to his attack. On the other hand, LK told him to stop standing around and help. Lord Jeeps shouted that the enemy was down and ordered everyone to charge. Albert von Spellies was frightened and shouted for everyone to retreat. Lucy picked up a stone from the ground and decided to throw it at the arrogant soldier. She then powerfully threw a stone at him. A rock flew toward Albert von Spellies. It struck him, making him cry out in pain. Afterward, Lucy felt proud of successfully hitting him. The soldier reported the retreat of Spellies' troops, and Lord Jeeps instructed them to organize the soldiers. They were worried that Albert might die because he was hit too hard. They argued about how hard he was hit, but the priestess reassured them that he was healed and just needed rest. Lord Jeeps thanked him for helping, and he asked why the attacker came to this place. Lord Jeeps claimed that Albert was the second son of Spellies and was now fighting the Marquis of Delphin. From LK's perspective, they fought over land with the king's approval, making it a war for the people. However, Lord Jeeps asked him about the relationship with the Marquis of Delphin. After hearing that, LK was shocked and did not understand what he was talking about. Meanwhile, they entered the Castle Delphin. Lord Jeeps decided to bring the Lord here, asking them to wait in the room, and they agreed respectfully. From LK's point of view, the castle was truly magnificent. He discussed being inside Delphin Castle, noticed the red dragon flag, and sensed something suspicious. He tried to explain who Rayard was, but suddenly, Rihanna greeted him. She introduced herself as the Lord of the Territory. They looked shocked and surprised after Rihanna's revelation. Lucy was in stunned silence as she revealed her full name as Rihanna von Delphin. LK was shocked, realizing that Rihanna looked like Lucy, and noted that the others had also been surprised when they saw her. He realized that Albert must have had a specific reason for taking Lucy. On the other hand, Lucy and Rihanna stood face to face, shocked. Lucy introduced herself as Lucidiana, while she responded by saying it was nice to meet her. LK asked if she was the Lord or just the Lord's daughter. She confirmed that she herself was Delphin's Lord. Meanwhile, she, after introducing herself, asked them to introduce themselves as well. She thanked them for their help, but LK humbly replied that they hadn't really done much. Rihanna asked about Lucy's connection to the Marquis of Delphin, noting that red eyes and red hair were unique traits of the Delphin family. Lucy began to mention her father's name, but LK quickly covered her mouth and awkwardly diverted the conversation by joking about her missing her dad. He nervously rambled about how it made no sense that he was still alive since he was just human. He then asked her if she knew the person who told them to come there, explaining that he was related to Lucy. Rihanna explained that Rain von Delphin had suddenly handed his position to his son and left, supposedly heading to the Dragon Mountains in search of a dragon. She described how Rain von Delphin was admired for his bravery and strength as the Red Dragon, even causing the Red Dragon clan to suffer. LK thought of him as a dragon who was overexerting himself. He explained that Lucy was a distant relative of the first patriarch, Rain von Delphin, and revealed that he himself was a disciple of Lucy's father, about to present proof of it. He presented a ring in his hand, asking them to look at it as proof. Rihanna looked at the ring in surprise. Rihanna asked where he got the ring, and he explained that Lucy's father had entrusted it to him to deliver since he couldn't come himself. Lucy whispered that the ring actually belonged to him, but he quickly hushed her, telling her to be quiet. Rihanna accepted the explanation, and he was surprised and confused. She suddenly threw the ring into the fire, and both of them were shocked to see that scene. The ring was thrown into the fire, and after heating up, LK carefully picked it up with metal tongs. LK looked at the ring in confusion. After that, he cried out that the ring was hot, and Rihanna explained that her family ring was made from red dragon bones. She said that no matter what was done to the ring, it would never break, deform, or even feel hot. She claimed that the first head of the family had made a pair of such rings, one for herself and one for her son, and confirmed that this ring was genuine. She then realized that she was checking whether the ring was genuine or fake. Afterward, Rihanna admitted that from the first moment she saw her, she knew they were blood-related, concluding that they must be distant relatives. LK was shocked upon hearing that, realizing it meant Lucy was actually older. Rihanna told that half-elves aged at half the speed of humans, meaning Lucy, though looking similar in age, was actually about 10 years older. LK suddenly remembered that Lucy was not just a half-elf, but also half-dragon. He thought that if Lucy were older, she shouldn't act childish, but then reasoned it would actually be stranger if her growth pace was the same as humans. He quickly changed the subject by saying they were actually searching for the Black Stream. Rihanna asked why he was searching for the Black Stream sword, and he replied that his teacher had ordered him to, saying the answer lay in finding it. Rihanna said that, unfortunately, the Black Stream had been handed over to the Duke of Spellies. LK asked why that guy from a while ago had the Black Stream, and she replied that it was a complicated situation. She stated that His Majesty Floyd, the king of the present kingdom, appointed Duke Spellies, and then he began to replace all of the middle-class men according to his wishes. Rihanna's father was concerned about how he held so much power and pleaded, but they gathered forces within the palace to go against the Duke. But one day, her father and brother died. Rihanna heard that a carriage on its way to the king was attacked, and the knights were killed. But there were no witnesses, and LK's allies wanted to investigate what happened, but the guards caught them in an instant. Macon said it was suspicious because it was not easy to kill 4 knights in an instant. Rihanna said that maybe something really strange happened, and luckily, their wizards found traces of magic at the scene of the incident. She suggested going to Elua's magic tower to uncover the truth. LK questioned if they were from there. Palm Sivet felt bored and asked how they would get the sword. Nevertheless, he asked Rihanna if she had investigated the Elua magic tower properly, and she replied that it was cancelled because of Adrian von Spellies, the current head of the tower. She revealed that, after everything, she received a marriage proposal from the Duke of Spellies, which shocked them. Macon guessed that the Duke thought marrying someone young was enough, but reassured Lord Delphin not to worry because she could still win. LK could not believe it and angrily asked if it was Albert who proposed marriage. Rihanna revealed that Truden von Spellies asked her to marry him after his wife passed away, leaving him surprised and questioning Truden's age. Both found out that Truden von Spellies was about 56 years old and reacted in shock, calling her crazy. But Rihanna didn't care if he was from the royal family and suspected the Duke of Spellies was involved in her father's and brother's deaths. She explained that after rejecting his marriage proposal, an unnecessary war began, and the royal family's black stream ended up in his hands, leaving him troubled as he asked if the Duke had made any move. Rihanna said that Duke kept sending messages promising to stop the war if she married him, but it seemed more like a threat than a proposal. She admitted that it was impossible for Delphin to win, and if they lost, they would also lose a lot of money. With tears in her eyes, she said she had no choice but to accept the marriage proposal in order to protect her people and land. At the same time, Lucy shouted to oppose. She fiercely declared that she would never let it happen and promised to stop him, no matter what, or even if they didn't want her to. Through tears, Rihanna hesitated, but then she was comforted with a hug and a promise to help her. Crying in her sister's embrace, she tearfully called out to Lucy. Right after, Lucy turned and asked LK if he would help too. But LK wanted to eat together first to think about it. After a long conversation, they shared their thoughts on sending mercenaries there. Macon admitted that while it was possible and he had been hired a few times before, at the moment, it was impossible for Delphin. But Elysian worried that hiring many mercenaries and wizards would be difficult. Lucy suggested doing it like before, but he reminded her that last time they faced only the Lord of Condemn, whereas now they were up against the Duke, which was very different. LK angrily told her to leave if she couldn't help, and she shouted at him to stop annoying her. Lucy's father told her to help everyone from the Delphin family, and as an only child, she always wished for a sister. After meeting her, she finally felt like an older sister, which touched her heart deeply. LK teased her about not looking like an older sister, and she snapped that he kept annoying her that day. He admitted that she really cared for her family, so he decided to help too. Lucy asked what they would do next, and he said they just needed to avoid a head-on clash and catch the Duke instead. Whereas Palm Sivet reminded him that he had said it would be hard and pointed out that it was not as easy as it sounded. LK thought that was the best way for now. No matter how guarded they were, they must have had a weakness. Macon was sure everyone was tired today, so he decided to just continue tomorrow. Afterward, when LK slept a little, he suddenly felt that something had happened. They heard a loud noise and sensed trouble. 3 girls ran urgently toward LK, calling out to him. Both of them were confused, questioning what was going on. Suddenly, Rihanna nervously announced that Duke Spellies had arrived. LK expressed concern about arriving in the middle of the night, while the elf girl reassured her that they would help her. Rihanna felt proud that her sister stood with her. Nevertheless, LK asked Rihanna about the situation, and she replied that the Duke was at the front gate. LK instructed Elysian to stay and treat the injured while assigning Lucy, Macon, Palm Sivet, and himself to go to the wall. Palm Sivet was afraid and asked him to take Elysian instead, while he scolded her not to disturb her. Palm Sivet agreed reluctantly. At the same time, Alan von Spellies, Duke of Spellies, declared he had arrived at the request of his younger brother Albert. Lord Jeeps announced that Albert had been well treated and that the Lord would speak to him in the morning. Alan von Spellies demanded to see Albert in person, stating that he wouldn't believe the claims until he saw him with his own eyes. Suddenly, LK angrily asked who was making so much noise so late at night. He scolded, saying it was late at night and they should be sleeping, telling them to go home. Alan von Spellies wondered if the person was the wizard from the rumors, to which LK responded, expressing honor that even a duke like him had heard the rumors. Alan von Spellies angrily shouted, demanding to return his brother immediately. LK calmly responded, saying that if there was no reason not to, there was no issue in giving Alan's brother back. He smirked and suggested that he come to the castle alone. Alan von Spellies, enraged, demanded to know what was said and ordered an attack, furious at how he was being treated. The archers, following the command, drew their bows and prepared to launch flaming arrows. A soldier on the castle wall warned of an incoming volley of arrows, urging everyone to protect themselves. LK quickly cast a spell, summoning a magical shield to protect against the incoming arrows. After casting a spell, the magic created a significant magical barrier that surrounded the area, protecting everyone within. The opponent's soldiers were shocked, realizing that a wizard had used magic to stop the arrows. Lord Jeeps ordered his soldiers to return fire, to take advantage of the wizard's magical shield. After commanding, they released another volley of arrows at the opponent's soldiers, but it did not affect them, and they tried to climb up to the castle. Lord Jeeps shouted to prevent the enemies from climbing the walls. The soldiers screamed in pain as an arrow struck them. At the same time, LK realized that the attack was coming from both sides, and he couldn't protect everyone if he only kept defending. He determined not to die in this situation, and decided they needed to escape from the battlefield. He then prepared a powerful attack, summoning fireballs to deal with the enemies before making his escape. Seeing so many enemies, he unleashed a powerful fireball to clear the area. However, Byron Rim quickly appeared to protect the enemies by using the ice spear on them. LK was surprised, saw his fireball being countered by a blast of ice. He, impressed, complimented Byron Rim for his strength, acknowledging that he was as expected from someone hired by a duke. The soldiers were shocked and panicked, realizing that there was another wizard on the battlefield, exclaiming that it was impossible. On the other hand, Lucy, seemingly frustrated, yelled at enemies to stop whining while launching a fiery attack. Due to applying the attack, it sent soldiers outside the castle. Macon shouted to stop whining while he defended himself with a weapon. Byron Rim complimented the young wizard's strength, ordering his subordinates to keep the wizard in check. They began to perform a powerful spell, each of them summoning magical symbols. LK realized the three gave them no break, whereas explosive fireballs rained down, creating massive explosions on the shield. Byron Rim conjured a powerful water ball, preparing to unleash it as part of his attack. He threw it at the castle and melted down on the ground. LK was confused, wondering why he was using water magic, realizing it might be a trap or a tactic he couldn't predict. Byron Rim confidently cast the spell Mud Hammer, preparing for the next move. The ground shook as the Mud Hammer spell took form, creating a massive mound of mud. LK realized with alarm that the enemy was planning to destroy the gate. Byron Rim smirked, clearly satisfied with his plan. The Mud Hammer took its final form, transforming into a massive rock hammer, ready to strike. LK cast Wind Cutter magic, aiming to counter the impending attack. In response, the opponents conjured magical shields to protect against the incoming attack. LK was surprised as he saw the magical shields being used by his opponents. The massive rock hammer from the Mud Hammer spell struck, causing a considerable impact that sent shockwaves through the area, as soldiers screamed in agony. Lord Jeeps, panicked, realized that if the attacks continued at this rate, the wall would collapse, and they were unsure how to stop the enemy. Palm Sivet realized the wall might collapse, and suggested there must be a secret passage for retreating. LK understood the potential of the secret passage and excitedly noted that it could be used to launch a surprise attack. Macon said it wouldn't work due to the enemy's numbers, while the young wizard promised to find the right moment once they get Alan. LK suggested taking a break while waiting, then attacking together, to which the others agreed. Palm Sivet offered to protect the area while the others left, explaining that cats usually like high places, to which the young wizard humorously asked when they had gotten a cat. Nevertheless, Lord Jeeps ordered Sir Pulse to lead his men to the secret passage and move to the rear of the enemy. Palm Sivet, realizing the gravity of the situation, argued that if she left, the entire wall would collapse. But unfortunately, the wall was struck with intense force, causing a powerful explosion as it began to crumble. LK understood that everything was out of control. He knew the enemy's strategy, shouted that they were using low-tier wizards as shields while attacking from behind. He then applied Fire Spear magic at them. The opponents urgently shouted to raise their anti-magic shields, and the Fire Spear was dismantled through their defenses. Alan angrily shouted that his attacks were useless because of the shield. But LK already made up his mind to apply another strategy. He applied a flash of light to the opponents. He warned the opponents to protect their eyes before using a powerful flashbang spell. The flashbang went off, leaving the enemies unable to see. They were crying out in pain as they couldn't see anything. Alan shouted that it was expensive to hire wizards and ordered his men to protect them at all costs. Whereas, LK applied the powerful lightning attack at them. After applying, he felt proud at once. On the other hand, Lord Jeeps yelled at his troops to stop slacking and go fight, as the wizards were down. Alan, furious, cast the fire arrow spell, launching a powerful attack at them. LK was surprised because Alan was also a wizard and quickly responded by casting a powerful spell in defense. Alan urgently shouted at Byron, demanding not stand there and take action, whereas LK quickly cast Ice Arrow at them. But the opponents dodged it by using their protective shields. LK noticed that nothing had happened on one side. Afterward, he decided to prepare another spell to apply to them. He applied the Ice Storm magic to the mud hammer that was frozen to avoid hitting the wall of the castle. Byron looked shocked and surprised, realizing the power of the young wizard's attack. By the way, LK launched a powerful fireball attack on the mud hammer. At last, the hammer was torn into pieces. Alan could not believe how that wizard could break the mighty mud hammer through his mind. Byron, furious after his disciples were hurt, angrily demanded to know which magic tower LK belonged to, as his work had been interrupted. While grinning, LK replied sarcastically that he didn't know and jokingly asked if he really needed to tell him. Byron declared that he'd handle him himself and ordered Alan to focus on the gate of the castle. He told his subordinates to stand back as he prepared to take on the young wizard himself. He decided to show him the difference in their strength. LK was sure since they knew that it was meaningless to use small magic, so he decided to attack them with a big one. Both wizards were ready to attack with a powerful spell at each other. They chose to use the arcane energy thrower at the same time. Both unleashed a powerful attack on each other. In comparison, Lord Jeeps ordered everyone to get out of there. Both powers collided heavily. But the reality was that Byron's mana was being absorbed by the young wizard. Alan was shocked, wondering if LK was a private wizard due to the unexpected absorption of his mana. Finally, LK revealed his identity and declared himself to be the Great Master. LK felt proud of being in Tier 6. He vowed to use the same magic to counter his attack. Whereas the enemy soldiers panicked and ran, shouting that they were going to get hit. Alan called the Elder Wizard as the situation became critical. Byron angrily warned him not to get distracted. Afterward, Alan was casting a magic missile, a magic spell, while his subordinates used air cutter and fire spear attacks. LK complained about a cheap attack. Lord Jeeps ordered his allies to lift shields and protect the young wizard. After commanding, his soldiers surrounded LK by protecting him with their shields. The soldier was concerned about his well-being during a chaotic situation. LK expressed confidence in the plan and assured victory if it is carried out. He was preparing to cast a powerful spell, as indicated by the glowing symbols around the crystal. He shouted and cast a powerful spell, charging up an attack. Byron was shocked and wondered where the young wizard got so much mana from. Finally, LK confidently declared their youth and signaled the end of the fight with a bold farewell. Afterward, he released a powerful attack, while their opponent was overwhelmed, struggling in response to the intense magic. At last, the massive amount of fire engulfed Byron, and he became a corpse. Alan was stunned and in disbelief, exclaiming that it was impossible. LK looked determined, stating that he was not done yet. He then cast Fire Strike with a determined expression and was throwing fire while standing on a wall. After throwing it, his energy was about to finish. He was exhausted after using a lot of mana and realized only 2 of them were left. Therefore, Alan was ordered to keep moving despite the frontline wizard being down. He looked surprised as LK's crews and the castle soldiers were running towards them. He shouted in shock, asking when they had arrived. Macon swung his sword fiercely, knocking multiple enemies into the air. Lucy charged forward fiercely, while the soldiers wondered why Lord Rihanna was on the battlefield. She struck down her enemy while proudly declaring that she was Rihanna's Unnai. In the funniest way, Palm Sivet warned her enemies to stay away, leaving them confused about her actions. Nevertheless, the knight advised Alan to retreat to avoid further losses, and he angrily cursed in frustration. Finally, Alan ordered his troops to retreat and decided to return to the castle before coming back later. LK shouted that they could not let the enemies retreat. He urgently yelled at Lucy to catch Alan, and Lucy looked determined to act. Macon reacted quickly, and Lucy leapt toward him, shouting for him to throw her. He grabbed her by the foot, preparing to hurl her forward with all his strength. He then spun with full force and hurled her through the air at incredible speed. Alan suddenly noticed Lucy being launched toward him. Shock and fear spread across his face as he exclaimed in disbelief. The armored knights panicked as they saw Lucy flying toward them, shouting to block her path and desperately ordering each other not to let her reach Alan. Lucy, blazing with determination, charged toward him. She fell from the sky as a huge explosion erupted, and Alan rushed in on his horse. She then attacked with a powerful revenge kick and struck Alan hard. Alan crashed to the ground in pain. Lucy put the stick on his shoulder. She ordered him to surrender, threatening that if he did not, he would lose his head. Alan sighed in defeat while sweating. He, realizing he had no chance to win, accepted defeat and surrendered to her. The crowd outside the castle cheers loudly, celebrating Delphin's victory after the opponent surrenders. Lord Jeeps celebrated the victory while Lucy smirked confidently, proud of her win. On the other hand, Rena watched from a balcony, crying tears of relief and gratitude. A tired but relieved young wizard smiled as they won the battle. The people celebrate Delphin's victory while they acknowledge everyone's hard work and feel relieved that they managed to stop the enemy. Palm Sivet and the elf girl bantered after the victory, one proudly taking credit while the other dismissed her effort as just running around. Nevertheless, Rena rushed to hug her sister, worried about her safety, but her sister reassured her that she was fine. LK complained that he even had a nosebleed and asked if someone should have hugged him, too. Suddenly, Macon hugged him and told him he did well. LK, blushing and sweating nervously, thanked him. Expressing their happiness, they congratulated each other with a high five. Alan had angrily declared his importance, but both of them had only looked over in confusion. He shouted a threat, warning that if his father found out about this, he would never let them go. He blamed them for his struggles, shouting that it was their fault and vowing revenge for his humiliation. LK boldly told him to go ahead and inform his father, while the elf girl calmly suggested catching the Duke as well. LK felt dizzy from using too much mana, but Lucy insisted it was better to deal with the problem immediately and rest afterwards. LK agreed with her. With sudden determination, he declared that they should move forward, leaving the others shocked and confused by his decision. Palm Sivet protested that they were too exhausted to fight, but the young wizard, though tired himself, insisted they couldn't miss such a rare opportunity. LK explained that they needed to finish things quickly after the night attack, warning that if the enemy learned of their defeat, the Duke would send more troops. Macon agreed with him, saying that if that happened, they couldn't stop them, especially if the Duke was expecting his son to win. LK asked him for help, but he angrily refused, saying he would never participate in such a dirty trick. He, with a sly smile, responded to the refusal by ordering Alan to strip, leaving him shocked and panicked. LK ordered his group to wear the uniforms of the troops of Spellies, but Alan did not understand what he was doing. They discussed hurrying before the escapees could inform others, and he told Lucy to change clothes, but she said their clothes didn't fit her small body. He said Rihanna could help with the problem. Rihanna was surprised to hear that. Afterward, they arrived early at the Castle of Spells, which was a relief. LK prepared himself and cast the spell Polymorph Self. By the effect of the magic, his body and face were transformed into Alan's. He asked how his transformation looked, and Macon replied that it was perfect except for the voice. He could explain the voice by saying he had a sore throat from screaming, but admitted he couldn't maintain the transformation for long and suggested going in. Right after, he commanded the guards to open the gates. A guard welcomed Alan back and asked about the others. Alan replied that they were in Delphin Castle, adding that he had returned after capturing Rihanna von Delphin. The guards saw Rihanna for their confirmation. They confirmed her in shock and ordered the gates to be opened. The imposter, looking serious, instructed his allies to stay alert. Inside the castle, the secretary welcomed Alan warmly, saying it was good to see him in good condition. Alan urgently asked for his father to be brought to him, but he hesitated, explaining that his father was currently in his office. He shouted angrily that there was no time to waste and revealed that a dark wizard had appeared in Delphin's castle. Shocked, the secretary cursed the enemies for cooperating with dark wizards, while the guard decided to bring the lord right away. Palm Sivet whispered to him for being good at pretending and praised his reaction, while he, nervously, told her to be quiet. Suddenly, Alan's father, Duke Spellies, entered angrily, demanding to know what was happening. He shouted in outrage upon hearing that their enemies had joined forces with a dark wizard. Alan said it would be better if they heard the truth directly from the Lord herself. Duke suddenly grew suspicious as he demanded to know who he really was, leaving Alan shocked and wide-eyed. He tried to act confused, asking what his father was talking about, but he shouted that he wasn't his son and demanded that the impostor reveal himself. The impostor smirked, admitting in surprise that he hadn't expected to be caught. He then revealed with a grin that the disguise hadn't worked. Duke Spellies pointed at the impostor and shouted for the guards to catch them. Lucy, who was also transformed into Riene, broke free from her ropes and leapt fiercely into action. She rushed forward at incredible speed, charging straight toward the soldiers. Duke shouted in shock, realizing that even the Lord had been a fake. Rihanna attacked fiercely, slamming the older man to the ground. After the transformation into a real body, LK smirked and asked how it was. Both of them smiled, and he replied that they had won. Duke warned them they were making a foolish mistake. LK smirked, reminding the old man that he was the one trapped by his own foolish move, and urged him to comply for his son's sake. He calmly ordered the old lord to command his guards to drop their weapons. Right after, he ordered Lucy to slit the old lord's throat if he didn't obey his command within 3 seconds. LK began counting down, giving the elder lord only seconds to obey before she slit his throat. Before the count reached 3, the terrified Duke broke down in panic. Terrified, he surrendered and ordered his men to drop their weapons and back off. The guards dropped their weapons reluctantly, but the secretary warned they would retaliate if their lord was harmed. Lucy restrained the lord as he screamed. At the same time, LK assured his allies that they would be returned safely after negotiations. LK warned the secretary that if he did something stupid, it would be the end for his lord. The secretary became furious but stayed tense. Right after, LK and his crews escaped safely from the Spellies' castle. Macon cheered that everyone was safe, while Palm Sibet admitted she had been so nervous she thought she would die. LK told everyone to return to Delphin Castle. Suddenly, the guards from Delphin's castle shouted that they had returned. The heroes entered the castle as the crowd cheered loudly. They praised LK for his success, and everyone felt relieved that the war could finally end. Elysian asked if everyone was safe and unhurt. LK assured her that he was okay. He smiled and told Elisison that she worked hard too. Lucy worried about his nosebleed and asked if he was pushing himself too much. But LK said he would be okay if he got some sleep. Lucy reminded him that he had said he would be okay, and he replied that he felt much better than yesterday. He thought that getting the Black Stream was really difficult, but he was almost done. The guards said they heard the Lord's command and allowed them to go inside. They walked into the room, ready to end everything. They saw the Lord of Spellies, who shouted angrily at them. He shouted, saying that LK and his companions appeared out of nowhere and ruined his work. LK demanded the Black Stream's location, but the elder angrily questioned if that was the only reason he was tied up. Duke revealed that the Black Stream was in Elua's magic tower, leaving LK shocked. He said that his uncle Adrian took the Black Stream to examine, then mocked them for caring so much about the sword. LK realized Adrian, the head of the magic tower, was the reason the investigation was stopped. He found the situation harder than expected and thanked the old man for the answer. But Duke furiously demanded an answer, asking if it was really because of the Black Stream. Suddenly, the scene shifted, and both of them stood before Riene. LK admitted things kept getting messed up and said they needed to go to the magic tower. Riene informed them that His Majesty had sent an envoy to negotiate the end of the war. LK realized the envoy's side did not even lift a finger when they were losing, and she revealed the person who came as an envoy was the state wizard, Adrian von Spellies. Suddenly, as LK opened the door, the envoy appeared before him. He recognized him immediately. He confidently greeted him. LK asked if he was really that famous, and he confirmed, saying there were many rumors in the capital about a skillful wizard in Delphin. Adrian mentioned he had heard that the young wizard defeated Byron, their wizard. LK admitted he really did defeat Byron and noticed the envoy's concern. Adrian acknowledged that Byron was his favorite. LK thought it was not good to let himself be manipulated just because of the Black Stream. Adrian thought of him as someone who would lead the magic tower in the future, but did not expect him to lose that way. Lucy asked if LK killed him, then argued that if the envoy didn't want him to die, he shouldn't have sent him in the first place. Both of them fiercely glared at each other, while he thought it was just as expected from Lucy. Nevertheless, Adrian said it was useless to talk about the past, and that he would rather hear an answer to the king's orders. According to Riene, they were negotiating with Duke Spellies and would release him as soon as the negotiations were over. Adrian said he would tell the king about it and added that His Majesty wanted the negotiations to end soon. Riene asked if he was returning already, and he replied that he had more things to do. Adrian said that aside from coming here because of the king's orders, he explained their purpose for being there and admitted his curiosity about the person who had killed Byron. Right after, he decided to go from there. As he was about to leave, LK stopped him instantly. He asked if the Black Stream was still in the magic tower. Adrian realized he was searching for the Black Stream. From LK's point of view, the sword belonged to Lord Delphin, and the treasure of their ancestors must be recovered. Adrian claimed that returning the Black Stream was difficult because it was a gift from the king and required the king's approval, which shocked the young wizard. He said that they would hand it over, but left a condition unsaid. Adrian said there were 2 conditions, the first being to finish negotiations in 3 days and release the Duke and his sons. He explained the second condition. Byron's death was causing difficulties in his ongoing research on improving techniques, so he wanted the young wizard's help, since he could not do it for anyone else, as he was from the Arcane line in the Magic Tower. LK was surprised and wondered if it was not too obvious that the envoy was planning something. He then agreed with him, knowing it was the fastest way to obtain the Black Stream. Adrian felt happy because LK consented to the agreement with him and hoped that Elua's Magic Tower and Delphin would have a good relationship. Now, he was determined to head towards Elua's Magic Tower. Rihanna asked if he would be okay at Elua's Magic Tower, and he replied that he wouldn't be fooled there, reassuring her that Lucy would also go with him. Adrian asked if they were done and said he didn't want to waste more time, urging them to leave. LK said they would leave now and appealed to him to talk to the others. Right after, they left, and Rihanna silently watched it go. She worriedly prayed for Lucy's safety as she watched her leave. Finally, they arrived at Elua's Magic Tower and looked up at its towering structure. Adrian explained that the Magic Tower was founded in the early days of the Kingdom of Ellen and became a part of its history. LK thought that the more important matter was the existence of the Black Stream. While checking from the DTS, he needed to check if the Black Stream was there or not. After confirmation from the device, he claimed that it was here. They reached the entrance of the tower, where the guard greeted Adrian respectfully, and Adrian acknowledged his effort. After that, they entered the tower together. They saw a large glowing magical structure that illuminated the room. A surprised disciple asked him why he had left without saying anything. Adrian calmly told him not to be alarmed and instructed him to call Linfield and Edgar to the lab. He suggested going directly to the lab, mentioning that it was located on the topmost floor. LK asked nervously if they were not going to climb the stairs to reach the top floor. Adrian reassured him not to worry, saying there was a moving machine, leaving him shocked. They entered a moving machine that began rising to the top floor while LK stayed quietly observant. Adrian proudly explained the moving platform as a magical invention, while the young wizard secretly complained that he was already sick of elevators. Consequently, they reached the top floor. Adrian warmly welcomed them and revealed his laboratory filled with books and equipment. But Lucy sensed something unsettling in the lab and admitted she had a bad feeling about it. LK asked if she sensed danger, but she replied that she didn't feel any dragon heart there. They decided to enter cautiously, planning to get the Black Stream quickly and leave. LK observed the magician's lab filled with strange items. He couldn't understand it since he had no connection to research. Adrian handed him some research, asking him to take a look. Curious, LK decided to check it out. He began examining it closely. Adrian asked if he could do it, and he replied that they would only know if he tried. He called his students, explaining that he had called them because of the research. One introduced himself as Edgar, and the other introduced himself as Linfield. LK asked to see the Black Stream before starting work, and the old man agreed. But Adrian said he wanted to ask something first before showing it to him. He asked how he defeated a Tier 7 magician, and the young man was shocked to learn Byron was that strong. Adrian said he was not talking about Byron, but about the magician the young wizard knocked down. LK wondered if the envoy was talking about Vister, but at that time, they were only with Leo. Now, he understood that there must be something black in the lentils. Suddenly, he shouted for Lucy to run away, leaving her shocked and confused. In comparison, Adrian also shouted for her to get back as an orb suddenly activated with power. After activation, they were struck by a surge of electricity. Lucy endured the electric shock with determination and made a plan in her mind. She quickly kicked LK for his safety. LK was violently thrown back and crashed hard into the wall behind him. Lucy leapt into the air while twisting her body. She landed fiercely, while her companion complained that, although she saved him, she kicked him way too hard. Adrian was surprised by how they survived his attack and ordered Edgar and Linfield to stop their escape. Edgar cast a powerful wind cutter spell while unleashing a glowing magic circle. While the activation of the wind cutter, Lucy tried to rush towards them. LK understood that was why an elf girl had sensed danger about that. Adrian tauntingly asked why they didn't just fight back. LK realized he couldn't move properly because his body was numb. He made up his mind to throw the jars at Adrian. He then explained that Adrian's purpose was to capture him and told Lucy to escape and inform the Lord of Delphin and their party, but she was shocked at being asked to escape on her own. Lucy reassured her not to worry, saying he could handle it because he suddenly thought of a good strategy. He shouted for them to stop, claiming they had surrendered, which left Adrian confused. Adrian remarked that they surrendered too easily, unlike the rumors, and suspiciously asked what they were plotting. LK nervously questioned if he did not trust them. He shouted to Lucy, urgently telling her to throw the jar. She threw the jar upward with force. Adrian was shocked, realizing the jars Lucy threw were actually explosives, and he panicked at the boy's daring move. LK confidently admitted to being the crazy kid and challenged his enemies with a powerful spell in hand. He then commanded her to fire. After his command, the jars exploded. Outside the tower, the crowd heard strange noises, wondered if a war was happening, and pointed at the tower. They saw the explosion erupt at the top of the magic tower. Lucy safely jumped from the tower, covering herself from the blast. The crowd was shocked as they saw someone jump from the great height of the magic tower, thinking she was trying to die. She was about to descend rapidly toward the crowd below. The crowd panicked as the girl was falling from the tower. Finally, Lucy landed on the ground. She looked nervous and questioned herself, wondering if it would be right to follow what LK had told her to do. Inside the tower, Adrian struck the young wizard, sending him flying backward. He told LK that he had just done something foolish. Afterward, he ordered his men to put him in jail while he was unconscious. When LK's eyes opened, he found himself behind bars, meaning in prison. He woke up and realized with frustration that the black sorcerer was involved. LK could not use magic because of the handcuffs and hoped Lucy had escaped safely. He feared that something might have happened to Lucy. He thought that Rayard punished him because of that. Adrian called him to ask if he had woken up. LK asked what happened to his party, and the old man replied that they were looking for them and he would see them soon. But Adrian demanded to know why LK was hostile to black sorcerers. LK shouted that black sorcerers always attacked first and accused him of joining hands with them, warning that the Tower of Sage would act if they found out. Adrian regretted that he had asked the wrong question. Suddenly, LK was shocked to see that the man possessed the legendary sword, the Black Stream. Adrian asked why he was searching for the Black Stream, calling it just a decorative sword, and the young wizard replied that it was a family sword. He screamed at him not to lie and questioned if a half-elf with Delphin blood could wield the sword. He explained that the Black Stream only responds to its user's will, but since the Holy War, no one has been able to use it, making it nothing more than a useless blade. But LK was realizing that the sword, the Black Stream, may only be usable by its true, rightful owner. Adrian explained that the Black Stream sword could cut through anything, but only its creator, Rain Delphin, and the Holy War hero Shustar had ever used it. LK said his master told him to find the Black Stream and give it to Lucy, and the old man asked who his master was. Adrian threatened him, saying that if he did not speak the truth, he would torture him. At the same time, the chains pulled him up, and he screamed in shock. He agreed and assured him that he would tell him everything. He confessed that his master was a dragon and stated that he had become a Tier 5 wizard in 100 days and later reached Tier 6. But Adrian accused him of lying, saying dragon magic was different from human magic and calling it nonsense that he became a Tier 5 magician in 100 days. LK insisted that the technique could be changed for humans, but Adrian called him crazy and ordered Linfield to make him tell the truth. Linfield said it was impossible for anyone to endure broken bones and skinned flesh. so he inflicted pain directly on the mind since the spirit felt it. The young wizard asked if he would lose his mind if it was done wrong, and Linfield replied that that was why he needed an expert like him. Linfield declared he would show the essence of torture, and he cried out in pain from a severe headache. LK expected unbearable pain, but to his shock, the torture did not hurt at all, leaving Linfield confused. He realized the magic caused no pain, so he pretended to scream in agony to avoid suspicion. Adrian ordered his student to make him speak, and the student confidently agreed to handle it. Linfield wanted to see how long that bastard lasted. He then shouted at him, wondering why he still did not talk when even the strongest ones could not endure that magic. LK thought that it was nothing compared to Surfier's lessons and wondered if he should stop pretending. Linfield said that it could not be, and that they needed to send him to the Dark Gate, where that person would get the information out of his head more easily than taking stuff out of his pocket. LK asked him if he would send him to the Dark Gate, and the disciple replied that the black sorcerers were there to take him. He thought he would not be able to escape if sent there, so he shouted that he would tell them everything. Linfield said the prisoner had finally spoken and that he should have done it earlier, while he hesitated to respond. He shouted at LK, demanding he talk loudly instead of mumbling. Suddenly, LK headbutted him and shouted that he would not understand even if he told him. Linfield screamed in pain as blood poured from his nose. LK pinned him down and mocked him while he screamed in agony. However, Linfield shouted at him to release him. But LK pretended to cry out in pain as he was thrown against the wall and feared he would get bruised. Linfield was in a fit of fury to see his arrogance, and then said it was fine to cut his leg off since he had already offered his life. LK looked shocked at first, then his expression turned serious. He looked stunned and tense as he saw that Palm Sivet had hit Linfield. She appeared and greeted LK. LK was happily reunited with her, and she was glad to see him alive. He complained to Palm Sivet about being tied up in that manner. Afterward, she easily broke the chains, saying it's not difficult for an expert. He asked if Lucy was safe, and she assured him she was safe. Palm Sivet told that she and Lucy sneaked in, and Elysian decided to mobilize the Holy Knights, so the lobby was surely noisy by then. Elysian asked why they were blocking the way, and if the wizards ignored the church's orders, while they replied that she couldn't just rush in. While escaping from the prison, LK asked how Elysian managed with the monks, and she explained that Grandfather Seongsu had written a letter promising support whenever they needed help. He asked where the elf girl was, and she replied that she was there. Suddenly, he was stunned to see Lucy's presence. Lucy asked if he was hurt, and he replied that he was fine, except for a scratch on his wrist. Palm Sivet could not believe how surprisingly strong he was, despite being tortured, and he claimed it was because of his strong mind. Lucy told him to stop talking and follow her. They walked through a secret passage from Adrian's lab, which they thought had been used to lock up experimental monsters. LK wondered if Adrian experimented on living organisms and feared that he might have experimented on humans, too. He said only he could have found the place with his mana detection device, but Palm Sivet replied that wizards relied too much on magic and urged them to escape first. But LK wanted to find the Black Stream first and said they required proof that Adrian had joined hands with the Black Sorcerers. Lucy agreed with him, saying they couldn't just run away now. LK thought that he only escaped because of Palm Sivet and felt powerless to change the situation. At the same time, he cast a magic spell and created a shield. After that, a powerful explosion blasted against the shield. Two masked sorcerers appear, mocking him for fighting well despite being mentally tortured. They could not believe how long LK would last while suffering from mental exhaustion. In comparison, LK urgently told Lucy to escape and search for the Black Stream, and she agreed. Palm Sivet admitted she couldn't be of any help and decided to leave. The Dark Wizard cast a spell called Hold Person to immobilize his target. LK resisted the immobilization spell and countered by casting Dispel to break the enemy's magic. On the other hand, the Black Sorcerer cast a spell called Shining Arrow and launched multiple glowing arrows of light. LK shouted at Lucy to go with determination. He leapt down while Lucy charged forward fiercely. The Black Sorcerer looked shocked and did not understand how he did that. He then cast Project Image and created multiple illusions of himself. Lucy leapt forward and tried to slash him, but he disappeared. LK warned her that the enemies were just illusions, and she replied that she already knew. The dark wizard cast fire cannon and unleashed a massive blast of flames. In comparison, LK cast water ball to counter the raging flames. He then struck his staff to the ground and cast summon shadow. He activated the dark magic circle towards the sorcerers. They cast anti-magic shell to block the incoming shadows. LK asked her if she was ready, but Lucy, surrounded by illusions, complained that they were not disappearing, and it was annoying. The wizard taunted him and then cast forceful hand to launch a powerful magical attack. LK groaned in pain as the enemy's magical hand forcefully gripped his head. The dark wizard explained that his spell put pressure directly on the brain, mocking him by saying it would be hard for him to endure, but complimenting his efforts so far. But in that situation, LK mocked the enemy, asking if that powerful attack was all he had. He then discovered a crystal ball device and wondered about it. While Adrian had used it in the past, he made up his mind to use the crystal ball device on them secretly. Nevertheless, the magician activated a magic circle, ready to finish the fight. LK shouted for Lucy to get behind him. He then admitted that the enemy underestimated him. In comparison, he prepared his magic and decided to give it a try. The magicians were shocked that the boy stayed composed and moved so fast. They panicked, realizing something was wrong, and rushed to prepare defense magic. LK unleashed his spell, shouting Arcane Energy Thrower, and attacked with powerful magic. The wizards hurriedly cast a barrier to shield themselves from his powerful attack. A massive explosion occurred, affecting the outside of the tower. They admitted that LK's attack almost hit them and anxiously looked around, trying to find where he had gone. According to LK's mindset, he used the crystal ball device on them. After the wizard struck with lightning shocks, LK smiled confidently, saying that it was great. They complained about dirty tricks while being struck, and LK decided to report everything to Adrian later. The magician screamed in pain as he was struck down. Palm Sivet suddenly appeared, proudly claiming it was a combination, leaving LK shocked and confused about where she came from. He said he would go down to the lobby with them, while he told Lucy to find the black stream first with Palm Sivet. Anyway, they were tied up. As LK prepared to move on, he suddenly noticed something unexpected. He realized it did not work on outsiders, which left him in trouble because he could not carry them down the stairs. He suddenly noticed something and became excited, saying it was amazing. A large group of magicians appeared, and he remarked that there were many of them. One of them shouted not to let LK and his companions go down. The group blocked the way with shields. LK cast a barrier spell, and it exploded with a bright flash of power. He complained that it was too much for one person to handle. He then felt relieved that he recovered some of his mana. Fearlessly and confidently, he cast an arcane cannon on them that was a very sensitive attack. The opponents shouted in anger, saying he had smashed the shaft of the moving machine. The moving machine was falling down, and LK screamed in fear. He managed to stop it for a moment, but he realized they would crash if it continued. Afterward, he cast a spell to control gravity. As a result, they slowed the fall and protected them with a barrier. He begged for it to stop, but the crash finally happened. The soldiers panicked and asked what was going on. LK breathed heavily and said he almost died. His companions reached inside the magic tower and asked if he was okay. However, Adrian did not believe how he had done it. LK expressed his happiness at seeing him, saying that he had finally found him. He could not think black sorcerers were roaming around the Elia magic tower. Adrian angrily yelled at the intruders to leave the tower. The knight warned Adrian to accept the investigation or face an attack. Adrian shouted that the Shine Church wanted to label the tower as traitors and reminded them of how interrogators treated wizards during the Holy War. Suddenly, the opponents launched a magical attack at Adrian. The knight raised his shield and ordered an attack on the church's traitors. They created a battle environment where both sides attacked each other. Macon protected Elysian and told her to hide behind him. LK told his crews to go downhill quickly. Suddenly, he felt something. He saw that Adrian was trying to escape. He decided to wake him up because others started fighting. In comparison, LK also decided that they couldn't let the fight continue. He saw Macon and called him over to come that way. He tried to justify himself by claiming he could fly with magic. Macon shouted that it was the fastest way to go. Finally, LK was thrown forward at high speed, screaming in fear as he flew through the air. Adrian looked shocked and confused, wondering how they managed to do it. LK shouted loudly, calling out to Adrian. Adrian cast a spell and raised a wall of stone. After that, LK crashed into the stone wall and screamed in shock. Adrian called the boy persistent as the young wizard fell to the ground exhausted. He lay and cursed the old man. Right after, Adrian ran forward to try to escape from them. In contrast, as LK ran behind him, he sighed heavily and thought the old man had good strength, wondering which floor he had gone up to. He finally arrived, but became shocked when he saw a strange door. He opened the door and entered. He wanted to know why Adrian still refused to give up. Adrian refused to give up with determination, threatening to kill him and leave the Shrine Church to take the blame. He said that the young king and the queen could be easily influenced, and without an investigation, nothing would happen. He confidently stated that even a mudfish could make a puddle muddy, claiming LK was the only one who had misunderstood the entire plan. LK asked about his plans for the Eloa kingdom, and the old man mentioned the 5 heroes of the Holy War. Adrian stated that Shusta stabbed Ragdam's heart with the Black Stream and declared that Shusta's descendants deserved to pay for generations. He revealed that he had poisoned the king for that reason. According to Adrian, he crowned Little Floyd as a puppet king and slowly took control of state affairs with spellies. LK inquired of him whether he killed the Marquis and his son. He said that after the Marquis Durpin's death, he planned to eliminate all of Shusta's descendants, but when he was about to give the Black Stream, LK suddenly appeared. LK knew that he had sent Lucy and Palm Sivet to search for the Black Stream. Adrian said it was just a long, useless story and suggested ending things for the day. He wanted to demonstrate the results of his long magic research to him. Afterward, a horrifying, multi-headed monster suddenly emerged, utilizing his immense power. LK was shocked to see that creature. He wanted to know about that dangerous species. The monster was about to punch him. At the same time, the snake was about to attack him. Adrian revealed his creation, a terrifying chimera, and said that he created it by following his instructions. He mocked believers, said that God created humans, and argued that if God made man in his image, then there was no law against human creations. LK asked if the creation of chimeras was banned. Adrian said that even after 100 years since the Holy War, there was still no progress in magic, but by using the magic that he was taught, he was able to create such a perfect creature. LK accused the old man of stealing someone else's research to make the creature, and stated that such actions were the reason magic had never advanced. Adrian told him that he had no idea about the real situation. A monstrous chimera attacked, and LK quickly shouted, "Teleport," to escape. He dodged the chimera's attack by teleporting. He was shocked at how fast they moved despite their massive size. The chimera slammed its massive foot into the ground, releasing a violent shockwave that shook the entire area. LK realized that a single mistake would cost him his life. He cast a spell and unleashed the forceful fist against the monster. It struck the monster's head with immense force. LK cast the fire spear that summoned blazing flames. He hurled himself forward as flames erupted. Right after, he felt proud of unleashing his attack. Suddenly, he sensed something wrong. The monster stood from the smoke, surrounded by glowing magic circles. Adrian revealed he had placed an anti-magic stone in the chimera's torso, making most magic useless against it. LK unleashed Wind Cutter, slashing at the chimera with sharp blades of wind. After a while, the chimera healed its body. LK realized the chimera was regenerating, so weaker attacks only wasted mana, and he decided to use strong magic to break through its defenses. Adrian activated a magic circle and taunted him, asking if he thought the chimera was his only opponent. LK struggled against the flames and complained that it was already hard to fight one opponent, yet now Adrian joined in too. The massive chimera slammed its giant fist down, shattering the ground as LK barely dodged the attack. Adrian mocked him, asking where his enthusiasm went, and declared that he would finish the battle immediately. Adrian cast a powerful spell called Shining Arrow and launched it with intense light. LK blocked the attack and angrily said that it was a cheap move. He cast a spell and created a strong force wall to block the monster. The monster got trapped inside the electrified force wall, but soon tried to break free. Adrian shouted that LK was a fool to think he could push the chimera with force wall, since it had as much mana as it had mass. He mocked him, asking what his plan was and whether he intended to just hide behind the wall, since he couldn't keep going that way. The chimera roared fiercely, but LK smirked confidently and taunted him. The young wizard boldly cancelled his magic in front of the chimera, leaving the old man shocked. LK charged forward fearlessly, casting a binding spell with determination. Glowing magical chains wrapped tightly around the chimera. Adrian furiously cast Air Hammer, determined not to let him act freely. LK charged up powerful magic and unleashed an arcane cannon attack on the monster. The chimera took the direct hit and staggered backward. Its body cracked and sparked. Adrian was shocked as he realized the chimera's magic was being disrupted. LK fell to his knees, clutching his head in agony, feeling like it was about to explode, but still forcing himself to endure. But he still gathered all his strength, unleashing his magic as he cast Arcane. Adrian desperately tried to stop him by casting a mighty force wall. LK shouted with determination as he unleashed his powerful attack, Energy Thrower. He fearlessly applied to the monster. The blast hit hard, knocking the chimera back in an explosion. Adrian furiously shouted, questioning if he could truly defeat him with the bit of magic he had left. LK screamed, declaring that his opponent had no idea how much magic he still had left. He smirked and admitted to himself that saying he had plenty of magic left was what he wanted to claim, but the reality was different. He joyfully bid farewell to everyone as he ran toward the portal, ready to go. Adrian was first stunned into confusion and then erupted in rage, demanding to know what he was doing. He commanded his chimera to catch him. LK cast a shield to block the chimera's attack. He faced the chimera and realized he had made a mistake. Lucy suddenly appeared and struck the chimera while asking what he was doing there. LK was shocked to see her. He cried out at her in relief, while Palm Sivit screamed in fear, asking what those terrifying creatures were. Lucy handed him a sword, leaving him shocked at suddenly receiving it. He could not believe that it was Black Stream. He found it heavier than expected and realized it lacked a blade. Adrian warned that possessing the Black Stream did not change anything. On the other hand, the snake regrew its head and prepared to attack them. Lucy shouted at him to act quickly, and he nervously agreed. He realized with dread that he had to go through the ordeal again. He activated the Black Stream, and radiant energy filled him with power. Adrian was shocked as immense energy burst from the young wizard, glowing with power. But LK admitted that he still couldn't get used to the pain. He screamed as he pulled into a portal, showing he was going to another world. After arriving in the world, he met Acreon again. Acreon asked if the second piece was found, and the young wizard replied that he became stronger, but it was always painful. He said suffering is part of youth, but the boy disagreed and avoided hearing it from a dragon, but admitted the way seemed easy. Acreon asked him about his emergency and told him to return soon, but LK protested that he had just arrived. He told him helping them was more important and assured him he'd always be waiting, wishing him a safe trip. After listening to that, LK was suddenly pulled into a portal. Entering the present world, he stood quietly, determined, having formulated a plan. He thought about the activation of the seventh circle. Adrian angrily demanded to know the plan and cast the spell Reverse Gravity. By the spell of Reverse Gravity, they were suddenly lifted off the ground. Palm Sivit panicked as she realized her body was floating due to the gravity spell. In comparison, LK countered the spell by casting Control Gravity, stabilizing himself and his companions. Therefore, they safely landed back on the ground. Adrian looked shocked and demanded to know how the young man still had mana left. LK smirked confidently and told the old man it was too early to be surprised. He thought to himself that Adrian didn't know anything about the dragon heart. The chimera's sting struck the ground with explosive force, and Lucy quickly dodged out of its path. LK warned his team to be careful, explaining that the enemy was a chimera with both fast attacks and regeneration. In contrast, Lucy swiftly dodged while running across the chimera's massive body. She shouted Rayard and unleashed a fiery attack against the chimera. Adrian cast Stone Spear, making huge rock spikes shoot up from the ground. In contrast, LK activated a magic circle and shouted Summon Shadow, breaking through the stone spikes with a powerful attack. Adrian gathered magical energy into a glowing circle. He then cast a spell, Prismatic Sprayer, unleashing a powerful rainbow-colored attack. LK desperately called out to Adrian, while the old man, filled with rage, demanded his death. Finally, both magic spells collided. Adrian, shocked and frustrated, wanted to know what the young wizard had done, thinking he should have run out of mana by now. His eyes widened in realization as he suspected LK's valid reason for looking at the Black Stream. On the other hand, Lucy fought the chimera fearlessly. She fiercely faced the attacking monster, shouting defiantly for it to keep coming at her. But unfortunately, she faced the powerful spell of Adrian's forceful hand. She tried to run from the chimera. Suddenly, its sting hit the ground, but Lucy narrowly dodged it by spinning her body. But another stung of chimera appeared, which prepared itself to attack her. Lucy struck it down with fiery power, slashing the chimera's sting with force. Its purple blood fell down into her body, and she tried to save herself. Adrian mocked her, asking about the chimera's punch, and told her to suffer from the melting pain of her skin and muscles. LK shouted in fear, calling out Lucy. The chimera opened its mouth to attack Lucy. It attacked and bit her constantly. The chimera's eyes glowed fiercely, then its body exploded in flames. It was revealed that Lucy had released a massive, fiery explosion. Adrian was shocked and said that it was impossible for her to still be alive after that. But Lucy confidently said that the attack would not beat her. She bravely faced off against a giant monster. Shocked yet impressed, Palm Sivet offered her words of praise. Adrian angrily questioned why Lucy wasn't affected by the chimera's poison, insisting that it should still have worked even if she was an elf. LK knew that Dragon Rayard's blood was the reason for her success. The chimera attacked Palm Sivet, but fortunately, she barely dodged its attack. She begged the monster not to come near her. In contrast, Lucy dashed forward swiftly, ready to strike. She leapt high into the air, preparing to strike the chimera. Finally, she hit the monster with a powerful attack. She fiercely attacked, but the chimera countered with a powerful punch aimed at her. Unexpectedly, the chimera was hit by the punch, and she fell to the ground. LK shouted in panic, calling out to her. Lucy struggled to get up, groaning in pain and exhaustion. Palm Sivet realized with shock that the half-elf kid was in danger. Lucy barely got up, and the chimera stood over her. LK shouted angrily, demanding that the chimera get away from Lucy. But immediately, Adrian appeared and told him that he would be his opponent. On the other hand, the chimera tried to crush Lucy. She cursed in frustration to see it. The ray of hope appeared, meaning that Palm Sivet fearlessly rushed towards the chimera. They were both shocked to see her and wondered what she was trying to do. Palm Sivet shouted determinedly that she couldn't just stand by and watch. She leapt forward fiercely, screaming as she attacked the chimera. She jumped high and aimed her attack at the chimera. Then, she struck, stabbing her sword into the monster's eyes. She was falling to the ground and said she would leave the rest to her teammates. Nevertheless, LK shouted for Lucy to take the black stream, and she turned around in surprise as the weapon came flying toward her. Lucy struggled to catch the black stream and stumbled. She yelled at him, asking if he wanted to die, while explaining that the black stream sword was useless to ordinary people. LK assured her that she had the blood of Rayard, and she would be able to awaken the sword. Adrian was shocked to see that scene, but the chimera was rushing towards Lucy. But she decided to attack it with the black stream, a mighty sword. She grabbed the sword tightly and prepared to awaken its power. At last, she swung her sword and cut the chimera into 2 pieces. Fortunately, the chimera had died because of Lucy. She smiled confidently and said the sword was quite useful. But LK already knew that she would make it. However, Adrian was shocked to realize that she had used the power of the black stream. Now, he understood that Lucy possessed the blood of the Delphin. So, he decided to make her disappear first. He unleashed a powerful attack at her that called the arcane cannon. Lucy stood calmly and then raised her sword with determination. She cut the arcane cannon into 2 pieces with her sword. Adrian could not believe how she cut his magic because it was impossible. Lucy confidently told him to get ready because he was next. Adrian was shocked and questioned how this had happened. He did not understand that the black stream sword, once useless, awakened as if it had found its proper owner. He realized the situation was dangerous and regretted not killing her along with Lord Delphin. LK asked why he didn't give up and warned that he was the one who would lose if he went all the way. However, Adrian confidently claimed that he would never give up and decided to continue fighting. He activated a powerful magic circle, preparing to unleash his strongest spell. Palm Sivet shouted at the old man, asking if he was going to continue fighting. At the same time, LK warned her to be careful because he didn't know what magic the old man was going to use. Adrian warned them that it would not end that easily that time. He then activated the magic circle and began casting a powerful spell. His purpose was to escape from that place smartly. Finally, Lucy realized Adrian wasn't going to fight, but was trying to escape, so they hurried after him. Unfortunately, Adrian successfully escaped from the magic tower, and they realized it was too late and wondered how he had managed to open it. LK thought it was just like in comics and movies, where the enemy escapes and later returns to grab the protagonist's ankle. Afterward, Lucy calmly sheathed her sword, releasing a sigh of relief. LK noticed she looked pale, asked if she was okay, and she replied that she was just a little tired. He thought the Chimera's earlier attack had caused a lot of damage and that she had fought very hard. However, he told Lucy to hop on his back, but she refused, saying she could still walk. LK then told her not to let her pride get in the way since she was struggling to stand and asked her to get on his back. Lucy was satisfied with him. She blushed, got on his back, and then he said they should leave. LK got serious. He called out to Palm Sivet, and someone asked to be carried because they were also tired. On the other hand, Elysian shouted at the soldiers not to mess up the line and just to knock them out. The Dark Wizards shouted and told them not to back off and to get the Holy Knight out of the tower. LK shouted and told them to stop fighting. Lord Jeep's knights saw the Chimera, which appeared in torn pieces. They did not understand what that was. One of the knights wondered how they managed to do it. They saw the Chimera and asked who had done that to it. LK said the Chimera proved Adrian had joined hands with the Black Sorcerers and told them to surrender and cooperate with the investigation. Macon asked LK if he had taken the Chimera down. Elysian felt happy to see that everyone was safe. The Dark Wizards claimed the proof was fabricated and insisted it was a conspiracy to frame the Master. LK asked where the Master was and concluded that they had been ordered to attack and escape. Edgar angrily shouted that it was not true. LK urged the group of wizards to realize they were being used as tools and pleaded with them to surrender instead of throwing away their lives. But Edgar angrily told them to shut up and cast a powerful spell in frustration. He unleashed a massive fire using his magic. LK confidently declared that he was not someone who could be defeated easily. He cast a powerful dispel spell and neutralized the incoming attack. Edgar was shocked by the incredible speed. LK reminded him that he couldn't just ignore a 7th circle wizard. In comparison, he also unleashed his spell and used air compressor to attack. Edgar got shocked to see that and then screamed in anger. He was thrown into the crowd of wizards due to the air compressor. LK stood calmly. He was analyzing the situation carefully and preparing for his next move. Elysian ordered them to surrender immediately and warned that if they kept resisting, she would consider everyone there a black sorcerer. She shouted that Elua Magic Tower would become an enemy to all kingdoms. At last, the Dark Wizards of the Magic Tower admitted defeat and surrendered. Elysian asked him about how he managed. LK asked the elf girl if she was okay, but then suddenly noticed something unusual. Lucy was unconscious, leaving him shocked and worried. Elysian also noticed something had happened and asked what was wrong. LK was panicked because Lucy wasn't waking up. He tried to wake Lucy while the priestess offered to check on her. Elysian checked her pulse and stayed silent, looking worried. At the same time, the Palm Sivet appeared, expressing her worry and asking what was happening. LK nervously asked if it wasn't a big deal. They realized Lucy was just sleeping. Elysian discovered that Lucy had only suffered some bruises and would recover after resting. They talked about her, saying Lucy had fallen asleep because she was exhausted from saving him. Macon informed him that many wizards were arrested, and since the Shine Church could not manage the situation, the royal guards would take over. Elysian scolded him for going alone. Macon agreed with her and was relieved that Lucy had escaped safely, but the young wizard promised not to do it again. Palm Sivet proudly claimed credit for the success and jokingly asked to be paid next time. Finally, they arrived at the Delphini's castle. After entering the castle, they met Riene, who welcomed them warmly and was delighted to see them. Elysian reflected that things ended well, but expressed concern about Adrian's escape. LK acknowledged that capturing a Tier 7 wizard won't be easy. Lucy acknowledged his victory since he had obtained the Black Stream, and he then asked about the Black Stream. She said the sword was heavier and longer than the one her dad had given her, though it might take time to adjust, but it was still usable. Suddenly, Lord Jeeps appeared and informed Rihanna that there was a problem, inviting her to attend the meeting. Rihanna guessed the meeting was about the Elua Magic Tower. However, Lord Jeeps stated that the officials were ordered to participate in it, which meant LK and Unnai should attend too. At the same time, Elysian decided to go with them on behalf of the Shine Church. Palm Sivet refused to go to that place, and the young wizard accepted her decision. Lucy mentioned that the previous meeting had been hosted by Empress Celine von Adrian and insisted that LK definitely go. LK said there was nothing they could do, suggested taking a good rest before leaving, and decided that Macon and Palm Sivet should stay behind just in case. Soon after, they arrived at the Shrine Church. Inside the church, LK expressed his concern, saying that he had never attended any meeting other than class meetings, while she seemed confused and asked him what he meant. But LK looked at the Lord of Delphin, who looked tense and uneasy. He asked if she was nervous, and she admitted that she was. Lucy comforted her younger sister, assuring her that she was right there for her. Elysian asked if Adrian planned to destroy Delphin and Eluin for Shustar, and the young wizard confirmed it was for revenge for the Dark Gate. She speculated that the next target might be St. Emily's Shrine Church. LK believed that Wizard Lionel's tower would also be a target, but both places would not be easily affected. He decided to keep his head straight in the future. The guard declared that His Majesty and the Empress had arrived, leaving them alert. Finally, they arrived at their throne and bowed respectfully in front of them. The Empress gave the exact reason for a meeting to discuss an unexpected incident that occurred a few days ago at the Tower of Alua. She regretted the disappearance of Adrian, the court wizard and the master of the Alua Tower. She expressed concern that if the incident was linked to the Black Sorcerer, it could become a big problem, reminding them that their Majesty wanted to hear their opinion. Count Gitz von Perinal claimed that he believed the entire incident was just fabricated. He said that Adrian was His Majesty's maternal grandfather, that he was loyal, and that he couldn't become a black sorcerer since the other wizards in the tower would have noticed. He argued that the situation was clearly a setup since a non-black sorcerer was seen collaborating with a black sorcerer. Mark von Theodore introduced himself and agreed with the Count. From an Empress's point of view, he could manipulate testimony as much as he wished, but according to the testimony of the captivated wizards, she claimed that Lord Qatar admitted the interrogation was wrong, so they wanted the wizards jailed and questioned again. Both nobles revealed that a chimera and a black sorcerer were found inside the tower, indicating that someone had secretly brought them into the Tower of Alua. The Empress declared that the Lord of Delphin deserved the death penalty, but according to Elysian, the church already questioned Adrian, and the testimony claimed he worked with black sorcerers, while some wizards admitted they ignored it. She revealed that the royal magistrate attended the interrogation process and signed the protocol, so it could not be changed. However, Count Perinal wanted to ask a question on the Empress's behalf. He asked where the two black sorcerers whom the Shrine Church had captured were. From Elysian's perspective, they died while being transported. Count Perinal implied that she was in charge, so she must take responsibility for the sorcerers' deaths, and expressed his confusion about how they were allowed to die. Elysian questioned why the Shrine Church would do such a thing and asked if he was accusing them of creating the chimera. Count Perinal suggested that if it wasn't the Shrine Church, it must have been the Delphin, as he heard a powerful wizard from the war might be responsible. She exclaimed that making false accusations without proper evidence is a crime. Count Perinal inquired whether LK was the same one who had killed Duke Spellies' wizard, Byron, during the war. He added that if LK was truly so skilled at a young age, they would have had a good reputation, yet he had never heard of their name. Count Perinal claimed that this young wizard achieved his level of power using a secret trick of the black sorcerers. LK angrily demanded to know what he meant by that secret trick. Count Perinal sarcastically said he wouldn't know since he's not a black sorcerer, and suggested he should answer that. LK secretly wished to throw a fireball at his face. Count Perinal ordered them to detain Lord Delphin and her group, investigate their castle, and claimed he was certain there was evidence proving they had allied with a black sorcerer. They agreed with Count Perinal, stating that her collusion with the black sorcerer was clearly a form of treason. They insisted that Lord Delphin and everyone involved must be thoroughly investigated and questioned. But LK already expected this to happen before the meeting. Suddenly, the old man approached, and it was Duke Corpus von Barben, who was about to speak. He dismissed Count Perinal's claims as unreliable, and revealed that many witnesses had claimed Adrian colluded with the black sorcerer to spread rumors about the child. He warned that protecting or hiding someone's wrongdoing would not bring any benefit, and would only make everyone laugh. He warned further that conflicts might occur with the other countries if they found out that they were defending a black sorcerer. He added that the Shrine Church's protests would be harsh, questioning how they planned to handle the situation. Count Piranel suggested searching for evidence, but the older man angrily interrupted him, telling him to shut up and questioning his right to speak such nonsense in that place. He mocked him by saying that if the king were still alive, he wouldn't have even listened to a little boy like him. An empress shouted for everyone to be quiet, reminding them that His Majesty was watching. She said that His Majesty would decide whose words he believed. She asked for confirmation, addressing His Majesty, who remained silent. The king, looking worried, asked his mother what they should do in the situation. But his mother confidently smirked, thinking of what to do next. She placed her hand on his shoulder and stated that Adrian was a great and loyal court wizard. She advised that they shouldn't have been called a traitor without sufficient evidence. Duke Beryl advised the king not to believe the woman and insisted that Adrian and everyone who had helped him be punished, and that those who had contributed so much be rewarded. However, the king inquired about the others' thoughts on the situation. One of them expressed agreement with Duke Barbon's opinion. The king asked if there was more, whereas she urged them to see who was right. Finally, the king made a decisive choice, calmly instructing the guards to come inside. After his command, the guards marched inside. The king wanted an answer from his mother, questioning whether she had pointed at a deer and called it a horse, leaving his mother slightly confused. An empress confidently responded that a deer remains a deer, implying that calling it a horse makes no sense. The king asked the mother if she was referring to them as a deer. He revealed that he had been aware of everything and confessed that he hadn't slept a single day since he was crowned 3 years ago. He admitted that he silently endured his own pain while pretending not to know as his country fell into outsiders' hands. He then angrily questioned their loyalty, demanding to see if they served the Eluin family, Duke Spellies, or the true king of the country. But the queen nervously claimed that the king seemed tired and immediately ordered the guards to take him out of here. The guards stayed silent while the empress ordered them again to get His Majesty from the room. The king told his mother to get out of this place, saying she had struggled enough managing state affairs, which shocked her. He told his mother to rest in the other palace for now. At last, he ordered the guards to take her to the other palace. The queen angrily questioned the guards for daring to touch her, declaring that she was the country's queen. The king reminded them that he had the authority to command the knights. The queen cried out in shock, asking how they could do this to her despite being their mother. The king stated that he was going to do it because she was his mother. The queen desperately cried out to the king as she walked away. The king firmly questioned the followers, demanding to know if they would still defend the traitors, Adrian and Duke Spellies. He claimed that Duke Spellies, in collusion with Adrian, not only played tricks on state affairs but also disturbed the country. By fabricating the territorial negotiations with false testimony, Duke Spellies was stripped of the honor and oath of the nobility. The king decided to reveal his sins and let him take responsibility. Count Piranel was left sweating and speechless. In contrast, the king turned to the Lord of Delphin. He praised Rihanna for doing a great job and promised to reward him once everything was settled. He then promised to investigate the death of her father and ensure that those responsible would be punished. Afterward, Rihanna finally wept tears of joy. She expressed her gratitude to the Majesty with deep respect. She regretted that the old man was not alive to witness the moment. Duke Barbon felt fulfilled after witnessing His Majesty become a faithful and wise king and had no regrets, even if he were to die there. They decided to wrap up the meeting at that point. Suddenly, the king insisted they stay because he wanted to say something. He thanked Lord Delphin for making the day's success possible, but she humbly replied that she just did what she had to do. The king asked about the whereabouts of the Black Stream because Duke Spellies had handed it over to Adrian earlier. But Lucy confidently revealed that she owned the Black Stream. But Lord Delphin reminded her to speak formally to the king, but the king reassured them, saying that a half-elf didn't need to follow such formalities. The emperor stated that the characteristics of the Delphin family were very similar, but Lucy was very different from him. He asked for the Black Stream back because it was the royal family's treasure, but she refused and insisted on using it. Lucy began to mention her father, but was suddenly stopped by LK covering her mouth. He explained that she became attached to the Black Stream after using it and requested to keep it longer. The king was shocked as they realized the Black Stream had awakened. He explained that after King Shustar's death, the royal family kept the Black Stream, but no one, including himself, was able to use it. According to the late Majesty's diary, the Black Stream was a sword crafted by an unknown blacksmith, and though no one could wield it, it was said that the Black Stream only awakened if the person had a strong will and tenacity. It wasn't an ordinary sword from the start, and LK wondered if Rayard had discovered its true power and embedded a piece of dragon heart in it. The king suggested that, considering the threat of dark gates, it was reasonable for someone to use the Black Stream, then asked if it technically belonged to the Delphin family and sought their opinion. But Rihanna believed her older sister should be the one to use the Black Stream. The king happily announced that a new owner of the Black Stream had been chosen and requested them to use it for good purposes. He asked what they planned to do next and then expressed his desire for everyone to stay in the country to help. Rihanna agreed with him, expressing that she thought the same way. But LK worried that Lucy might decide to stay instead of continuing their journey, as it would be difficult to proceed without her. Lucy firmly decided to leave. She apologized and explained that she still had something important to do. LK explained that they still had something their master asked them to do and that they couldn't settle anywhere until they finished the job. The king said he didn't know what it was, but thought it was a pity, and he told him to inform him if they needed anything. LK replied that they had already received the Black Stream and didn't need anything else. Instead, he asked the king to help Delphin regain its strength. Rihanna hugged her on Nye and said she would miss her whenever she had a hard time. Lucy comforted Rihanna by saying it was okay and encouraged her, assuring her that she would do a good job. The following day, Rihanna thanked them, saying they overcame a big crisis because of their help and admitted she didn't know how to express her gratitude. LK said they had been indebted to Rihanna so far, whereas she wished him a safe trip. In contrast, Lucy asked her to hold the sword and say Rayard, but she was surprised. Rihanna said Rayard while holding the sword, and suddenly the sword started glowing with flames, shocking her. Lucy explained that only people with the same blood could use the sword, so she decided to give it to Rihanna because she had the Black Stream. She promised to come back once she had finished her work. Finally, they were departing from the Delphin's castle. Lord Delphin happily waved goodbye and asked her on Nye to be careful, hoping they would meet again soon. Lucy smiled brightly and told Rihanna to stay healthy. At last, they departed from that place. LK was relaxed in the carriage, enjoying the peaceful ride with nothing to do. Lucy asked why he had nothing to do and if he was going to absorb the dragon heart pieces, but he explained that it hurt too much and said he would do it slowly next time. Macon asked LK if he was sure about the direction, and he replied that he was, telling him to continue. He said that if they continued going that way, they would reach the Sage's Tower. LK asked Macon if he had been there too, and he replied that he and Elysian had gone there before because it was a place where mercenaries had to stop to buy magic weapons and artifacts. Elysian said that it was also a famous tourist spot and explained that the Sage's Tower was a place where a wizard should have visited at least once in their lifetime. According to the guide for an elf traveling in the human world, the Sage's Tower was considered one of the top 5 tourist attractions, and it had been a long time since they last talked about HTE. LK felt relaxed and peaceful outside, as he hadn't expected the inside of the carriage to be so uncomfortable. But Lucy warned him not to do anything until everything was done. She told him to endure the pain and absorb it quickly, but LK shouted back that it wasn't as easy. LK was shocked and shouted for her to wait as the light suddenly burst out from the Black Stream. He fell into the portal. There, he arrived in another world and met Acreon. Acreon noticed that the other person had been visiting frequently. In response, LK apologized politely, worried that he might have disturbed his rest. Acreon reassured him that he didn't mind, explaining that it was fine since the place was just a spatial memory. LK asked if it was possible to become a high wizard quickly using black magic or something similar. Acreon replied that it wasn't impossible since he was already working on raising his own tier. LK explained that he was actually absorbing the Dragon Heart's mana, but asked if there was another way to increase his power. Acreon told him that he could become stronger by learning a technique and signing a contract with a powerful demon, but LK said it was difficult, and he believed there was a limit to how much power he could gain by absorbing the dragon's heart mana. He suggested he find another way and reminded him that where there was a will, there was a way, and humans always found a way. He then stopped the conversation and signaled him to move on. He cast an injection spell. In the real world, he screamed. He screamed in agony as he fell into the portal. Whereas Palm Sivet looked ahead curiously, surprised by the distant screams echoing through the area. Elysian asked worriedly if he was okay, and he replied that it was done now. They inquired about how much longer it would take to reach the Sage's Tower, and Macon replied that they would arrive in a day or two. They already saw Melkia, a small, quiet city under the Sage's Tower, where most travelers stopped, and decided to rest there before continuing their journey the next morning. They reached Melkia expecting a small, quiet city, but they were surprised to find it crowded and bustling instead. Elysian remembered that the last time she visited, the village was calm and peaceful. But now it was crowded with outsiders and mercenaries, making Palm Sivet wonder if something of value was drawing everyone. Nevertheless, they noticed several wizards from the Sage's Tower and asked if it was a group tour. Lucy detected a dungeon nearby using her sharp hearing and impressed LK with her sharp senses. Palm Sivet got excited about the dungeon and wondered what treasure was hidden there, while Macon said it was his first time hearing about it and guessed they must have discovered it recently. The thief cat found it strange that a lot of people had come, and Elysian agreed, wondering what kind of dungeon it was. But Lucy felt hungry and wanted something to eat rather than focusing on the dungeon. They decided to look for a restaurant to eat at and agreed to go together. They found a restaurant, and a waitress inside was busy serving food and drinks to the customers. All the restaurants were crowded while Lucy kept complaining that she was hungry. Suddenly, LK sensed their voices. One suggested hiring mercenaries to get through the situation, while the other doubted even skilled mercenaries would be reliable. He heard a familiar voice. Suddenly, he recognized her and shouted Jenny. Jenny looked at him with surprise. LK was surprised to see Jenny there. Lucy greeted warmly, saying it had been a long time since they last met. LK looked annoyed and wondered who he was calling Hyung Nim. Palm Sivet asked if he knew them, and the priestess explained that they had fought against a black sorcerer together before. Jenny happily greeted Macon, saying it had been a long time since they last met. LK was shocked by Jenny's warm hug and wondered if such a greeting was appropriate. He told Jenny that it was nice to see her and admitted he hadn't expected to meet her there. But she had expected they would meet again, but didn't know it would be that day, and she also mentioned that LK looked taller. LK thought that the situation was different from what he had expected, and Lucy mentioned that Jenny didn't give a hug to just anyone. Lucy greeted Lucy, saying it had been a long time, and asked how she was doing, but she was too focused on her food. But Lucy realized the situation was different from what he expected. LK explained that Lucy didn't care about anything else while she was eating. He started introducing Palm Sivet as a thief, but she interrupted and declared herself a treasure hunter, which he eventually agreed with. Nevertheless, he wanted to know how Lucy had been doing. Lucy said it was too noisy to talk there, so he cast a spell and created silence. The silence spell was activated, creating a quiet space for their private talk. Palm Sivet was surprised by the sudden silence, and LK praised his skills. Lucy proudly said he became a Tier 5 wizard, and he admired how quickly he improved. He explained that meeting LK for the first time had inspired and motivated him greatly. He explained that after meeting him, he returned to his master, trained very hard, and eventually became a Tier 5 wizard not long ago. He thought Hyungnim was a Tier 5 wizard, but he clarified that he wasn't. He confidently revealed that he had surpassed Tier 5 and had already reached Tier 7, mastering the 7th mana circle. Lucy was shocked, screaming in disbelief after learning that LK had already reached Tier 7. He found it hard to believe that he could reach Tier 7 so quickly, but it was confirmed to be true. But Lucy couldn't believe the truth. Jenny smiled warmly and said she knew LK was amazing from the moment she first saw him. Elysian inquired of them about their presence, but Jenny hesitated before trying to explain. LK claimed that both of them were following someone. He understood that both had come here because they thought the recently discovered dungeon might have something to do with that person. He jokingly asked if the person they were searching for was an ex-lover. Jenny said it wasn't like that and explained that they were going after Trinity at that moment. LK was surprised and asked if they were talking about Trinity from the 5 heroes, and she confirmed, explaining they were looking for the bow she used. He realized that Trinity was connected to Lucy. Elysian asked if he meant the Trinity bow from the Holy War, and he thought about the Trinity bow. Jenny said that the bow was made by the best elves and was told never to break or have its bowstring cut, because it held the power of the 4 spirits. She realized while fighting the black sorcerers that she needed a stronger weapon to defeat them. LK asked if she had seen a bow at his home, and she replied that there wasn't any bow that looked special. Trinity left the bow in the human world before going to Alvenheim because she believed someone worthy would use it one day. Jenny explained that Trinity's last known location was Melphus Canyon, where the dungeon appeared, so she believed the Trinity Bow might be there. Lucy suddenly remembered that her mom had told her to go to Melfa's Canyon when she visited the human world. She explained that her mom said she didn't need to go because the person who needed it would take it later, and LK asked if her mom said that after giving up on teaching her archery. But Lucy hit him on the head and told him to be quiet. Lucy asked her why she called her mom and if she was close to Trinity. It turned out that Lucy's mom was actually the Trinity she was talking about. He asked if it was true that Lucy's mom was the hero from 100 years ago. Lucy revealed that her mom was Trinity, and they reacted with disbelief and defense. Lucy said that since Lucy was an elf, her mom could have been one too, and he concluded that Melfa's Canyon must have been very important. Jenny asked if she had to take the Trinity Bow, but Lucy replied that she was fine with the black stream and couldn't use bows well anyway. Casually, they argued about who deserved to use the black stream after Shustar. Lucy begged Lucy not to misunderstand, while the young wizard mocked him. Jenny asked them for help because she and Lucy planned to go to the dungeon, and she was unsure about using the Trinity Bow. She offered to pay, and Palm Sivet asked how much she could pay. But LK's mindset was to go to the Sage Tower because Master Jess wanted to meet him. Both of them insisted on guiding them to the Sage Tower, which was why they met here, but also because Lucy was Trinity's daughter. LK reminded them they were allies since the Hwajamni village battle and asked if everyone agreed to help. They all agreed to join, with one of them adding that they would do it as long as they were paid. So, they decided to leave the next morning. The next morning, there was already a huge crowd early in the morning because of the dungeon that had recently appeared. Jenny said that having more people would increase their chances of success, and she suggested leaving immediately since it would still take at least 2 to 3 hours by carriage to get there. One of them asked what kind of place Melfa's Canyon was, while Lucy wished he could sit beside Lucy. Melfa's Canyon became popular because the black sorcerers fled there during the Holy War, and 2 heroes defeated them while also fighting off monsters. The 2 heroes were Trinity and Leonel. After defeating the enemies, Trinity returned to Alvenheim, while Leonel led the wizards to the city above Melkia, where the Sage's Tower was built. They concluded that if Trinity left her bow in the human world, it was most likely in Melfa's Canyon, and the dungeon there was probably created by Leonel to protect the Trinity Bow. Jenny mentioned that she discovered something while researching. She revealed that Leonel liked Trinity, and LK reacted in shock, asking if it was a one-sided love. Lucy recalled that her mom once mentioned a man who was chasing her. Elysian asked if the adventurers came for the Trinity Bow, but Jenny clarified that no one knew the bow was there. LK asked why there were so many people if no one knew about the Trinity Bow. Jenny explained that the dungeon appeared in a forbidden area and mentioned that it was huge with a lot of magic around. She explained that the magic wasn't normal. It was so dangerous that nearby lords were wiped out. Adventurers from all over the world gathered because the more dangerous a dungeon was, the more valuable its treasure would be. She added that if a dungeon was protected by strong magic, there was a high chance of finding rare magical items. Because of this, the wizards from the Sage's Tower went there. LK asked if the staff that Leonel used inside the dungeon was kept there along with the Trinity Bow. Lucy explained that Leonel's shining staff, which could adjust mana by itself, was handed down to the Sage's top master. They realized only the Trinity Bow was in the dungeon and decided to hurry before others got it. They noticed that many adventurers had already gathered at the location. According to the survivors' reports, dead bodies attacked them, and LK wondered if a necromancer was involved. Elysian said it was against the Shine Church's will to insult the dead and vowed never to forgive them. Macon told them that the dead were weak against the sacred, so that they would be fine with Elysian, and he told them to move on. Lucy said his research showed it would take at least a week to return from the dungeon and mentioned a shortcut to avoid monsters. LK praised him as an honored student from the Sage's Tower. LK asked why the others were still there, and Macon explained it was more dangerous to go first, so they waited to watch those who went ahead before making a move. Palm Sivet asked what would happen if the people who went ahead succeeded. Macon said they would take the leftovers, leading her to exclaim that they were like hyenas. At the same time, Anthony von Quattro, the eldest son of Duke Quattro, screamed, demanding everyone's attention. He revealed his identity and warned everyone that the first group was wiped out, urging them to work together or risk becoming prey to the monsters. The armored men accused him of planning to back out during the fight, wanting all the treasure for themselves, and challenged them to go first if they were so confident. Anthony agreed to go ahead with Duke Quattro and called for those who wanted to join them to follow. LK asked about Duke Quattro, and Luki explained that since the Kingdom of Solace was small, a duke there was equivalent to a count in a big country. Jenny said they didn't need to stop him from taking the lead and suggested they follow as well. They remarked that it was dark in the canyon despite it being morning and said it felt spooky. Luki warned that they needed to be careful because a large army had previously been there and suffered many casualties. LK questioned why a large army would be in such a narrow path and said they needed to find a new way out, noting that people were overwhelmed by the number of items there. He suddenly paused, looking shocked, and wondered what was going on with the strange pattern he had noticed. He sensed the danger and shouted that it was an ambush. A fierce creature appeared, roaring. Finally, they realized they were under attack and shouted that it was an orc ambush. The orcs mocked the humans by calling them weak while laughing confidently. LK glimpsed his past when Sapphire, worriedly asking Yijol what would happen if the orcs beat her. LK collapsed on the ground, crying and admitting that he was very weak. But now, LK smirked and said he remembered memories from that time. He recalled a rainy day when he was almost beaten to death, and now, filled with power and determination, he declared that he would pay them back. Jenny asked why he was acting like that. Luki replied that he didn't know for sure, but thought it seemed like the main character had a personal grudge or deep enmity with the orcs. The orcs were charging forward aggressively. Anthony commanded his team to get into their positions quickly, emphasizing that they had to secure a path to fight against the orcs. But Lucy rejected taking a position and confidently stated she didn't need it as she prepared to face the orcs alone. Anthony asked what she was doing at that moment. He did not understand how she was going to deal with so many orcs alone. Lucy ran forward at full speed to face the orcs. She attacked the orcs fiercely, knocking them down one by one. The people watched in shock and awe at her strength. On the other hand, LK charged his power and declared that they got caught well today. He unleashed his attack and cast chain lightning at the orcs. The creatures screamed in pain, and he laughed proudly, asking how his attack was. Lucy noticed movement beneath them and warned everyone to be careful. The man was shocked and confused by what was happening beneath them. Suddenly, a sandworm emerged from underground and attacked, swallowing one of the soldiers. The soldiers were shocked as they realized it was a giant sandworm attacking them. Some soldiers panicked and tried to flee, while Anthony shouted that they needed to hold their position. He claimed that the retreat was impossible. But immediately, Luki threw a powerful fireball spell, which exploded, striking the sandworm. He shouted that attacking the torso was useless and instructed everyone to aim for the sandworm's head from a distance. One of the wizards agreed and shouted to everyone to attack the sandworm's head. They attacked the sandworm's head and caused explosions. Jenny aimed at the sandworm and shot multiple arrows at it. The Lysian blessed Macon, and he charged forward with great energy. He lifted a huge rock and roared fiercely. He jumped high into the air, aiming at the monster. He shouted that it was a chunk of rock. Finally, he smashed the rock onto the sandworm's head. At last, he crushed the sandworm. He successfully destroyed the sandsworm and proudly acknowledged his victory. Both girls noticed Macon's strange behavior and were surprised. The people admired the team's skills and wondered how they managed to fight so many enemies with such a small number of members. Anthony was shocked and could not understand how they could do it. He suddenly noticed something alarming and shouted in shock. He immediately stretched forward to warn and protect his companion from sudden danger. Finally, he protected his ally from the other sandworm's attack. Anthony was shocked that there was still one sandworm left. LK summoned a powerful attack called Terra Spear. After casting, the attack hit and pierced the sandworm. The orcs retreated while warning the humans of revenge. Palm Sivet mocked the orcs and told them not to come back. The soldiers were surprised by the joint attack of orcs and sandworms and decided to check casualties and reorganize. Afterward, the battle ended. Elysian treated an injured soldier after the battle. Anthony introduced himself, to which he responded that he could be addressed as LK. He thanked LK for his help, and he replied that cooperation was necessary in the canyon. A soldier introduced himself as Talion, Anthony's knight. LK thought it was rare to risk oneself to save a knight, and he invited him to join Duke Quattro's team. He pointed out that Anthony's team suffered many casualties and questioned whether they came only for the treasure. Anthony claimed they came for the treasure, but he doubted it since the dungeon's contents were unknown. It was not a kind of dungeon that a duke would be interested in. Anthony admitted that it was not easy to fool a wizard. During the Holy War, black sorcerers sent supplies and funds to the Melkia troops, but after the troops were attacked, they hid the war funds in the canyon. If Duke Quattro's team could find those treasures, it would boost the Solace Kingdom. Anthony revealed that Talion was not actually Anthony's knight, but a scholar knowledgeable about the Melkia Canyon. After telling the truth, Anthony asked him about his purpose for coming there, but he said he needed his team's consent before sharing. He told LK to inform them if he changed his mind and asked him to keep their story secret, and he agreed. LK asked for an opinion, and Luki replied that they knew the story, as it was a rumor that had been around for a long time. He explained that the story about moving the money to the canyon was likely false since the black sorcerers were too busy to hide anything. He said scholars believe there were never any war funds in the canyon, but LK replied that they couldn't be completely sure. But they suspected that Duke Quattro might have some dangerous intentions. One of them asked about the current situation of the Solace Kingdom, and the reply was that it wasn't looking very good. After the Holy War ended, all kingdoms were in disorder with unclear borders, and the Solace Kingdom was quickly founded after Lionel's magic tower was built. The Silinan Kingdom had existed even before the Holy War and was a powerful eastern country leading the alliance of small kingdoms against the Plant Empire. The Solace Kingdom flourished through trade with the Sage's Tower, but when they claimed the Kansas area, their border merged with the Silinan Kingdom. The Silinan Kingdom began claiming the Kansas territory, and the powerless Solace Kingdom tried to resolve the issue diplomatically. But the Silinan Kingdom started a war, and the entire Kansas Kingdom fell to the Silinan Kingdom. He added that the Silinan Kingdom blamed Solace for the war and demanded compensation, which shocked LK, calling them thugs. Luki revealed that Solace Kingdom's expansion into Kansas was the cause of trouble because they pushed too aggressively instead of stopping. However, the Silinan Kingdom's response was still too extreme. Even though half of Kansas was offered to Solace before the war, they still demanded huge compensation, which caused a lot of suffering for the small country. Macon revealed that there were rumors about the Solace Kingdom having a beautiful third princess. Luki asked Macon if he was referring to Princess Irina, explaining that she was 16 years old and so beautiful that it could drive someone crazy. Palm Sivet said that the princess rumor was nonsense, and Elysian teased the young wizard by asking if he was interested, and he nervously denied it. Luki clarified to Lucy that he was not interested in the princess, unlike LK Hungnam. Afterward, both of them smelled something strange and reacted to the bad odor. The general urgently called everyone to look at something important. They discovered the Lord's expedition team had been completely wiped out. They noticed tear marks on the bodies and suggested returning because the situation was too dangerous. LK and his companion noticed a strange smell different from the rotting corpses. Luki realized the smell was sulfur. Suddenly, they discovered a terrifying hellhound. The hellhounds attacked, and the soldiers prepared their defense. One of the hellhounds leaped at a soldier, ready to attack fiercely. The soldiers blocked the attacking hellhounds with their shields. LK and his crews activated their magical shields and launched attacks against the hellhounds. Some hellhounds were struck down by the attacks, but others kept charging fiercely. LK activated his magic and shouted, demanding to know where they were going. He cast an ice spear spell, striking and injuring multiple hellhounds. Anthony fiercely struck down a hellhound, whereas the warriors bravely faced the charging hellhounds, ready to fight. One of the hellhounds lunged at a man, leaving him terrified. A hellhound approached menacingly, startling Talion and leaving him frozen in fear. Anthony panicked upon seeing the danger, while the Talion screamed in fear. As the hellhound attacked, LK unleashed an air boom spell, creating a powerful blast. LK told him to step aside for safety, and he thanked him for saving his life. The hellhounds powered up and unleashed a massive burst of fire. LK used a dig spell, causing the ground to collapse and trapping the hellhound. Lucy attacked the hellhound with her sword, scolding it for playing with fire. On the other side, Macon launched a powerful punch at the hellhound. In contrast, Luki cast an ice spell, freezing the hellhound in place. Elysian delivered a powerful kick to the hellhound. Luki urged the group to destroy the one controlling the hellhounds and asked if anyone had seen their leader. Palm Sivet pointed ahead and shouted that, without a doubt, she had spotted the enemy leader. They saw the hellhound's leader standing proudly on a high rock. Palm Sivet confidently declared that she would fight the beast. She charged forward angrily, demanding to know why the hellhound looked down on them so arrogantly. She leapt high into the air, preparing to strike the beast with full force. She managed to trap it by tightly wrapping a rope around its neck. She proudly declared that she had successfully caught the beast, but she shouted for everyone to hold on tightly. Finally, she forcefully slammed the beast down to the ground with the rope. They were amazed by the beast's strength and questioned if it was still alive after the powerful attack. But Lucy wanted to get the hound again. Jokingly, they admitted being scared of Lucy's strength and recalled how she had defeated the orcs in the same way before. LK asked him about how they were organized. Lucy said that most of the group is still under control, but some fled after their leader got wit. LK complained about the constant appearance of monsters and said he wanted to rest, and Lucy agreed with him. Elysian told the injured people to come to her, saying she would treat them. As she was about to treat the injured man, a group of goblins had appeared. LK remarked that the situation was really too much work. Lucy fiercely attacked the goblins and shouted, asking what he meant. She got angry and shouted while fighting, questioning how it could be called too much work. Afterward, she confidently said that defeating the enemies was easy enough. LK told her that it was easy only for her and pointed out that everyone else was exhausted. Elysian claimed that they started with about 150 people, but now less than half remain. She explained that although some people fled, the death toll was much higher, and she said the situation was not good. One of the soldiers regretted coming to the prohibited area. LK thought that the mercenaries were already at their limit and wondered if they could even reach the dungeon. Lucy called him to check something, and they noticed a man, and they realized that the guy was part of the advanced party. They saw a dying soldier lying on the ground, who warned with his last words that in the fog, the corpses come alive and anyone who enters will die. LK commented on the ominous dying message, while Lucy noted that they were almost at the dungeon. He explained that they needed to pass through the Valley of Commands, a foggy area where a previous army was easily annihilated. He added that documents showed the fog was now spreading thicker and faster than before. But LK said that if the fog was that dangerous, they couldn't enter yet and needed to prepare well first. Elysian sensed an evil energy in the fog, and Lucy agreed, feeling that something was wrong inside. They heard that corpses come back to life in this place, but they couldn't back down after coming this far. LK noticed that the mercenaries were anxious but strangely calm at the same time. He wondered if he should eavesdrop and then activated his wiretap ability to listen in. After eavesdropping, he listened carefully to their conversation, in which they discussed that someone was hidden in that place. But Anthony suddenly sensed something, turned sharply, and then questioned himself, wondering if it was just his imagination. LK, suddenly hiding behind the rocks, was startled by his sharp senses and realized that he was more aware than he had thought. Anthony's team was worried as the sun began to set, signaling potential danger. As the fog thickened and sunset neared, they grew anxious about entering the dangerous area. Anthony agreed with their concerns and decided they should camp for the night and continue after sunrise. They sat by the campfire and talked about Sola's kingdom. LK asked about how many princes there were in the Sola's kingdom. Lucy claimed that there were 3 in line of succession to the throne, and the crown was the eldest son, Prince Archent, but he heard that the second prince died during the invasion of Kansas. LK listened to the explanation, acknowledged it with interest, and Talion called out to him. Talion asked if they could talk privately, which made him curious and prompted him to ask if something was wrong. Talion was praised for his great skills, asked if he worked under someone, and replied that he didn't work under anyone. He was offered a position to work under the Sola's kingdom with the promise of a rewarding treatment. But LK asked if the offer was related to the conflict between the Solas and Silbanan kingdoms. Talion explained that the Sola's kingdom had seized the Kansas kingdom by force and was now demanding huge compensation, calling it nonsense. He revealed that the second prince of Solas fought fiercely until his death and declared that killing a prince, regardless of the enemy state, was unforgivable. LK noticed his sudden rage when Silbanan was mentioned and suspected his true nature, then calmly asked about his plans after obtaining the war funds. Talion hesitated and admitted he didn't know, saying it wasn't his place as a scholar to decide. He desperately begged him to visit the Sola's kingdom and help them whenever he had the time. But LK calmly expressed his hope that the issue between the Sola's kingdom and the Silbanan kingdom would be resolved in the right way. Talion was left stunned and speechless, his expression showing shock and hesitation after hearing his words. He vowed that the Silbanan kingdom would pay for all of that, believing that even those who died think the same. Afterward, Talion walked away silently, leaving LK deep in thought. Suddenly, Luki frantically shouted for LK, desperately urging him to wake up. As LK opened his eyes, he heard from him that the entire Duke Quattro's army had disappeared. Luki apologized, admitting that he should have stayed alert instead of letting his guard down. He explained that he went to check Duke Quattro's campsite because the lights were off, but found that only the barracks were left. LK comforted him, saying it wasn't his fault, then asked if he knew where they had gone. Macon informed them that Duke Quattro's group seemed to be heading toward the Valley of Commands. Both girls realized that Duke Quattro's group had left alone because they wanted to claim the treasure for themselves. But LK revealed that Duke Quattro's group lied about the war funds. He said that if they really came here for the war funds, then they should have brought more than 40 people. Despite that, their number was cut in half, and he asked his companions if they thought Duke Quattro's group would be able to make it to the Valley of Commands. He revealed that Talion is not a normal person. He glimpsed his past when Anthony talked about the prince with his close knight. Macon suspected Talion was the crown prince of Sola's kingdom, but Jenny wanted to know why he had come there, possibly in search of the Trinity Bow. LK believed that if the prince risked his life to come there, he probably came for something more important than the Trinity Bow. Luki was shocked, and when asked if he had a hunch, he revealed that it was about Black Sorcerer Jason's wand and the Circlet of Command. Luki revealed that the Circlet of Command was an object that Ragdam created by drawing out mana, and it was a known artifact that could control bodies. LK again glimpsed his earlier past when Talion vowed that the Silinan kingdom would pay for all of that, believing that even those who died think the same. LK suspected that they had come to obtain the Circlet of Command and worried about their intentions for using it. Luki cast a spell and created a continual light. Palm Sivet noticed many footprints belonging to the prince's party and realized they had left recently and moved surprisingly fast. Now, LK discussed that if the prince's goal was to find the circlet, he must know its exact location to risk his life going there, but he was unsure since Crown Prince Archant might be a black sorcerer. Luki was surprised that the prince almost died many times but never used magic, and LK that maybe he couldn't use magic without the proper technique, even if he had mana. Luki guessed that the Crown Prince might have signed a contract with a powerful demon, but admitted that one couldn't freely choose which demon to make a contract with. LK wanted to know what would happen if the Crown Prince signed a contract. He recalled that the Black Sorcerer Jason, who died here, had signed a contract with a demon named Samazana, and if the Crown Prince signed a contract with the same demon, it would create a serious situation. He realized that if the Crown Prince obtained Jason's wand and the circlet, he might be able to become a necromancer. Suddenly, Palm Sivet was terrified as she saw the skeletons. Macon fought fiercely as a skeleton warrior attacked him with a sword. He used a powerful fire attack, striking the skeleton warriors with a burst of energy. His powerful attack shattered a skeleton, sending its skull flying through the air. Palm Sivet was shocked to see that the skeleton was still moving even though its head was already gone. Luki shouted to destroy the skeleton's body instead of its head. Macon realized the strategy and prepared to attack the skeletons' bodies instead of their heads. He launched a powerful attack, smashing the skeletons' bodies into pieces and shattering them completely. On the other hand, Lucy struck them down with her sword, and the thief cat angrily shouted that she hated moving skeletons. Afterward, she was surprised, and Luki explained that the Black Stream Sword was an artifact strong enough to destroy black sorcery. LK was annoyed, whereas Elysian told everyone to leave the situation to her. Elysian began using her magic by holding a cross. She cast a holy spell called Turn Undead, using her glowing cross to eliminate the skeletons. The holy light spread across the battlefield, and the skeletons disintegrated into dust. Palm Sivet was surprised to see that scene. She was praised for her strength, called her Unnai, and explained that she's the Unnai because she's stronger. LK suggested her for saving divine power, but the priestess assured him that even a small amount was strongly effective against them. They realized the skeletons were soldiers who died 100 years ago, including members from both the Light Squad and the Dark Squad. LK said that since these corpses did not have freedom, they did not care whether they were from their side or the enemy's side. Elysian noted that this was against the principle and an insult to the dead and vowed never to forgive those who desecrated the dead. Luki urged the group to hurry before the prince could obtain the command circlet. Macon instructed everyone to follow him as he led the way. LK began to ask a question. but was suddenly shocked to see something interesting. They discovered soldiers' bodies and realized they were Anthony's men who had died recently. The Palm Civet noticed footprints indicating that survivors were protecting someone and decided to hurry to catch up. LK realized they tried to avenge the dead but killed their own allies. They planned to stop Prince Archent. They found only the corpses of soldiers in the fog and wondered if Anthony and Archent were safe. Suddenly, Palm Civet saw someone ahead through the fog. In the fog, she found Anthony injured. Luki asked the priestess if she could use magic to heal Anthony, but she stayed silent. But Lucy said it was too late to heal Anthony because his injuries were too severe. LK asked about the prince's location, and Anthony replied that he had already gone to find Sola's kingdom. Before Anthony's death, he weakly caught sight of Irina. LK announced with sorrow that he had stopped breathing. Immediately, Lucy noticed someone coming their way. Talion, whose real name was Prince Archent, emerged from the fog and admitted that LK and his companions had chased him this far. He appeared frustrated and called them bastards persistently. LK confronted him, accusing him of causing the mess, but the prince demanded to know what happened to Anthony. LK revealed that Anthony was dead, everyone else had died, and the prince was the only one left. Archent had wanted to know about the circlet and the wand, and he asked him about it. But the young wizard angrily asked Archent how he had gotten involved with black magic, and if he even understood what he was doing. Archent asked if they expected him just to watch his kingdom lose its territory. He shouted that the Sola's kingdom would remain weak without control over the Kansas area. LK yelled that Sola's was never part of the Kansas kingdom and accused him of using it as an excuse to practice black magic. Archent questioned whether seeking compensation for his brother's death and loss of territory was wrong. LK argued that seeking revenge this way was wrong and warned that Sola's kingdom would be known in the entire continent for using the undead to start a war. Archent vowed to repay them with the same amount of suffering he endured. But LK realized that the prince didn't understand his point at all. He resolved to defeat him and unleashed a powerful magic attack to get rid of him. But Archent unleashed a powerful counterattack, clashing against the incoming magical blasts. Luki was shocked and exclaimed upon seeing a wall made of corpses. But Archent mocked the young wizard, pointing out that him being the first to use violence after saying that. LK shouted that someone like him, who was hiding behind dead people, shouldn't say such things. But Archent smirked and taunted, asking if he should use even more power. He brought the dead to life to obey his command, and ordered them to kill the living. He commanded his undead army to rise and prepare for battle. Terrified, Luki shouted that zombies were approaching and desperately asked LK what they should do. Surprised and frustrated, LK asked why the question was being directed at him. The entire zombie force charged forward fiercely, but LK smashed them by using Terra Spear. On the other hand, they rapidly cut off multiple zombies. Both of them were alerted to their incoming attacks. Jenny prepared to shoot an arrow while Macon guarded her. Palm Civet kicked a zombie away while shouting at it to stay back because of its foul smell. She desperately called the priestess Unnai for help, but she coldly rejected the closeness, telling her not to call her that. She prayed with determination, calling for the undead to be laid to rest in peace. She unleashed a holy light spell, shouting, "Turn undead," to repel the approaching zombies. But Archent shielded himself from the blinding holy light. After Elysian's casting, the zombies were consumed by the holy light, disintegrating into ashes. Archent smirked slyly and asked if there was a priestess in their team. But he revealed that the priestess's spell was useless against the command circlet, boasting that he could bring back to life over and over again. LK released his arcane energy and launched a powerful attack called Thrower. It struck and overwhelmed the zombies. But Archent laughed maniacally, surprised by his attack. He stood confidently, declaring that this magic attack was nothing. He mustered his energy and cast an incredible spell against them. Luki was shocked as he realized LK was truly a Tier 7 wizard using arcane magic, while LK found the enemy's commands annoying. But LK realized that the boy had been doubting his abilities. He scolded him for watching instead of fighting, and he quickly agreed to focus. On the other hand, Lucy fiercely attacked, swiftly cutting down multiple zombies one by one with the Black Stream sword. Archent was shocked upon realizing that the girl used a powerful magic sword. However, Elysian cast a holy spell to counter the wicked magic, disturbing the rest of the dead. She invoked the power of the holy shine, refusing to stay still. She then unleashed a burst of holy energy, striking fearlessly at the zombies. Palm Sivet excitedly praised Elysian's strength and urged her to finish off all the zombies. In frustration, Archent declared that no matter what happened, his army would remain unharmed. LK again cast his spell, Terra Spear, at them. LK confidently warned him not to look away from his armies. Luki panicked as he ran out of mana, and the young wizard was shocked to hear it had happened so soon. LK criticized him for being a Tier 5 scrap, but he calmly reminded him that he was also at Tier 5 not too long ago. Nevertheless, he released a powerful fire spell and applied it to the zombies. His powerful fire attack engulfed the enemies and turned them to ashes. He then worriedly asked if everyone was okay. Lucy assured him she was fine and could still fight, while Jenny said she was okay, but running out of arrows. Macon fiercely fought off the zombies, while Palm Sivet remarked that he seemed quite popular with them. On the other hand, when the priestess was about to unleash a powerful energy punch, the words of Archent echoed in her ears. Archent mocked her, claiming she had reached their limit and declaring that no living person could defeat the undead. He commanded the zombies to die and join him. But Elysian confidently declared that the enemy couldn't succeed as long as she was present. At the same time, she glimpsed his past as she was holding her wounded comrade, crying in despair, but now she never wanted to lose any more allies. Finally, to finish the riot, she used incredible magic to blast the zombies away. Due to her power, the zombies were burned and destroyed. At last, they turned into ashes. Archent was shocked and confused, questioning how this was possible. He panicked and shouted, asking what the bright light was. LK exclaimed, saying that the light was shining on the Shine's bracelets. Elysian declared it as the rising sun that drives away the darkness of dawn. She called it a little candle that brightens the darkness. She declared in the name of Shine that the enemy's actions would not be forgiven. But Archent angrily denied the existence of Shine, claiming there's nothing like that. He yelled that if Shine truly existed, his kingdom and brother wouldn't have been neglected. While using the dark spell, he shouted for everyone to follow his words. He sent it towards them fearlessly. To block his attack, Elysian unleashed a powerful burst of shining energy. She applied it because the dark magic was coming at her. Archent screamed for more power and commanded to stand against the light. He charged forward with rage while Elysian unleashed a powerful burst of light against him. LK shouted, telling Elysian to hang in there and promising to help in the fight, too. He rushed toward Elysian to help her. The young wizard called Luki to his side to create a barrier and instructed Jenny to aim for Archent if she spotted an opening. Jenny responded confidently, agreeing to the plan and getting ready to take her shot if an opening appeared. LK urged everyone to go all out and use all their mana, and his ally agreed to follow his lead. He began channeling arcane energy, preparing to unleash his power. In comparison, Luki summoned his flame magic, preparing to unleash its full power. Both of them combined their powers and unleashed a massive fiery attack. But Archent shouted that their resistance was useless. Macon and the thief cat refused to stand by and decided to join the fight together. They leapt forward together, charging into the battle with full force. But their hands were shown to be injured and burned, hinting at the intense battle they were facing. They warned them that getting closer could be dangerous. But fearlessly, they fiercely continued to charge forward. Archent was shocked and couldn't believe it, realizing a small crack had appeared. Jenny shouted that it was enough for her and was prepared to strike with full power. She shot an arrow through the hole. The arrow was about to hit Archent, but accidentally, someone appeared in front of him. Luki started celebrating, thinking they had won, but he quickly realized something unexpected had happened. He realized the arrow had struck the man instead of Archent. After that, the man fell on the ground. Archent laughed loudly and said that the command circlet protected him. Before he could say anything, Lucy struck him with her sword, sending him flying through the air. After that, his body split in two. Subsequently, the man died, and the prince fell down on the ground. Archent feared that his death would lead to the downfall of the Sola's kingdom. He regretted dying like that, leaving LK shocked. Afterward, he struggled to speak but could not. At last, he died. LK wondered whether Archent acted out of patriotism or a desire for revenge. He thought that regardless of Archent's intentions, he would still go to hell. Afterward, he held Archent's crown and noticed something. He did not understand what it was made of because it felt so unusual and weird. Luki said that the object was called the Devil's Horn, and that it was created the moment it appeared in the world. LK believed Archant became so powerful because of it. Elysian healed them and asked if they were okay, and they apologized, concerned about her exhaustion. Jenny was surprised to learn that Lucy had the black stream, Elysian had Shine's bracelet, and LK had already become a tier 7 wizard, wondering what kind of adventure they had experienced. But LK explained with a smile that they had been encountering black sorcerers and facing various challenges along the way. LK asked if they should go together and find the Trinity Bow now. She suggested that it would be better to go back now. LK questioned what they would do about the Trinity Bow if they decided to go. But Jenny apologized, admitting that her greed led everyone into this dangerous situation. LK reassured her that they had all been ready to face danger, but she hadn't realized how it would be to that extent. He told Jenny it wasn't her fault and said they would try for the Trinity Bow next time. But LK said there would be no next time, leaving her shocked. Macon said that after the valley's curse was gone, adventurers gathered there, and it became harder to access the dungeon. LK stressed the importance of protecting it from black sorcerers and adventurers, as Jenny must get the Trinity Bow to fight the Dark Gate in their future. Luki said that the black sorcerers would not let them take the Trinity Bow easily, and that's why they could not afford to lose this chance. Jenny requested his help until they found the Trinity Bow, and he gladly agreed, proposing that they conquer the dungeon together. LK asked if there was any more information about the dungeon, and Luki replied that, apart from knowing Lionel created it, they knew nothing else. LK asked him to share everything he knew about Lionel, but Luki questioned him instead of answering why he didn't know so many things. LK wondered why the boy was suddenly acting like that. Luki stated that Lionel was born as the son of an ordinary farmer, but his fate changed after meeting a traveler. In the past, his teacher calculated that there were a total of 54 feet and 32 eyes, which meant there were 11 sheep and 5 chickens. The traveler's name was Kiraces, and he became known as Lionel's teacher. Kiraces taught Lionel how to write and use magic, and because of that, Lionel became a tier 8 wizard when he was 25. During the Holy War, Kiraces' tower was affected, and Lionel faced a black sorcerer trying to destroy the magic tower. He was uncertain whether to abandon defending the magic tower to fight the black sorcerers or continue to protect it until the end. Shoestar suggested that they could rebuild the tower and proposed making it even bigger and better. Lionel accepted Shoestar's offer, abandoned the magic tower to fight alongside the black sorcerers, and later, after the tower was ruined, he honored his teacher's will by building the Sage's Tower. During the Holy War, Lionel became a tier 9 wizard at the age of 30, and LK expressed his desire to reach that level quickly. He wished to go home and get a good sleep because he was tired of dealing with black sorcerers. Macon guessed that it was here. He intended to point out that they had approached the Sage Tower. They were amazed by the place, realizing it was serious, and Luki mentioned feeling a powerful magic near the entrance. Palm Sivet asked if they would enter through the main door or the back door. LK replied that he usually used the main door because she had never been in a place like this before. Lucy questioned why they were still outside, and he reacted with concern, asking if she planned to enter alone. LK shouted at her to be careful, warning that there might be traps inside. As they opened the door, silence filled the place. Palm Sivet confidently declared that this was the perfect time for a treasure hunter to act and told everyone to leave it to her. But LK muttered that she wasn't a treasure hunter, she was a thief. Palm Sivet noticed that the place looked big from the outside, but surprisingly small inside because the structure was built of solid rock. LK used his ability to detect traps, carefully checking the surroundings for any hidden dangers. He placed his hand on the ground to detect traps, but was shocked by what he sensed, leaving him confused and alarmed. He suddenly cast a magic missile spell with great urgency, which surprised Luki, who asked what he was doing so suddenly. Luki warned him that he would trigger the trap, but he calmly told him to relax and look at it instead. He released glowing orbs from his hand, and they floated around the dark tunnel. It disappeared into the wall, leaving everyone surprised. LK thought it absorbed mana, and the other one was shocked. Luki agreed and said there was no magic in the dungeon. Jenny explained that it was the skill of the tier 9 wizard, Lionel. LK mentioned that only cast magic, which did not require setting objects, was usable there, but spells like haste and invisibility could still be used. Palm Sivet noticed something unusual and asked what it was, and Jenny explained that wizards caused it. LK explained that neither of them was able to use magic in that place. Palm Sivet teased him, saying that a wizard who couldn't use magic was just a luggage carrier, and he thought that she wasn't wrong. Macon worried about the situation and said they could only hope that nothing dangerous would happen. Palm Sivet told the two of them to follow from behind since they were useless, and they felt it was very mean. Nevertheless, they noticed something unusual ahead and became alert as they saw large statues or figures guarding the area. Luki believed the statues were created to honor the soldiers who fought in the Holy War. The statue began to move, and Palm Sivet warned everyone to be cautious. The stone statue drew its sword to block their way. Macon thought the statues were only blocking the door, and Jenny felt relieved, realizing she was frightened for no reason. Lucy noticed something unusual and pointed out that there was something written there. The writing revealed that there were two doors, one leading to the next floor and the other leading out of the dungeon. However, only one golem tells the truth, and they can ask only one question to one of the golems before choosing a door. Once they exit the dungeon, they can't re-enter, and forcing the door open could have serious consequences. They wondered what would happen and assumed the golems would attack if the wrong action were taken. Luki realized the handwriting was Lionel's and assumed he carved it himself. Palm Sivet confidently said it was simple and suggested asking the truth-telling golem which door leads to the next floor. LK asked which golem was honest, and she suggested simply asking a golem if it told the truth. He shouted that they could only ask one question, leaving her shocked and confused. They said the golems were stone constructs created by Lionel, who was acknowledged for his exceptional golem designs, and some of his designs were still in the Sage's Tower, and they were surprised to see them. But Palm Sivet complained that the wizard brats started again, and advised them to focus and think of a question to ask. In comparison, neither of them knew either, which was why they were confused. Nevertheless, Jenny wondered if there was no answer, but LK believed wizards like Lionel never gave unsolvable problems. Lucy shouted to ask anything and fight if they got it wrong, but someone begged for her to be stopped. Macon held Lucy firmly from behind, stopping her from shouting. Palm Sivet confidently said that Lucy was right, encouraged them to ask, and explained that she specialized in Baccarat, so she felt sure about that. LK asked him if he understood and requested an honest answer. Then, feeling untrusted, Palm Sivet reminded him of her importance and capabilities. LK finally gathered the courage and decided to ask the question with statues, which surprised Palm Sivet. As he approached the golem to ask his question, both girls watched curiously, unsure of what he was saying. The stone guardian instructed him to take the right side. He then happily revealed that the door on the left led to the next floor. Palm Sivet was confused by the golem's answer because the statue indicated to go to the right side. But LK explained it was a lie because he had cleverly asked what the other golem would answer, exposing the trick. Luki suddenly realized the trick and said he understood it. LK revealed that if the truthful golem answered, the lying golem would falsely claim the right side door, which would reveal the correct answer. Luki understood that if the golem who lies was the one who answered. Luki further shared that the truthful golem would give the right answer, but twist it to say the opposite, meaning that lies become truth and truth becomes lies. LK proudly revealed that he had come with it using the Palm Sivet's lies. The thief cat got frustrated and shouted that she didn't understand anything he explained. Jenny praised him for doing a great job, and he humbly replied that it was nothing. Anyway, LK instructed the golem to open the door on the left side, and the door opened. Palm Sivet expressed disbelief that he prepared such a tricky problem and concluded it was no surprise since the dungeon was made by a wizard. LK suddenly got a headache, while Macon told him it happened because he had overworked and suggested taking a break. He apologized and said he would close his eyes to rest for a while. Afterward, he slept. He entered his dream, where Trinity complained to Lionel about his overthinking. She told him to consider that Shustar showed bravery, but he was ignorant. Trinity motivated him, saying that if he did not think of anything else, he could fight bravely. Lionel asked if it was a compliment, and the elf cheerfully confirmed that it was. He felt a mix of frustration and disbelief. He was deep in thought, troubled by the fact that the command circlet couldn't be destroyed and remained as it was. Trinity explained that the circlet of command was made from the Devil's Horn and could only be broken using the Black Stream. She warned that if a black sorcerer obtained it, they would be in danger and offered to seal it with her magic. Lionel said they would be in big trouble if a black sorcerer got the circlet, so he decided to seal it with his magic. Trinity reassured him that they didn't need to worry because others would stop the threat for them. She questioned her intentions, asking if he truly wanted to destroy the command circlet or keep it. After a moment of silence, he agreed with Trinity, acknowledging that she was right. Lionel assured him that leaving was the right choice, since great power always attracts people, and she smiled and agreed with him. Lionel softly called Trinity's name, but suddenly someone yelled at him to wake up, shocking him back to reality. Lucy angrily scolded him for sleeping so deeply that he wouldn't wake up, while he complained about being punched in the face. He wondered if everything that happened was just a dream. He noticed that the golems had appeared again in front of the door. They discovered something written nearby, and Palm Sivet wondered if there would be another quiz. The puzzle stated that the wizard student started an investigation about the village population, but the student told the man who opened the door that it was his teacher's order to investigate the population. There were 3 members in a family. If they multiply their ages, it would become 225. If they add their ages, it would be the same as the house number. The wizard student identified the ages of the family members with the help of the eldest member, then headed to the next step, and asked how old each family member was. If they get the answer right, the golem would lead them to the next door, but if not, it would lead them outside. Once they leave the dungeon, they cannot come back again. Afterward, reading the puzzle, Luki learned they could choose which door to open, but forcing it triggered the golems. But LK asked if they could reread the instructions if unsure. Elysian couldn't believe Lionel liked quizzes so much, and Macon thought it would be easy to tell ages, but wondered why he made it so complicated. Luki said the family members' ages became 225 when multiplied, listed the factors, and concluded there were 8 combinations, while LK thought he had calculated fast. He showed that the number of combinations. Jenny asked if the ages, when added, became the same as the house number, but mentioned that the house number was not stated. LK explained that the wizard student identified the house number but did not know the family members' ages, which meant there was more than one identical combination. He thought that he had been preparing for college entrance exams before he came here. They calculated that out of the combinations, 25, 3, 3, and 15, 15, 1, both made 31 when added. So the wizard student asked if they were the oldest, and the correct answer was 25, 3, 3. Palm Sivet said that smart people were lucky. Afterward, they discovered that there was a quiz that timed too, and expressed frustration, saying it was too much. The puzzle stated that while traveling, the wizard student encountered a river and had to cross it with a chicken, a fox, and a bag of wheat, but the boat forced her to move all 3 one by one because the boat was small. If the chicken was left with the wheat, it ate the wheat, and if left with the fox ate the chicken. The puzzle asked how many times she would have to cross the river 7 times to move all 3 safely to the other side. If they get the right answer, the golem would lead them to the next floor. If they got it wrong, the door that leads outside the dungeon would open, and once they left the dungeon, they couldn't come back. But Palm Sivet shouted to finish it all in an instant. They found that puzzle easy to explain. First leave the fox and wheat, take the chicken across, and then bring the fox to the other side. They explained to leave the fox, take the chicken back, leave it, cross with the wheat, and finally bring the chicken, making a total of 7 crossings. After using their mind, he admitted that he had been worried about the dungeon, but realized it was easier than he expected. Suddenly, he glimpsed his past when he was in a dream. He saw Lionel, who asked the elf girl for the reason, and she explained they might need the bow again if something happened to the continent. He asked if she was saying that another war, like the Holy War, might happen, because Ragdom was dead, the war had ended, and the black sorcerers would disappear. They said humans started the war, black magic was just a trick. And as long as human greed existed, black magic would never disappear. They agreed it was important to keep and protect it, planned to end the fight the next day, and said they would have no reason to return to the human world after returning to Alvenheim. Lionel decided to keep the items out of evil's reach until someone came and planned to create a dungeon in that place. He used the crystal, causing the ground to shake and large rocks to rise around them. Now, as LK came into the present world, she called out to Lucy. He asked Lucy if her mom's hair was sky blue. Lucy confirmed that her mom's hair was sky blue, and the other girl added that many people knew Trinity's hair was sky blue. She asked why he had suddenly asked, and he nervously replied that it was nothing. LK wondered to himself what he had just seen earlier. The inscription explained that the goal was to create a golem that thinks and moves like humans. But since humans are unpredictable and can think both logically and illogically, perfectly copying them is nearly impossible. He asked if there was a golem left in the sage's tower, and Luki explained that there was, but it stopped working because only a tier 9 wizard could use magic on it. LK mentioned that the sage's tower master was a tier 8 wizard and said he needed to increase his own tier, while the boy admitted he was still at tier 5. The puzzle stated that there was a barber in the wizard students' village who shaved others' beards for free if they couldn't do it themselves, but said no one would shave his beard, even offering a large amount of money. Someone asked the barber who would shave his beard, raising the question of how he could keep his word. However, both concluded that the barber's problem was unsolvable. Macon suggested that the barber could simply shave his own beard. He explained that if an element wasn't part of the set, it wanted to be included, but if it included itself, it broke the rule of not being in the set, so it couldn't be included. LK questioned whether they would understand it when it was explained like that. He explained that this sentence is a lie, is a paradox because if it's true, it's a lie, and if it's a lie, it becomes true, creating a contradiction. He tried to understand that if it was a sophism, the paradox couldn't be solved, and even philosophers and mathematicians tried to resolve such paradoxes, but it was all in vain. It explained the barber paradox. If the barber doesn't shave himself, he must shave himself. But if he does, he becomes someone who shaves his own beard. When the barber said that he would never shave those people who could shave their own beards, which meant that he must shave his own beard. Therefore, the barber could not shave his own beard, but was in a situation where he should have done so. Palm Sivet shouted angrily that the barber should have just shaved, and that there should have been an exception. LK wondered how Lionel came up with a paradoxical question. They saw the instruction that explained they could choose which door to open before answering, but if they tried to force it, the golems would attack. LK noticed there were 3 doors and wondered if they had no choice but to use force. He decided to choose the second door as his option. The golem revealed that the first door led outside and offered him a chance to change his choice, asking if he would stick with the second door or switch to the third. Palm Sivet said the first answer would be correct since they couldn't go outside. But Lucy insisted the third door was right based on her instincts. While one shouted to choose the second door and another insisted on the third, LK yelled that he would decide on his own. He decided to change his choice to the third door, and she proudly reminded him that she had said it was better to change. He decided to enter first and told them that if he didn't come back within 10 minutes, they should open the second door and defeat the golem. Jenny offered to go with him, explaining that her bow wouldn't help much in fighting a golem, which surprised him. She insisted on going with him, saying it was her choice as a mercenary to follow the employer's decision, and he accepted it. They both entered the doorway together, ready to face what was inside. LK was surprised, wondering what was happening. He looked around in panic and called out for Jenny, asking where she was. Finally, Lionel appeared, saying a guest had finally arrived. He revealed himself as the creator of the dungeon. LK asked if he was Lionel, and the man clarified that he was what he left in the dungeon. He asked where Jenny was, and Lionel explained that she was in another place taking a test, which surprised him. LK asked for the answer to the last question, and wanted to know if the barber kept his word. Lionel explained that there was no honest answer to the question, as it was just a trick, and if the wrong door was chosen, another chance would be given to select the right one, implying that changing the answer in such situations was the more intelligent choice. LK muttered that it was like the Monty Hall dilemma. Lionel asked him about what he was muttering, but he dismissed it, saying it was nothing, and then asked what he meant by successor. LK asked if he knew about another wizard in the dungeon, then he clarified that his successor was actually him. He was shocked and questioned why he was chosen as a successor when he wasn't even part of the sage's tower. Lionel asked who had taught him magic, and he revealed that he had learned magic from someone named Surpheus. Despite not recognizing the name, Lionel sensed his familiar wavelength. He described his master as a beautiful woman with silver hair who always hid her face with a robe and disguised her voice, making others believe she was a man. Lionel struggled a lot to learn magic from her because the technique of injecting and forcing mana was extremely difficult. He realized that the beautiful woman with silver hair was connected to the technique of injecting mana. Now, he understood that Lionel's master was actually Surpheus, who used the name Kyrieses when she came to the human world. Lionel admitted that learning the technique was painful and almost killed him at first, but over time, as the technique improved, the pain became less severe. He realized that Kiroses was just a false name and suspected his master might actually be a dragon when he reached tier 9. He explained that she was his master, he was her disciple, and LK was his successor. He admitted that although he was called the greatest wizard in human history, Ragdom was far stronger, and if another wizard had possessed Ragdom's abilities, the Holy War could have ended with the Light's defeat. After the Holy War ended, Lionel revealed he had an idea, which prompted him to ask what it was. He asked himself if it was really the end, and if there would not be another war, but he was wrong because he thought people would stay away from black magic, as they did during the Holy War. He gained great enlightenment after fighting Ragdom, thought about the nature of magic again, and because of that, they created a new magic, which he prepared for his successor if he came here one day. Suddenly, LK was shocked or overwhelmed by what was happening. He asked if he would receive something like a grimoire, but Lionel explained that he couldn't give him anything for personal gain and instead offered to teach him a trick, following their master's method. LK reacted with shock and disbelief, exclaiming that he couldn't believe it was like that. He asked if it was true that he loved Trinity, but Lionel, shocked, replied that Trinity was just a colleague. During the mustering magic spell, Lionel warned that it might hurt a bit and then laughed, while LK thought he got emotional because of the earlier question he had asked. Lionel unleashed a powerful magical attack called the injection spell on him. LK shouted, saying he became extremely emotional. A moment, he woke up startled, and Luki asked if he was awake. He asked him about what was happening in the dungeon. Luki explained that after they entered the door, it suddenly closed, the area turned white, everyone lost consciousness, and when he woke up, they had been transported to that place. LK explained that he met Lionel, but clarified that it was only Lionel's remaining thought in that place. Elysian admired how amazing magic was, but Luki told him that if he knew, he should have entered first, adding that they needed to receive a prize at least. LK wondered if Lionel was some kind of entertainer and then asked what Lionel had said. He explained that he received a technique from Lionel, but when Luki eagerly asked him to teach it, he confessed that he didn't even know what kind of technique it was. LK asked about Jenny, but Luki said he searched for her, but she wasn't there, and then they realized they couldn't waste any more time. Suddenly, Jenny confirmed that everyone had finally gathered in one place. Her companions were in surprise and were shocked to see the Trinity bow she was holding. Jenny happily announced that she had successfully obtained the powerful Trinity bow. They commented that the bow looked normal but contained 4 spirits. Lucy revealed that the bowstring was made from her mother's hair, which impressed the others, and they curiously asked how she managed to get it. Jenny explained that she took a test to become the new owner of the Trinity bow because she needed the power to control the 4 spirits. She shared that one of her ancestors was an elf, and because of that, she has the natural ability to awaken the spirits of the Trinity bow. She then thanked everyone, saying she couldn't have made it there alone, and her friend congratulated her. But Palm Sivet complained about not finding any gold treasures in the dungeon, while Elysian reassured her that at least everyone was safe. Afterward, they approached the inn. They mentioned that the team sent to the ravine was completely wiped out, and the dungeon had disappeared. They added that someone was managing the dungeon inside, but they also appeared. But so many questions appeared in their mind, like how the dungeon moved to another place, and if it was a dungeon in the first place. LK was surprised that the news spread so quickly, and Macon replied that rumors travel faster than feet. One man asked if Fergus was not going to the Kudrin kingdom, and which side had the advantage in the conflict, and the other replied that Prince Joan likely did, since most nobles supported him. LK realized that the Kudrin kingdom meant Leon and wondered what had been happening recently. Prince Leonhart was admired for bravely fighting at the front with his sword, unlike the crown prince, but there are doubts about whether he really killed the king. LK was shocked and confused after hearing the surprising news. The man was shocked when LK unexpectedly greeted him. He asked them to provide him with the details of what they were discussing. He offered them more beer. They agreed, and he asked what happened to the king of Kudrin. The man explained that there were 2 princes in the kingdom of Kudrin and that King Rikia had been assassinated, which shocked him. The bald man said that the lord of the household accused Prince Leonhart, but they were unsure because the guard protecting the king's bedroom killed himself, which LK found strange. He said that the incident became bigger because Queen Isabel declared martial law to arrest the prince, but the second prince had already left. Another man also mentioned that the surveillance was poor and that, on the day the king died, the royal guards were suddenly reassigned. The guard who was originally assigned to protect the king's bedroom was moved to another palace, and 2 new guards from Duke Clarus, a relative of Queen Isabel, replaced him. After the incident, these 2 guards found the king's body, but later died. One committed suicide out of guilt, and the other fell off a horse and broke his neck. LK understood that, aside from Prince Leonhardt's testimony, the only credible evidence was the 2 guards. The person claimed that the royal guards, along with Duke Clarus's private guards, searched the capital for Prince Leonhardt but failed to find him. He stated that Prince Leonhardt appeared a few days later at Count Rusk's mansion, where his grandfather was, and revealed a surprising truth: that an organization called the Dark Gate had infiltrated the palace and secretly allied with Queen Isabel. Despite being unable to bear a child naturally, the queen succeeded, and the child born from this was none other than Crown Prince Joan. Prince Joan's side denied the accusations and suggested verifying the truth using a high-ranking wizard, as Queen Isabel and Prince Joan's bodies would show signs of black magic if the claims were true. Marquis Christopher, the court wizard, initiated a public trial, but Prince Joan's side refused the verification, removed Christopher from his position, and replaced him with a wizard recommended by Duke Clarus. The bald man revealed that the second prince's mother was punished, and everyone involved in the incident was arrested. Now, it seems that the 2 princes were preparing for a war against each other to claim the Kudrin kingdom. LK realized that there might be a war in the capital. One man hoped Prince Leonhardt would free the capital soon, but another questioned his actions, doubting his claims since the second prince was already pointed to be the culprit. Both argued, while one objected, questioning the trustworthiness of Prince Leonhardt's words, while the other pointed out the sudden involvement of black sorcerers. But LK calmly thanked them for the information. Macon could not believe that something like that was happening in the Kudrin kingdom, realizing that Sir Leon was in serious trouble. Luki asked if Sir Leo was going to join the war, but LK admitted that he and Jenny didn't know. They were shocked to learn that Leon was actually the second prince of the Kudrin kingdom, and they realized it explained why he seemed unusual when they met him on Bane Mountain. Jenny decided to go to the Kudrin kingdom, recalling that she also saw Trinity when she obtained the Trinity bow. She learned that the Trinity bow was created to stop the black sorcerers, and its owner was destined to fight them. She decided to fulfill her duty if the Kudrin kingdom was involved with the black sorcerers and aimed to gain experience to use the power of the Trinity bow. LK confirmed that he would go to the Sage's Tower to meet its master since he had become Lionel's successor. Luki offered to guide him around, but deep inside, he felt disappointed and upset because he wanted Jenny to accompany him instead. Macon expressed regret that Jenny couldn't join them and reassured her that many mercenaries in the guild would assist her. Elysian, in turn, wished for her safety and promised to pray for her. Palm Sivet asked if they were leaving tomorrow as well, but Lucy, clearly impatient, told her to stop talking and focus on eating instead. They advised Jenny to stay safe and avoid dangerous places. Jenny replied warmly, wishing them good health and hoping they could meet again next time. LK asked to send his regards to Leon if they met him. LK asked if they should leave then, and at that moment, Irina von Solis, the princess of the Solis kingdom, approached them and called out to him. LK rapidly turned his head back. Irina von Solis anxiously asked him if LK and his allies were the group who had successfully returned from Melfa's Canyon. LK demanded she introduce themselves before asking questions, which angered one of the guards, calling him rude. Irina quickly tried to calm the situation, telling them to stop. She agreed and confirmed that the young man's statement was correct. She revealed her entire identity in front of them. Luki seemed surprised and said that she was the princess who was known for her beauty. Irina then asked again if LK and his crews were the ones who had returned from the Melfa's Canyon. He confirmed that they were the ones who returned from the Melfa's Canyon, and the princess nervously asked if he knew where Duke Quattro and his people were. He thought to himself that there were some things better left unknown in this world. Then, he explained to the princess that Duke Quattro had passed away while fighting the undead, and that, by the time they arrived, the dungeon had already disappeared. Irina von Solis asked if anyone survived, but he stayed silent, implying no one did. She broke down in tears, blaming herself for everything that happened. LK tried to comfort the princess, but she insisted that everything had happened because of her. Irina tearfully revealed that the king of Silinan asked her to marry him in exchange for reducing compensation, but she refused because she already had someone in mind. Now, LK realized that Anthony, in his final moments, called out Irina's name. hinting at his deep feelings for her. Luki learned about the king of Silinan, who was in his 70s and already had many concubines. Irina asked if they knew what happened to the scholar named Talion, who was with Anthony, and if he didn't die a painful death. LK assured her that Talion did not die a painful death, and she felt relieved. They suggested that if she didn't want to marry the king of Silino, she could run away, and they offered to help her if she faced problems with the guards. But Irina said that if she ran away, the king would not let her go, and as a princess of the Sola's kingdom, she could not change her fate and came there only for a reason. Suddenly, her attitude had changed, and she apologized for her rudeness and thanked him for being honest with her. Consequently, they were gone. But they felt uncomfortable, and they did not know if they did the right thing by stopping Archent. LK stated that Archent would have attacked the Silinan kingdom, stopped Princess Irina from marrying the king, and then used the power of the command circlet to attack neighboring countries without hesitation. He added that the end did not justify the means and believed that, although it seemed inevitable, Archent's purpose would eventually change. Luki admitted that he had not thought clearly and agreed with the statement. Nevertheless, LK looked at the princess carefully. A few moments later, while traveling, LK asked what kind of place the Sage's Tower was. Luki explained that it was the headquarters of the Wizard Guild, also referring to the surrounding city and a nearby magic school called Vayanti Academy. He claimed that it was a magic school that also trained knights and officials. Its reputation and quality of education were so high that even nobles from across the continent came to study there. LK explained that the 7 sages trained their disciples in the inner circle, and Luki confirmed that it was true. Luki proudly said he was his master's student and part of the inner circle, which led LK to ask if he was his master's successor. He replied that the successor had not been decided yet because there were many more talented people in the world than him. From LK's point of view, Luki found it amazing that he reached Tier 5 at such a young age, but he became curious about how many other talented wizards there were. Anyway, Macon announced that they had arrived at the Sage Tower. They were surprised to see the massive structure of the Sage's Tower. One of them remarked that it was much bigger than other nations' capitals. Soon after, they approached the entrance of the tower. The guard allowed them to enter, and Luki explained that the procedure was meant to identify people entering the Sage's Tower. They noticed a large crowd, and it was explained that the gateway to the Sage's Tower was a popular tourist spot, so it was always crowded. The tower was also mentioned as a recommended place to visit in the book, An Elf's Guide to the Human World, which made LK recall that book again. At the same time, Amber approached them, and she was happy to see Luki. He greeted Senior Amber, and she asked Luki who the people with them. Luki explained that these were the people he had gone with to Malfa's Canyon, and he introduced Amber as his master's student and senior. LK commented that it must have been great to have such a senior, but Luki disagreed. Amber asked what they were whispering about, and Luki declined. Amber asked if he was a wizard and which tower he attended, and LK replied that he didn't go to any tower because he learned magic from his master in the mountains. Amber doubted his words and agreed with him. As they entered the tower, Senior Firel greeted them and asked Luki about the companions who came with him. He announced that Luki had returned, surprising everyone as Senior Firel appeared with his group. LK asked him if that person was also his master's student. Luki explained that the person wasn't his master's student, but a disciple of another one of the 7 sages, a Tier 6 mage and the leader of the inner circles. LK observed his attitude and concluded that they were probably not very close. Firel asked if they were wizards, and Amber explained that he learned magic from his master in the mountains instead of a tower. He believed LK's abilities matter more than his background, but she insisted it's still important to know where they came from. LK wondered if they were ignoring them because they came from another place, and Elysian said they went too far since LK was also a great wizard. But Amber laughed mockingly and sarcastically repeated for his strength. LK doubted anyone would believe that someone his age was a great wizard, but she insisted it was true. Luki tried to say something, but he was told to stop because everything was all right. Firel gave a warning, advising not to lie about their tier inside the tower, saying they would let it go this time, but others would not. He then told Luki to take good care of the guests. Frustrated, Luki agreed with him. Nevertheless, one of them mocked LK, saying that he must have learned from a poor wizard and then started acting like a great one. LK confronted him angrily, but the other insisted that he was right and mocked his master, saying he was probably just a low-level wizard who had escaped from somewhere. but he demanded an apology, shouting that he could tolerate insults directed at himself but would never accept anyone bad-mouthing his master. Lucy insulted his master, saying he was a jerk who didn't teach proper manners, which was why his disciples were so stupid. The guy was shocked and angrily asked what she had just said. Firel asked if they knew what the half-elf was talking about and told them to apologize immediately, promising to act as if they hadn't heard anything. LK suggested that they apologize first, and then his side would apologize too, calling it fair. But Firel warned that he wouldn't take responsibility for anything that happened afterward. Subsequently, LK challenged them to try. In comparison, the boy also challenged them and ordered them to follow him to the training hall for a fight. Luki apologized and admitted that people there are proud and arrogant. Actually, he also used to think that he was really good and looked down upon other wizards until he met LK because he was like that. But LK told him not to compare himself to others and asked about the arrogant man. He explained that the man was Harold, a tier 4 wizard, older but his junior because he started late. LK found out Harold was a tier 4 wizard and decided to defeat him completely. Harold vowed to make him pay for insulting his master, and LK told him to do his best. Harold offered him the first chance to attack. LK questioned where his confidence came from. Harold said that his senior, who told him not to kill him, threatened to cut off one of his arms. LK asked for confirmation that the fight wouldn't be stopped and demanded an oath to ensure fairness. They agreed and swore to God to ensure fairness. Nevertheless, LK prepared his magic and unleashed an attack called Air Hammer. The powerful blast from the Air Hammer shocked Harold, leaving him stunned. Harold panicked and cursed in shock as he realized the incoming attack's overwhelming power. Finally, he was struck forcefully by the attack, sending his body crashing backward from the impact. Firel was also shocked to realize that LK didn't even have enough time to cast any defensive magic. Amber could not believe it, questioning how he managed to cast the spell so quickly. At last, he collapsed on the ground. LK angrily questioned if they had mocked him by saying he must have learned his skills from a poor wizard. He shouted, asking if they now understood the huge difference in their power. Suddenly, he sensed incoming strikes and quickly raised a protective shield. He reminded Firel about the oath they took, questioning why they would stop the fight now. Firel declared the duel with Harold over and ordered them to stop, leaving Amber shocked and confused by his actions. LK accused him of breaking his oath and acting dishonorably. Then Firel warned that if he refused to listen, he would teach him a lesson with his strength. Amber warned Firel that joining the fight was against the rules, but he told her to stay quiet and not interfere. But Amber looked frustrated and speechless. Nevertheless, coming into the arena, Firel acknowledged his impressive skills despite his young age. He promised to show him that there was a bigger sky under the sky. In contrast, LK mockingly found his statement so absurd that he was at a loss for words. Before he could say anything, Firel launched a powerful magical attack with intense determination. He cast a spell called Ice Spear, sending multiple icy projectiles toward him. Oppositely, LK countered the ice attack by casting a powerful spell called Wall of Fire. The ice spears clashed with the Wall of Fire. Firel admitted that LK wasn't a normal boy, but he implied that the real challenge was yet to come. He cast strong spells, first a gust of wind, then a powerful shock wave. The powerful wind and shock wave collided with the raging fire. He taunted LK, mocking him by asking how it felt to have his fire completely destroyed. LK pretended to be scared of his magic. He then revealed with a smile that he had only been joking. To finish both magics, he used a powerful spell, Dispel, unleashing a burst of energy. Firel was shocked and unable to believe how he could do that. LK revealed that he countered the attack by cleverly using the opposite technique, showing his strategic skill. He angrily questioned when he would be taught a lesson, but he referred to the saying about a sky under the sky. But Firel never gave up and declared it was the end and unleashed his powerful attack called Inferno. LK smirked and decided to use the opposite attack. He countered with a powerful attack and summoned Icehorn to finish the Inferno. But Firel mocked him, saying it was just an Icehorn. LK doubted his claim and hinted that the Icehorn was more powerful than expected. He then increased the Icehorn power and applied it with full force against Firel's flames. The attack clashed violently with his flames. Firel looked shocked and confused after witnessing that. Both opposing magics surrounded the sky as a massive explosion of energy. At last, the ice horn finished its flames of inferno. After victory, LK was amazed by the sage's tower and remarked that the facility was impressive, as expected. He asked him to use arcane magic to bring him down. He teased him, saying he acted skilled but did not know how to use it. He proudly demonstrated his true power as a great wizard. Firel was shocked and couldn't believe what he saw. LK gathered arcane energy and powerfully unleashed it with a throw. A powerful stream of energy burst forward with immense force. Firel screamed loudly as he was about to be hit by the powerful magic attack. Suddenly, his master, Side Nim, interfered between them to protect him by using his shield. LK was astonished and wanted to know why he interfered. Side Nim asked about the commotion. Firel explained that they were dueling because LK insulted the master, and the master reacted with surprise. He avoided repeating the insult but reported that LK attacked Harold by surprise, while he mocked him for complaining to his master. Side Nim silenced him, saying they would discuss the details later, and ordered him to back off, but he refused. Luki revealed in shock that Side Nim is one of the 7 sages. Side Nim reminded them that they were in the sage's tower and questioned why they weren't following his orders. LK decided to leave if they didn't like him there, but they refused, reminding him of what he did to Harold. LK defended his actions, saying he did the right thing, but the master scolded him, and he offered to explain what truly happened. Side Nim warned him again to stop. While casting an arcane cannon magic spell, he threw it at them. In comparison, LK quickly cast a barrier spell to protect himself from the master's powerful magical attack. Finally, he blocked it. The master was shocked that the boy blocked his powerful attack easily and demanded to know who he was. LK revealed his identity in front of him. Side Nim asked about his master and from whom he learned magic, and LK replied that, according to the students, his master was a sloppy and failed wizard who ran away from the magic tower. Side Nim angrily asked if the student really said that, and Firel nervously denied it. Side Nim suggested that they discuss the matter later. LK asked what he meant by later and demanded that he order his students to apologize right away. Side Nim told him not to be like that to him and called him an arrogant brat. LK asked him about why he didn't educate his students about their arrogant attitude first. Side Nim accused him of still being very arrogant. LK prepared himself for an incoming attack from the master. While gathering his energy, Side Nim confidently declared he would show his true power. He unleashed his powerful attack called Forceful Fist. LK understood his tactic and boldly challenged him, saying that he was ready to face him head-on. He unleashed a powerful delayed blast fireball, attacking him with explosive energy. Firel excitedly encouraged his master to demonstrate his true strength, but suddenly, a guy named White stood behind him, asking what he meant. He turned his head back and looked at him carefully. But Luki already knew who he was and was about to reveal his identity. LK used his staff and cast a spell to turn the magic back. Afterward, Side Nim blocked the attack, and LK looked shocked. He could not understand how Side Nim stopped 2 powerful magic spells at the same time. Suddenly, White appeared in the arena and stood before them, but the master demanded an explanation for the unexpected action. White admitted he did not know what was going on but firmly told them to stop. After that, Side Nim expressed frustration with him. Luki greeted his master happily, and the master asked about his safe return and travel. But Luki said he would explain later. Luki introduced his master to LK, who was surprised to see that the master of the Sage's Tower looked so young. White smiled and introduced himself in front of him. Luki proudly revealed that his master is the youngest ever in the Sage's Tower, leaving LK confused about his excessive pride. But Side Nim angrily confronted White for interrupting their duel, explaining that it started because LK insulted him. LK denied insulting anyone and accused him of interfering, while the older man angrily demanded whether he was calling his student a liar. But Amber interrupted the argument. She offered to explain everything to the master and clarify the situation. White agreed to listen to her explanation, but Firel panicked and tried to stop her from speaking. He firmly told the blonde man to stay quiet until Amber finished talking, leaving him shocked and speechless. After listening to her explanation, White concluded that a little fight led to a duel, which left Harold injured. He explained that a wizard's bond with their master is even stronger than with their parents, so regardless of the reason, it was wrong to insult someone else's master. White advised that it was better to apologize immediately, and when he asked Harold for his thoughts, Herold apologized and took back everything he had said earlier. LK forgave Herold, and White concluded that the issue between the two of them was now resolved. He asked Firel for his consent, and he agreed, hesitatingly, with him. White scolded Firel for breaking his promise by attacking when he was supposed to stay out of the fight, and then demanded that he give his staff. Firel hesitantly handed over his staff to him. White grasped the staff tightly and broke it into 2 pieces. Firel was stunned and could not believe how he could do that. White warned him to stay low for now and said he would punish him later, and he nervously agreed. He decided to go inside since the problem was solved and instructed Luki to guide the guests, to which he agreed respectfully, but the master could not speak at witnessing that scene. After that, Elysian excitedly realized and exclaimed that the technique used was mana pressure lift. They admired the view from the sage's tower and experienced its height and beauty for the first time. Luki asked him if he found it interesting, saying most first-time visitors were surprised, and he replied that he did. LK thought that it had been a long time since he had seen the view of the city he lived in. He was already used to the view, but he realized that he missed it. The scene transitioned to Amber, who walked towards the door. She approached the door, wondering if she had found the right place, and knocked on it. She wanted to know why it was so quiet and questioned if she had come to the right room. LK came out sleepy, asking what was going on, which startled her, and then she explained that the master had told her to take him to his office. While walking, Amber asked if he was LK and suggested they talk casually since they seemed to be around the same age, and he agreed. She apologized for trying to make fun of him earlier, but he told her there was no need since they had already apologized and it was all done. She happily declared that they were friends now and suggested getting along well, leaving him surprised at how quickly it happened. LK agreed with a smile and said they should get along well. Amber admitted that when Luki mentioned meeting a skilled wizard in the Bane Mountains, she thought he was exaggerating, then asked how he became such a great wizard at his age. LK replied that he had to go through many challenges. Amber wondered if life experience was important and jokingly asked if she should fight black sorcerers too, but he did not recommend that. They arrived at their destination, and she informed him that it was the master's office. Amber knocked on the door, informed the master that she had brought him, and the master responded by telling her to let him in. White welcomed LK and invited him to come inside. He asked him to speak casually and said they had heard a lot about him and were glad to finally meet. He praised him for his success in the Bane Mountains, and he replied that he was just lucky. LK wanted to ask him something out of curiosity, and the master agreed. He asked if there was someone named Marcus among the inner circles, but White officially denied the existence of a wizard named Marcus in the inner circle, and the young wizard asked about it informally. White claimed that Marco, an orphan who was roaming the streets and brought in due to his excellent qualities, was accepted into the master's training, mastered Tier 3 quickly, but failed to reach Tier 4, and eventually left the sage's tower. He realized Marcus's identity from the description, suspected Marcus had changed his name after leaving the sage's tower, and confirmed there was no evidence of his whereabouts after the Bane Mountains incident. White wanted to ask a question, but LK was curious to know what it was. He asked about the relationship between his master and the sage's tower. LK felt frustrated that everyone kept asking about his master and joked about wearing a sign saying it's a secret. White admitted that he conducted a background check on him after Luki told him about him, because he reached Tier 5 so young. However, LK found it strange and questioned him for doing it behind his back. But he apologized for making him feel bad and complimented his impressive track record. He expressed surprise at how quickly he became a Tier 7 wizard, but pointed out that his staff stood out the most, leaving LK shocked. But LK realized that the master was using the same staff as him. White explained that his staff originally belonged to Lionel, and that he inherited it after becoming the master of the Sage's Tower. He expressed surprise that an unknown wizard was using the same staff as him and asked him what he thought about sharing the same magic spells. LK hesitated and thought to himself that he couldn't make any excuses at this point. He nervously claimed to be Kirisis's student, imagining the real Kirisis introducing herself. White was shocked to learn he was Kirisis's student, asked if she was a dragon, and was told it was roughly true, but was requested to keep it a secret to avoid attention. He mentioned that if the world knew Lionel's master was still alive, it would cause chaos, then asked why they came to the Sage's Tower, and the reply was that it was just a short visit before leaving soon. White offered to arrange a room on the top floor of the sage's tower since it was built by his master's student, but LK politely declined, saying he had other things to do. He noted that an ordinary wizard wouldn't refuse such an offer, admitted the young wizard wasn't ordinary, and felt bad about letting him leave like this. He was asked to follow for a while, leaving him surprised and confused. White explained that the tower's basement has 5 floors, but there was actually a place that only the master was allowed to go. Nevertheless, they approached the tower control system. LK was surprised by the place, and it was revealed to be the tower's control system, built for defense against the Black Sorcerer's attack. LK asked if it was okay to show this place to an outsider. White explained it was fine since they shared the same master, then asked if he planned to become the next master. But LK refused the offer to become the next master, saying he disliked dealing with troublesome things, and White agreed with his decision. He explained that the 7 sages were in different factions and were always fighting, so it was a lot of hard work. White informed him about a big festival happening tomorrow to celebrate the Sage's Tower anniversary and suggested visiting before leaving. The following day, Firel and his crews stared at them furiously. While eating, Lucy noticed people staring. LK then asked him to explain about the 7 sages of the Sage's Tower. Luki explained that the 7 sages, including his master, were all high-ranking wizards like Gramtel, Killen, Laps, Sane, and Molly, with his master being the only one in Tier 8 while the rest were in Tier 7. There was only that much gap between his master's powers and theirs. They explained that the sages were divided into factions and didn't get along well, and White monitored 4 of them, except for Sane and Molly, who aimed to expand their power and build a city. LK tried to understand if they aimed to create a country instead of just a tower, and worried they might ignore the threat of the Black Sorcerers. After finishing her meal, Lucy excitedly suggested going to the festival. But LK nervously suggested going to the festival later instead. Lucy insisted on going to the festival, and he reluctantly agreed. After that, they came to the festival. The festival crowd grew, and they mentioned it would have been better if Macon and Palm Sivet had joined. But Macon was fixing the carriage, and Palm Sivet had gone to sleep. Amber asked if the festival was great, and Lucy happily agreed. Luki already knew that Amber would join them because she was interested in LK, which surprised him. Lucy found the food delicious, and Luki offered to buy her a lamb shashlik. After he offered to buy food, everyone else excitedly said they wanted it too, leaving him frustrated. They happily enjoyed eating the skewers together at the festival. Lucy and the priestess admired a cute duck with a tiny crown, looking cheerful and excited, whereas Amber happily helped put a cute pink bow on Lucy's hair, making her smile. LK felt relaxed and thought it wasn't bad to take a break like this sometimes. On the same night, the darkness scattered everywhere. But suddenly, colorful fireworks lit up the night sky, marking a joyful celebration. They all looked up in awe, amazed by the beautiful fireworks lighting up the sky. Luki told Lucy about a legend that says couples who watch fireworks together will have a love as beautiful as the fireworks. LK doubted the legend, but the priestess excitedly believed in finding a beautiful love like the fireworks. He was shocked to realize that people who still believed in the legend actually existed. Amber excitedly suggested going to a perfect spot to sit, while he wondered why she was acting like this again. On the other hand, Luki asked her if she liked fireworks, and she happily replied yes. He began to say something, but got interrupted as another fireworks suddenly went off, surprising both of them. They were shocked and confused, realizing the loud noise wasn't from the fireworks. Luki was shocked, realizing something was terribly wrong. It was revealed that a massive explosion engulfed the Sage's Tower in flame. They panicked and shouted in shock, realizing that the Sage's Tower was under attack. Elysian panicked, realizing Macon and Palm Sivet were still inside, and he urged they needed to return to the tower. Luki told them to follow him, saying there was another way to reach the tower. He realized something was wrong since the Sage's Tower walls were supposed to be anti-magic and heat-resistant. The Sage's Tower caught fire, and an announcement urged everyone to evacuate according to safety regulations. He tried using magic on the wall, but it failed, likely due to the impact on the building, and then asked if there was another way inside. Suddenly, Firel appeared and smirked, saying that he thought LK had already run away, but found them still there. LK recognized him and reacted in shock. Firel furiously shouted that he would make sure to kill him there. LK looked frustrated and cursed, saying they were in a hurry. He charged their hand with powerful energy, preparing for an attack while speaking determinedly. He unleashed a surge of energy and declared that he would face his opponent seriously this time. He handed Lucy the black stream, leaving her surprised. On the other hand, Firel confidently told Master Trump that he was counting on him. While walking, Trump asked if Firel wanted him to handle the troublesome kids. They were shocked to learn that Master Trump was the head of the Riston Magic Tower and realized he and his group caused the riot during the festival. Firel warned Master Trump that the opponent wizard might look young, but isn't ordinary, and urged him to give his all, wanting to test the wizard's true strength. Amber defended Senior Firel, saying he might be arrogant but wouldn't do such things, while LK encouraged Firel to be brave and step forward. Furious, Trump prepared to attack, declaring he would fix their bad habits. LK warned everyone to stand back and quickly cast a shield for protection. The Joker launched a powerful fire assault, but the shield successfully blocked the flames. Subsequently, LK unleashed powerful spells, casting Wind Cutter and Air Hammer to counterattack. Trump was amazed by LK's abilities and praised him for being able to perform double casting. LK unleashed a powerful burst of magical energy, creating an intense explosion of light. The Joker smirked, saying it was a pity because he had wanted to go all out. Defying the situation, LK shouted in determination and focus on unleashing a powerful spell. On the other hand, Trump made an incredible fireball which he held in both hands. He confidently mocked him, asking if his ice wall could possibly stop his body's mega fire. With a confident smirk, LK revealed that his ice wall wasn't meant to stop the attack, but was simply a distraction. The Joker was stunned and confused by LK's unexpected strategy. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lucy was prepared to swing her black sword at him. She fiercely struck and successfully landed a powerful blow on his hand. Trump screamed in agony as his arms were severed. Finally, Lucy thrust her sword forward with precision and stabbed him. In contrast, Trump coughed up blood. At last, he collapsed to the ground. The opponents were shocked and enraged after witnessing Trump Nim's defeat. Suddenly, while she was activating her magic circle, Amber hit him hard and sent him flying through the air. She taunted her fallen senior by saying he was a disappointment. Firel became furious and shouted at Amber, cursing her and demanding how she dared to do such a thing. At the same time, Lucy kicked him hard in the face, causing him pain. Firel clutched his face in agony, crying out about his broken nose and teeth, while Lucy stood firmly, glaring at him with anger. He angrily refused to reveal any information after what she had done to him. But LK knew he wouldn't speak that. He then cast a powerful emotional shock spell on his ally. He threatened that if the truth wasn't revealed immediately, he would lose his mind. Firel did not understand what he could do in that situation. LK intimidated him, making him panic, and he agreed to reveal the truth immediately. Terrified, he revealed that Master White wasn't originally a wizard and lacked a strong background, but he worked hard to become the youngest master. Among the 6 sages, Master Sane and Molly accepted Master White as the Sage's Tower Master, but Side, Gremtel, Killen, and Raphis did not. The 4 opposing sages planned to build cities around the Sage's Tower. By controlling at least 2 cities and constructing a new tower under the guise of serving the Sage's Tower Master, they would be able to take in some wizards. Eventually, Master White would only control the Sage's Tower, while the other 4 sages would each gain a new city and a new tower. Master White delayed the construction of the new city, causing conflicts with other sages. He later became a Tier 8 wizard, and he wanted to imprint his abilities on papers and books that would have a big impact on the academic world of magic every year. LK and Luki understood that the sages grew anxious and decided to eliminate Master White, and speculated that after removing the master, the 4 sages would plan to take turns becoming the master of the Sage's Tower. In contrast, Firel confidently revealed that the city was divided into 4 sections, each managed by one of the 4 sages. He added that the Riston, Cullen, Dominic, and Oakwood magic towers had agreed to work together, and the wizards of Riston and Cullen had already entered the tower, while more wizards gathered soon. Before he could say anything, Elysian furiously punched him and shouted that all of them were dead. She declared that, as a member of the Shine Church, she never forgave anyone who betrayed their master. The disciples shouted for their master. Confused, one of them asked what was going on and realized that their master had been knocked out. On the other side, LK warned that more enemies were approaching and urged Luki to get Firel quickly so they could escape safely. Luki revealed a secret escape route. an emergency MPL hidden from outsiders, where they could hide. Lucy complained about taking fire along, finding it troublesome, but LK insisted they had no choice since they needed a witness. He angrily reminded them that he had already warned them to leave and stay away from the festival, but they did not listen. They looked up at the sky and realized they were standing on the top floor of the tower. Elysian asked if the place was bigger because it was meant for emergencies, but Jenny explained that it was only used for emergencies, not for moving things. Both of them were pushed back automatically by the collision of a strong magical force. Lucy reported that a powerful magic force had just collided at the top. He was deeply confused and alarmed, trying to understand what was happening inside the tower. Afterward, LK tried to knock on the door, calling out to Macon and Palm Sivet. They guessed that no one was inside the room, and they must have evacuated already. Lucy firmly told him to back off, leaving him confused. Suddenly, Palm Sivet broke down the door by punching it, leaving them shocked. Macon was relieved to see familiar faces, realizing it was them, while she admitted she had mistaken them for the enemy. LK questioned what would have happened if he had actually gotten hurt, and explained they hadn't evacuated because the wizards suddenly barged in and attacked them. But Palm Sivet said that the wizards suddenly barged in and attacked them. They had knocked out all the enemies and taken one hostage, who angrily accused them of joining forces with the black sorcerers and questioned if they felt no shame. LK asked what was happening upstairs, and the hostage explained that there was a group of people who were helping the black sorcerers inside the tower, and they were just told to go out. Palm Sivet urged Amber to escape quickly, but she worriedly asked about the sage's tower, to which the thief cat responded in frustration, questioning why they were being asked. Luki warned that the sage's tower would soon fall into the military's hands, and LK explained that if the tower stopped functioning, the situation would worsen with the Dark Gate's influence, making them the next target. He emphasized that protecting the sage's tower was crucial for the sake of their future journey. He suggested they might receive a token of gratitude for stopping them, and Palm Sivet excitedly exclaimed that it would be many gold coins. Luki said they needed to reach the central control system to stop other wizards from entering, but he worried whether it would work since the tower had been heavily damaged. He explained that the control system was underground, so it wouldn't be affected, and only Lionel's successor had the authority to operate it. LK glimpsed his past when Lionel explained that while the sage's tower basement only extends 5 floors down, there is a secret place accessible only to the master, and he said that both he and his master deserve it. Afterward, he hesitated, trying to remember something, while Luki looked confused by his reaction. Finally, they approached the central control system to stop other wizards. Macon was surprised to find such a place inside the sage's tower, while Luki said he had heard about it before but was seeing it for the first time. LK wanted to know if the sage's tower could be controlled using the glowing crystal ball in front of him. The system scanned and identified his mana patterns, granting him 7th phase access to the sage's tower controls. LK was amazed to see the system actually working. He urgently requested the system to show the video footage of the entrance. The system displayed a live video feed, surprising Luki, while LK explained that Sage Tower might be connected to the crystal ball that could trigger the vision magic to show the video. LK commanded the system to close all entrances of the tower, and the system immediately began sealing them off. Afterward, the entrances started sealing off. LK asked the system about the location of White. The system saw that amid the chaos, White was seen injured and struggling. They saw their master in danger and shouted out in shock and concern. White declared that if he killed him, the successor of Lionel's honor and his reputation would be completely ruined. Side Nim firmly stated that it was not true and explained that people would believe he died at the hands of the black sorcerers, not theirs. White asked if they meant he would die as a hero while they lived on to enjoy wealth and honor. Side Nim ended the conversation, signaling that words were useless and that action would follow. After seeing the live video footage, they urged them to go up quickly, explaining that the emergency MPL only reached the middle of the tower, so they needed to take the central MPL to reach the upper floor. LK tried to restart the center MPL, but the command failed because the Mana device ID was disconnected and needed reconnection to restart. Amber figured out how to reconnect the device and suggested returning to the lobby, while LK, realizing they had no other choice, decided they should inform everyone in the tower about their plan. Amber, a student of Sage's Tower Master White, made an announcement to everyone. She warned them that the Riston, Cullen, Dominic, and Oakwood wizards were attacking the Sage's Tower. She warned everyone not to be fooled by them and urged the members of the Sage's Tower to fight and protect the tower. LK praised her, saying she did a great job and that this would at least make people think carefully. Then, he suggested they head to the lobby. Lucy asked him if they could use something, leaving him confused. As they arrived at the lobby, the entire wizard stood beside the door. One of them noticed people approaching and urgently commanded everyone to prepare for an attack. The door slowly opened, and they shouted in surprise that it had unlocked. One of them was shocked, as a group of massive stone golems appeared outside the door. LK and his teammate observed the golems, noting their smooth functioning and learning that they were designed to protect the tower, so they fight well. Suddenly, a massive blast occurred. LK was shocked to see that explosion. Raiden, a master of Dominic Magic Tower, instructed the team to immobilize the golems by targeting their joints. He introduced himself and challenged the enemies to come out and fight fairly. Palm Sivit asked for his opinion about Raiden's challenge, but he angrily complained, questioning why he had to participate in a fair fight. Luki informed him that they had reached the device system, and he urgently asked how long it would take. Luki assured that they would do their best. They realized there were too many wizards, and the golem had a hard time, leaving them frustrated. After throwing the fire at the golem, Raiden taunted them, calling them trapped rats and challenging them to stop hiding behind the golem and fight directly. LK felt provoked, but the thief cat worried whether they were allowed to freely use the golems and if they'd be charged for any damage afterward. Palm Sivit realized the golems looked expensive, and Elysian mentioned they were probably custom-made by Lionel. Macon worried they might have to work at the Sage's Tower for decades to pay off the damage, but Lucy said it was LK's responsibility since he activated the golems. After listening to that, LK shouted desperately, telling them not to destroy the golems and angrily asking if they had any idea how expensive they were. He used his magic and cast a dispel spell. Raiden was hit by the magic and was affected. He became furious and demanded an explanation, feeling deeply insulted. At the same time, Lucy fiercely attacked him with full force, aiming to strike him down. She swiftly swung her sword at him, but he successfully dodged her. Raiden mocked the elf, saying her useless trick would never work on him. Palm Sivit countered his claim, showing she had a hidden plan and wasn't intimidated by him. Raiden panicked to see that. Macon lunged forward with determination and shouted that he had caught him. He tackled Raiden to the ground, forcefully pinning him down. Finally, Raiden screamed in pain. Macon demanded that his allies stop fighting and surrender. He restrained the old mage and threatened to kill his master if they didn't surrender. The wizards, realizing defeat, nervously agreed to surrender. The team informed LK that they had fixed it quickly despite the severe damage, and LK felt relieved that they made it in time. He said that he and Lucy would help White and asked his companions to stay behind to stop the wizards from going up. Elysian told him to be careful and not get hurt, and he assured her not to worry because Lucy was coming too. Both of them decided to go to the upper floor. LK asked her if she was scared, but she replied that she wasn't scared at all, while he explained that if the Sage's Tower collapsed, the Dark Gate would gain the advantage. He thought he didn't want to suffer because of the Black Sorcerers anymore and wondered if he was the only one getting nervous. He believed that holding Lucy's hand would help him feel calmer and more at ease. Suddenly, both of them were shocked since they did not know what was happening. Lucy asked why it stopped all of a sudden, and he agreed, saying he knew right. LK guessed that this was what they meant by not having enough pressure, so they had no choice but to find the stairs to go up. He hoped that White held on until they arrived. He suddenly stopped and said he had an idea about how they could help White from there. He realized that since Surprise taught both him and Lionel the same mana pattern, White, using Lionel's staff, would have the same mana pattern as him, too. He needed to find the flow of White's mana. He used his mana to connect with White and sent the energy flow to him. White received the power, and the man realized this was White's true ability. He overpowered his opponent, leaving him badly injured and bleeding on the ground. Side Nim couldn't believe that the power was hidden and admitted he would have died if he hadn't activated his defensive magic earlier. White appealed to him to stop if he finally understood and questioned if the position of the master was so important and if it was enough to break his teacher's desire. But Side Nim shouted angrily, saying that the teacher was wrong and that it was a mistake to make him the successor. He cast a powerful, fiery spell and said it was the end for White. LK thought the man attacked with all his mana and believed White was in danger. He wished his mana reached him and helped. Finally, his mana transferred to White. White understood the support. He appreciated the effort and promised not to fail. Side Nim was shocked to see that White had more mana left. White grabbed power from mana and started casting a power word. He used the power word kill, and the opponent was shocked. The spell activated, and Side Nim's appearance changed. Due to its effect, Side Nim's mana was torn into pieces and destroyed. He realized his sudden growth in power. White revealed that his strength had increased only recently. Side Nim admitted that he could believe he had become this powerful. He added that while he was jealous, White had already become a Tier 9 wizard. But he realized at the end that the teacher's choice had been right. After saying his last words, he fell on the ground and died. Edward, the master of Oakwood, clapped and praised him, saying they had never seen magic like that before. White asked if he was the one responsible for causing all of this. Edward claimed he was simply helping them achieve their goals. While preparing the ice projectiles to attack White, Edward admitted there were some problems with the plan. He said that the wizard's mana must have run out, making him just like a normal human, and declared that he came to kill him for that person. White laughed fearlessly and told Edward to go ahead and try, showing his determination to fight back. On the other hand, Lucy called out urgently for LK to wake up, and he suddenly opened his eyes in shock. She expressed her shock because he fainted suddenly, but he reassured her that he was okay. LK urgently told her that White was in danger and insisted they leave quickly. While running, he hoped desperately that they would not arrive too late. Upon arriving at the scene, he exclaimed that they had finally found it. But he was shocked and speechless upon witnessing that White stabbed him during their confrontation. LK shouted in shock, calling him. White successfully managed to stab Edward in the chest. Edward was shocked to discover a hidden blade inside Lionel's staff, realizing that no one had known about this secret mechanism, as it could disrupt the mana flow and wasn't documented anywhere. White revealed that, unfortunately, Master Lionel couldn't use the hidden blade in his staff because he lacked talent in swordsmanship. LK realized in shock and embarrassment that he had forgotten that important too. Edward, severely injured and bleeding, tried to speak but collapsed before finishing his words. They ran to White and asked about his well-being. White said he wasn't okay and had no strength to move his fingers. He wished he had died to avoid the mess, but LK reminded him about the Sage's Tower. He suggested that he take over as Lionel's successor, but he refused. He praised LK's intelligence while admitting he underestimated the difficulty of the responsibility handed to him. He asked if he gave him the mana, thanked him for saving his life, and LK said he became exhausted because of it. Lucy asked what he was doing, and he replied that he didn't know because White suddenly acted that way. LK noticed that White had already fallen asleep, but he had no idea and felt quite exhausted too. He decided to close his eyes for a while, but Lucy was confused and wondered what they were doing. After a while, he slowly opened his eyes. Amber shouted when she saw that he had woken up. She expressed relief that he was finally awake, explaining she had been worried since he had been sleeping for half a day, and he responded in surprise. LK asked if White was okay, and she replied that the master was a bit hurt but fine now. Luki was informed that the military takeover ended well. The infiltrators were stopped, their leaders captured, and the public had lessened too. LK then asked where the others were. Luki claimed that Elysian was treating the wizards by controlling the mana conflict and injecting divine power as a capable priestess. He informed that Lucy and Palm Sivet were still sleeping. LK decided to go check on White, assuring that he was fine despite being advised to rest more. As he came to White's office, he wondered if the man was really fine, noticing his unpleasant expression. White explained that his office was destroyed, so they were meeting inside's office instead. He revealed that he suspected the Dark Gate was located behind the Oakwood Magic Tower. He admitted his long-standing suspicion since the tower had grown steadily for 10 years without any organizational support. He explained that out of the 6 sages, 4 joined the coup while 2 stayed inactive, but they couldn't assume that they were on the same side as them. He thanked LK, and he replied that he should help if someone was in trouble. White mentioned hearing from Luki that Lucy was using the Black Stream sword, while Elysian had Shine's bracelet, and Jenny recently took the Trinity bow. He noted that both of them were using Lionel's staff, mentioned Tony's shield, and questioned why the weapons of the 5 heroes were reappearing. He explained that the Dark Gate was getting stronger, and that the successors of the 5 heroes were destined to stop it, while LK wished to be exempted from the task. He offered to train him personally at the Sage's Tower, saying he was different from other genius wizards and could reach Tier 9 quickly. LK thought to himself that he had been improving day by day. He apologized, saying he had something important to do, and he replied that he couldn't do anything about it. He asked if a high-ranking wizard could increase their class using black magic. White explained that it might be possible through a contract with a demon by paying more or offering sacrifices. LK realized that the person could form a contract with a powerful demon and even arbitrate between demons. But he wanted to know what kind of person he was. The following day, White thanked him sincerely for his help, promising that everyone from the Sage's Tower would never forget his support. But Palm Sivet suggested that instead of just being remembered, it would be better if they received rewards since they managed to stop the mess. Nevertheless, White said that they had actually prepared something for everyone. He claimed that they made the carriage with anti-magic to handle most spells, replaced the wheels with metal, and improved the ride using internal springs. They were amazed by the shiny carriage, but one of them realized it belonged to Macon and demanded some treasure instead. Luki explained that he and Senior Amber planned to visit the Kudrin Kingdom to request a formal inspection from the Crown Prince, and since the Sage's Tower sided with the prince, refusal would make the kingdom appear allied with black sorcerers. LK asked them to pass his regards to Leon and Jenny if they happened to meet them. Amber told him to be careful, stay well, and said she would be waiting for him. Surprised, LK asked why she would wait for him. They wished them a safe trip and reminded them to make sure to visit. Finally, LK and his companions departed from the Sage's Tower. During the journey, they mentioned that the carriage was now very comfortable and didn't shake excessively anymore. LK learned that White had become a Tier 9 wizard, realized how vast and full of powerful people the world was, and wondered when he would reach Tier 9 himself. Suddenly, Macon noticed something unusual with the carriage and was asked what was wrong. They noted that an accident occurred, and amidst the chaos, someone screamed in pain, saying their leg was hurt. They approached the crowd, introduced themselves as travelers, and offered help since they had a priestess who could heal the injured person. But the crowd glared at them with hostility, leaving LK confused and wondering why the atmosphere suddenly became like that. Lucy, sensing the tense atmosphere, asked him what was going on. But the crowd grew restless and murmured in shock after realizing she was an elf and possibly a half-elf. One of them requested them to help lift their carriage. Macon confidently stepped forward and declared that he would handle the situation. He prepared to lift the heavy carriage alone while others doubted him, warning that he might injure his back. He tensed his muscles as he prepared to lift the carriage. With a tremendous burst of strength, he successfully lifted the heavy carriage off the ground. The crowd watched in shock and disbelief at how he lifted the heavy carriage. Surprised by the display of strength, they wondered if elves were naturally that powerful. On the other hand, Elysian guessed that the person had broken their thigh bone, and healing magic was being used to treat it. She informed him that his surrounding muscles were badly injured and advised him to avoid overexerting himself, to which he gratefully thanked her. One of them thanked them for their help, and they replied that they were there to assist those in need, then asked what the others did. He explained that they were the Sullivan merchant group, traveling to another city to sell goods, and introduced himself as Sullivan, the group's leader. Palm Sivet reacted suspiciously upon hearing they were merchants, but LK reassured her, explaining that although past events might cause concern, there are also many trustworthy merchant groups. A man questioned Sullivan about the unusually heavy baggage, but he dismissed the concern, saying there was no need to know and instructed him to leave as they would handle the rest. Lucy sensed something unusual, demanded that the baggage be opened, and revealed that she could feel an elf inside. Sullivan smirked and admitted that they initially planned to let them go, but things didn't turn out as expected. He ordered his men to kill the men, capture the girls alive, and ensure the half-elf wasn't harmed. But LK responded confidently and swiftly defeated Sullivan's men. Sullivan, restrained, demanded to be freed, but Palm Sivet declared that his merchant group was a failed one. Macon informed him to look at that. They discovered a restrained elf inside the carriage. They found a young elf girl bound and gagged inside it. Afterward, LK questioned the legality of the elf's captivity, realizing it was forbidden since the slave system was abolished after the Holy War. Furious over the kidnapping, the girls attacked the merchants, vowing not to forgive them. The people were shocked and disturbed, realizing they were being beaten. LK ordered everyone to calm down, save the elf, and avoid killing the merchants since they still needed to question them. Finally, they rescued the elf. Nevertheless, LK questioned Sullivan about where they planned to sell the elf, but he refused to reveal anything. Macon explained that elf transactions were banned nationwide, so there were only a few places where the transaction was available. He deduced that, based on their direction, the kidnapper's destination was likely Redkull. Redkull was revealed to be a self-governing city formed after the war, known as the Lawless City, where illegal slave auctions were openly conducted. Upon hearing about Redkull, Lucy angrily declared her desire to paint it blood red to match her name. LK realized that she was particularly sensitive to this kind of topic. But the rescued elf accused him of ruining the plan by doing something useless, leaving him confused and surprised. Palm Sivet angrily complained that they saved her without receiving thanks, while Elysian suspected she got caught on purpose as part of a plan. The elf introduced herself as Lilcia, from Victoria Forest, and revealed that her younger sister, Leisha, was kidnapped by humans half a month ago. She explained that her sister got captured due to curiosity, so she purposely let herself be caught to save her. But he pointed out that her plan was still very rash. Macon asked about the location of captured elves from half a month ago, and Solivian suggested they might be at the Clint auction house. Elysian warned that going alone would be dangerous, but the elf confidently replied that she had studied A Guide to the Human World for a Traveling Elf and was fully prepared. But LK was surprised to find HWE mentioned in the book. But Lucy confidently stated that having that one book was enough. She excitedly suggested that they should help her. But LK got frustrated and reminded her that they're in a hurry, while she insisted they should help, asking if he wasn't worried about Leisha. They argued loudly, worried that others might misunderstand their relationship, while she insisted they should help. Both girls observed Lucy's persistence and concluded that Shine wouldn't ignore the situation. LK complained that everyone was too generous to Lucy, while she confidently asked them to trust her. Lilcia observed that Lucy wasn't a pure-blooded elf, and she casually responded, asking what she expected. She said it wasn't the right time to argue and expressed gratitude for everyone's help. LK explained that the destination was quite far, and that it would take an entire day to reach it. However, Macon reassured them by saying the return journey wouldn't be as long, so there was no need to worry. While traveling, they found out that the city had a church of the shrine and thought they might also ask the only high priest there for help. They arrived at Redkull, a lawless city, and decided to find the shrine first, despite finding it unusual that such a city had one. In the city, a drunkard begged someone for money to buy alcohol, but the person angrily pushed him away, refusing to help. Macon and the priestess observed the city, noticing there were a lot of people fighting and begging. They decided it was best to finish their business quickly and leave while keeping their hoods on to avoid trouble as outsiders. LK asked the man if he knew where the Shine Shrine was. The man reacted aggressively, shouting and threatening them, questioning if they had lost their mind by asking such a thing. LK is confused, wondering why he is so sensitive. Someone overheard him and asked if they were looking for the Shine Shrine. He guessed it was his first time in Redkull and said everyone there knew where the City Hall and Shine Shrine were. He offered to guide him and asked him to follow him, but LK wondered if it was okay to trust him. They saw defeated people on the ground, questioned what had happened, and asked Anthon to guide them to the temple. Anthon apologized in fear and agreed to guide them to the temple, begging them to spare him. He nervously promised to guide them to the temple for real this time after being warned about the consequences of lying again. He, frustrated and sweating, wondered why they were so strong and admitted to himself that he had failed today. Finally, they arrived at their destination. They noticed that the temple looked shabby and unusual, unlike any shrine they had seen before. While running in fear, Anthon warned them that Evans was powerful and quickly decided to leave them alone. Macon decided that since they had already arrived, they should just go inside. LK knocked on the door and asked if anyone was inside. As the door opened, he became visibly shocked and alarmed. The priest, with a stern expression, asked the group who they were, saying he was busy today. Elysian asked the man if he was Evans, the high priest, which seemed to surprise him. At the same time, Evans happily told that the church had sent new personnel and warmly welcomed the supposed new priest inside. He invited everyone inside, laughing cheerfully, but LK realized the truth of the saying that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover. As they entered the church, they saw that the man, who screamed for help and begged desperately for them to stop. Evans said he was going to finish it, and the man screamed in terror. Afterward, he then used his power to heal the injured man and told him he was being a crybaby since he was only stabbed twice, but the man complained, saying the teacher was mean. LK expressed disbelief that the muscular man was a priest, while Macon believed that working hard on one's muscles was never a bad thing. They asked Evans if he was the one sent by the church, and wanted to know if he was supposed to come from there. But Evans didn't get a clear answer and explained that leaving the temple alone was hard, recalling that he came there 10 years ago as a new priest. He explained that the high priest, who came with him, was killed by a robber. The holy knights and monks left, and he had been managing the temple alone since then. He added that although the church neither ordered nor supported the withdrawal, he chose to stay, training himself to survive in the lawless city. So that was why he became so religious and strong. LK believed the priest was strong enough to become famous online, while Evans questioned their purpose in the city if the church hadn't sent them. Lilcia explained that her younger sibling was captured and taken to the Clinton auction house, and they came to rescue her. Evans warned an elf about the dangers of entering the town, but the elf insisted on risking it to save his sister with their help. He said it was good to help others with a sense of justice, but it did not apply to that city, and he admitted he was able to live there because he had adapted to it like a coward. Elysian said that anyone unfamiliar with Redgull's situation would not understand, and praised Evans for not giving up. Evans admitted he was ashamed of ignoring the injustice and offered to tell about the Clinton auction house. He asked if he saw a pyramid-looking building on his way, and LK replied that he thought he saw it. They said the building was called Clintonville, with the basement as the Clinton auction house, built by the late Clinton family, and now it belonged to the Calsand family. He said that auctions were held once every 2 months, featuring artworks, jewelry, and a variety of slaves. Suddenly, he questioned the knock at the door, and the Adnis family responded, demanding that the elf inside be handed over. LK realized that Anton, who guided them, must have noticed the elf in their group, and the priest decided to go out and try talking to the others. Adani demanded that they hand over the elf since everyone was there, warning them to comply before getting into trouble. LK questioned what they meant by elf, and accused Anton of trusting a fraud, but he insisted he had clearly seen the young elf woman. Adani said he would personally go and check it out himself, adding that the temple was open to anyone, whether guilty or innocent. Suddenly, the muscular priest, standing firmly at the temple entrance, demanded that everyone drop their weapons if they wanted to enter the temple. Adani ordered everyone to attack without hesitation and threatened Evans, saying he would teach him a lesson. Evans warned everyone and prepared to strike, powering up his glowing fists for an attack. He launched a powerful punch toward one of them, leaving him shocked. LK admired Evans' extraordinary fighting skills, while Elysian excitedly said she would keep her eyes on him while fighting against evil. Evans unleashed a powerful attack called Remorse's Punch, striking his opponent with immense force. He then executed a powerful move called Repentance's Kick, striking his opponent with full force. The group of Adnis was shocked by Evans' strength, saying that if anyone got hit by him, they wouldn't be able to move and would be stuck in bed for days. The entry of Macon added suspense to that scene. He, excited after watching the fight, shouted that his muscles were boiling and declared that he would join the battle too. Both charged into battle, powerfully striking down multiple opponents at once. LK observed the situation and thought to himself that it seemed like there was a new member joining Macon's muscle family. Evans knocked the enemy to the ground with a forceful blow. Afterward, they discussed that Anton managed to escape on his own after the events took place. Both muscular men acknowledged each other's impressive skills and abilities with mutual respect. But LK wanted to know when the next auction would be, since it's held every 2 months. Evans revealed that the auction is happening today, which shocked them. LK panicked about being late, but Evans revealed that the auction is at midnight, so they decided to hurry and leave immediately. The Clinton auction house is the city's most important facility and a major source of income for both the Clintons and the Calsand family. In the basement of the auction house, Leisha was seen imprisoned behind bars. Evans confirmed that the elf they were looking for was there, but he hadn't used that weapon for quite a while. It had been a long time since he had it with him. LK thanked him for helping them, but asked if he could really bring a weapon like that inside. Evans assured him it would be fine and told him to go. He cast a spell and created continual light. They explained that by following the path, they would reach Clintonville's basement, where the auction took place in the first basement and the items were kept in the second. LK was shocked and questioned why the rats were so unusually big. He panicked as the giant rats suddenly started charging toward them. He yelled at Palm Sivet to catch the rats since he was like a cat, but she refused, saying it was nasty and demanded not to be treated like an animal. Macon caught the rats and questioned their fear despite having magic, and he reminded them they had no time to waste, and he thanked them. They warned the group to be cautious of Wizard Volant. Evans said that Volant was a skilled wizard from a noble family, now working for the Kalsand family. The Kalsand family didn't know their true boss's identity, as even core members kept it hidden, making Kalsand just an underboss. But LK wanted to know why a skilled wizard like Volant joined a criminal organization when many countries and estates would have wanted him. Evans explained that Volant's family was caught by a noble young lady, forcing him to flee to the city, and since he went crazy over her, he would be suspected first if she disappeared. But Palm Sivet called him disgusting, and the priestess agreed with her. Finally, they arrived at a ladder that led to the basement of the auction house. They opened a hidden entrance, and Evans signaled that it was safe to come up since no one was around. They found the place dark, and it's explained that it's a warehouse where items are kept safe from light damage. Both walked into a dark warehouse and discussed how strong light could damage stored artworks over time. LK acknowledged her deep knowledge, and she humbly responded that such information was common knowledge for her. They saw that the guard walked past the locked storage area. They attacked the guard, letting out a painful cry. Lilcia shouted at her sister in shock and concern. LK asked the elf if her younger sister was inside, but the elf replied with concern that she believed her sister wasn't there. An imprisoned girl overheard them mentioning Leisha and offered to guide them to the young elf's location if they let her go. Macon happily agreed to free her, saying he had the key from the gatekeeper, and she gratefully thanked him. As he unlocked the cell, she smirked slyly, hinting at her hidden intentions. Lucy noticed her expression and was shocked, realizing it was a murderous look. They shouted for Macon to wait, and Macon turned around in shock. Before they could say anything, the imprisoned girl suddenly attacked Macon, striking him hard. Whereas Macon cried out in pain, Lucy swiftly attacked her with a powerful strike. Lucy asked him if he was okay, and he admitted he was careless, not expecting anyone to be hiding inside the prison. At the same time, the girl revealed her name as Catherine, regretfully admitting she should have taken out the wizard first. Elysian rushed forward, shouting that she would treat Macon's injuries. Catherine lunged forward aggressively, shouting that she wouldn't let her treat him. Suddenly, LK quickly cast a magical shield to protect themselves. Catherine admitted she knew the wizard would be a problem and called her a bother. LK cast a spell to hold her with a magical rope, but she successfully saved herself from being tied by jumping upside down. Catherine mocked the wizard, saying it seemed they liked tying ladies up, but sarcastically added that it wasn't her style. But LK wanted to tie her mouth, but was surprised when she avoided his magic quickly. He launched a powerful attack by casting Magic Missile, but Catherine successfully blocked his missiles with her shield. LK was shocked and wondered if she was actually a wizard after seeing the barrier. Catherine asked if they could come faster since there were some guests. They saw a wizard, who was known as Volant. He said he helped as much as he could. Evans was shocked when he recognized the guy standing behind him. Kalsand greeted him sarcastically, saying it had been a long time since they last met. Palm Sivet realized they had walked right into a trap. But the reality was that they knew about LK and his allies' arrival because someone had informed them that an elf would be coming. Anthony laughed and mocked them, saying they got what they deserved, while realizing that the brat was extremely persistent. Lilcia urgently demanded to know Leisha's location and ordered them to hand her over immediately. But Catherine taunted them by pretending not to know Leisha's location and challenged them to figure it out on their own. Whereas LK instructed Elysian, Palm Sivet, and Lilcia to run and support Macon, while he and Lucy stayed behind to fight the enemies. Evans decided to stay and help, knowing it would be difficult for the two of them to fight alone. Volant faced the young wizard and asked them to give him the half-elf alive. But he didn't care if the girl lost one of her legs. Lucy refused to let them do whatever they wanted. At the same time, Catherine laughed loudly, filled with confidence and amusement. She decided to try it with her forces, hinting at something dangerous or risky. Without wasting any time, she leapt aggressively towards Lucy. Lucy countered her attack fearlessly. According to her, Catherine did not receive the attacks head-on but struck and moved past them using her speed and technique. On the other hand, Volant and his crews confronted the two young women, telling them to stop and demanding that they play with them. On the other hand, Lilcia summoned a magical creature named Sylph, who appeared before her in a burst of glowing energy. She unleashed Sylph's power, which sent the surrounding enemies flying. Catherine was shocked to realize she was facing a spirit user and shouted to capture the elf. Volant cast a powerful spell and unleashed a lightning bolt using a magical circle. LK quickly cast a shield spell to block the incoming lightning attack. He was shocked as he witnessed someone suddenly teleporting using a blink ability. Volant shouted in rage and launched a powerful spell, unleashing multiple fire arrows at the target. LK grew frustrated with the ongoing fight and realized that the situation was not looking good. He then cast a spell and created a powerful wall of ice for defense. Afterward, both spells collided, creating a massive burst of flames and energy. LK realized that since they were underground, using a large magic attack could cause the ground to collapse, so he decided not to use a large magic attack. He then cast a spell called Reverse Gravity, causing the ice and debris around him to float upward. Volant was shocked and confused as he suddenly started floating along with the surrounding ice due to the reverse gravity spell. Then, LK activated a spell called Control Gravity to stabilize himself and regain control over the floating ice around him. Volant remarked in surprise that LK was already a high-tier wizard, then questioned if he was part of the inner circle. LK confidently replied by asking what the man would do if he really was an inner circle member, and suggested to him that he should give up if facing him was too difficult. Volant refused to back down, drawing his sword and preparing to fight. He confidently stated that his magic alone was already overwhelming, and now, with his sword added, he became even more dangerous. He unleashed a powerful attack by casting Fire Spear, sending multiple blazing spears hurtling toward him. LK yelled at him for using a strong attack after claiming his magic alone was enough. Volant cast a speed spell called Haste to move faster. LK realized that due to the delay, his visibility range decreased. When the creature suddenly attacked him, he was shocked. He used Air Cutter and then cast the spell to counter the attack. Afterward, he was frustrated and desperately tried to find him. Volant suddenly appeared behind him and was about to attack him with magic. As he attacked him, LK disappeared from his target and appeared on his right side. Volant mocked him, saying he was a bit thoughtless. LK angrily told the wizard that he was being annoying and saying meaningless things. But then he suddenly noticed something unexpected and was shocked. Volant warned him that using too much energy would spread the poison faster and urged him to surrender so he could capture the elf. LK realized his true intention of targeting the elf. Volant said he never liked any girl after meeting the Count's daughter, mentioning they didn't have to kidnap other children in the meantime, while LK focused on detoxification. LK said he couldn't listen anymore because his ears were going to rot, calling the man a perverted bastard. Volant angrily asked if he even knew how to use detoxification magic, and LK confidently replied that he had studied well. He shouted that he had been annoyed enough already and declared that from then on, he would fight with all his strength without caring whether the place collapsed or not. But Volant mocked that showing off would not make any difference and then cast the spell Haste to increase his speed. LK noticed that the enemy disappeared again and realized he would attack from his blind spot. He declared he had nothing to lose and decided to create chaos to gain an advantage. He warned not to avoid it and revealed his special magic called Arcane. But Volant gripped his spell, mocking that he was discussing special magic. He confidently believes he's about to deliver the final, decisive attack. At the same time, LK pulled a blade from inside the staff. Finally, he smartly swung his sword and cut his neck, leaving him severely wounded. He revealed his dual mastery and declared that a wizard who wielded a sword, but Volant was not the only one. He then realized that there had been a hidden sword in Surfice's wand and felt glad that he had seen White fighting with it back then. Volant cursed and wondered how that had happened before collapsing to the ground. LK bid farewell to the perverted man, telling him to stay silent if he were reborn, or better yet, to never be born again. The enemies admired the girl's beauty and found them attractive. One of them warned them to behave and follow instructions while he was still speaking politely. Before they could say anything, LK cast a powerful fireball attack on them, and they turned into ashes. He said that typical low-class villains used those lines and thought that he wasn't a small fry. Palm Sivet asked about the pervert wizard, and he replied that he had gotten rid of him before asking about Macon. The opponents were shocked and couldn't believe that Volant had been defeated. Elysian asked if he was okay, noticing that Macon was in a much better condition than before. LK replied that he was fine and felt relieved that the knife that had injured Macon wasn't poisoned. He urged them to leave quickly and take Macon with them. Lilcia decided to stay with him instead of leaving. She refused to leave until she found her sister. On the other hand, Kalsan said that Evans had improved a lot in a short time. Evans has become strong and skilled because of the challenges and hardships caused by people like Kalsand. He accused Evans of claiming to save people, but actually causing deaths, and questioned if he really saved anyone. LK asked him if he was okay and offered help, but Evans refused. He refused his help, determined to fight his own battle. Kalsand laughed and said the weapon held no meaning for them. He threw it on the floor. Evans agreed with the statement and admitted that he never properly saved anyone. He threw away the weapon, so they fought without weapons. He vowed that he would definitely save the child this time. He then declared with determination that he was coming for Kalsand and vowed that one of them would lose their life that day. Kalsand shouted fiercely, challenging Evans to come at him, and vowed to send him to Shine's side this time. LK admitted he came to help, but Lilcia complained that human fighting was so uncivilized. Nevertheless, both muscular men rushed to each other with powerful punches, displaying determination and strength. They landed a powerful blow to each other. Both fighters clash with tremendous force. LK and the elf react in shock and panic, screaming as they watch the intense battle, questioning what kind of cleric fights like that. Evans glared with intense focus before launching a swift and powerful uppercut, striking Kalsand with immense force. Kalsand smiled wickedly and said that it must have been fun for him to attack like that. They clashed again with incredible speed and power. But both of them groaned in pain for a little while due to the effect of the clash. Evans then shouted for divine power, asking for strength to defeat everyone who stood against him. HR gathered immense power into his fist and unleashed a blazing strike. He declared with fiery determination that this was the limit of what he would tolerate, directly challenging Kalsand. Kalsand rapidly dodged his attack, but Evans powerfully punched at his face. Kalsand looked tense and alarmed, realizing the danger he was facing. But Evans was prepared for the attack. LK excitedly shouted, "German suplex," leaving the girl surprised. Evans declared that the battle was not over yet and was prepared to continue fighting with full strength. He lifted Kalsand and was about to slam him down with immense force. He shouted in shock, saying it was a banned technique called jumping drive, while the elf remained silent and showed no reaction. Finally, Evans slammed him down powerfully. Kalsand groaned in pain. Evans then said that he would pray for those bastards. LK couldn't believe what he saw and exclaimed in shock, realizing that the technique being used was extraordinary and unexpected. Evans lifted him high into the air and leapt down with immense force. He defeated Kalsand with a final, devastating blow and declared it the end. Lilcia was shocked and thought that the human way of killing was extremely brutal.